Who knows when they'll show up, right? Whoop, whoop. I'm bored. Anybody live that I listen to or watch? Too much fear mongering. What am I going to do here? I got to do something. Let me turn my radio
on. Power on.
See who is.
Bluetooth connected.
Oop, Bluetooth connected. Oh, let's do something here. Go. Rolling, rolling, rolling. What's up? Anybody home? I'm just gonna. I'm live. Look, it says I'm live. Let's find one of my things here and play some one of my beats here. I think that's some. Hey, what's up? What's up, vegan? I haven't done this in a while. If you notice, let me see if I can. I can't send you. I can't send you a link because I don't messenger with you anymore. I haven't done this so long. Let me see if I can figure out how to do it. Well, I don't know how to share this shit anymore, dude. It's been too long. Try this. Edit, remove. Nope. Are you still there? There got 6 people and nobody even there yet. Let's see if I can figure this out. Blah, 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 blah. Post comment. Paste. I don't think that's it. I don't know what that is. Let me see if I can't figure out how to share the link. Let me see. Try that. Nope. I'm trying. This damn thing ain't the same as my guest. Invite guest. Let me write this down. It's got the StreamYard link here. Maybe I can just type it into the chat, you know? Okay. Thanks for coming, whoever's here. Everybody live, I know. I guess that was a link. There we go. What's up, Alex? Hey, see if somebody try to click on that link and see if it works. But I'm gonna try this again. Post a comment. Let's try this. Can't get copyrighted for your own beat, right? Never tried it like this before. Just type it in. You're not pasting it. .com. Okay. This is on slash. Oh, here. See if I got this right. Okay, there it is. There you go. See if that works. Give me fire. Yep, this is it. There you go. StreamYard, hit that thing. See if you can come up here. Meekin. This is my beat.
Hi, love.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
What's going on?
Not a whole lot.
Let's see. I don't have a picture. This is my new phone, actually.
Nice.
Samsung Galaxy S10.
Yep, that's what I've got.
Yep.
It was an upgrade from my 6 that finally stopped working.
Yeah, it was an upgrade from my S8 active. I say active.
Did you get it with your points from something?
No. I didn't do that.
How you been,
Go
Whoopi?
Bills. Go Bills.
Hey,
I've been.
yeah, I heard you. Hey, I've been kind of speaking my mind.
What's up?
I was in True Seeker Bob's stream last night, on the panel,
Okay.
and this dude came up and he said he was a prophet, and he's 50 years old, lived with his mom, never been married. He said God comes to him when he goes in his closet and tells him what to say. And he said he told him he's going to marry 7 wives, and that he's getting ready to marry. He's 50 years old and says he's going to marry a girl that's 24, but he's never talked to her. He's just online. And I listened for so long, and then I just called him out on it. It was funny. Oh, look at this glow in the dark mask. You got you're wearing your heart on your face. He's an Uber driver though. He has to do it. It kind of sucks.
It'll be super lit.
I had to wear a mask once, like last month. I went to Walmart and there was some new lady at the door, and she said they're giving fines for $300 inside, and I wear the one I got that the one with the hat and the mask built in. It's not a mask. I wore it once. But I just quit going to the store. I'll get somebody else to go for me. You know what I mean? Look at that.
I got you.
Super lit mask. All right here.
You look like a big fucking firefly.
It is an upside down firefly at that.
Yeah, he's looking for a mate.
Awesome.
Oh my goodness.
All the homeless people around here and the crackheads are going crazy.
Gotta take this off. I gotta try to take this off.
The energies are definitely changing.
My crap.
I'm telling you.
Phone. Crappy old
People are
phone.
going nuts out here. I was walking the store the other night. Some guy in a shopping cart started screaming at me and told me to stop. He lost his phone like I took it or something. I thought I was going to have to knock him out. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, see, we have to understand that the energies all over the world are becoming heavy, and it's kind of it's more on the side of a negative energy. So a lot of people are going to become highly agitated, highly anxious, highly depressed, highly angry. I mean, it's all going to be negative emotion that we're all going to be being hit with. We just have to recognize when the negative energy affects us to transmute it so it
Walk the
doesn't
right way.
weigh us down.
Yeah, I've been sitting there and hey, Michael, pull it up, my ears start ringing like this high
Yeah,
ringing thing.
it's
It's
pressure.
weird. I'm telling
I
you.
end up with a headache when it happens.
I only hear it when it's quiet, you know, because I've always got music going. But if I sit and just listen, my ears are ringing. I'm like, I don't like that. If they're ringing, I want it to be from loud music that I went to a concert or something. Not from. Hey, look at that! He's got the alien bowls turning purple.
Purple instead of black.
Hey, black aliens lives matter.
The damn
Oh,
thing is turning
jeez.
black. Look how green it is on the bottom, but the head is black as hell. Look at it.
It's definitely not a Palladian. It's gray matter.
Gray lives matter.
Yeah, I haven't even been watching the politics or nothing because I don't care.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's the politics and all that stuff to me. It's stuff that's here when I'm focusing on things that's kind of up above and within me.
Yeah, I've been I haven't been
Hold on.
avoiding
I
any
gotta pay for
negative
it.
streams or occultist or paganism and all that stuff. I just quit going. What's up, Trace B? Yeah, I just it's pretty
Yeah,
crazy if
right
you know
now it's trying
go to a chat
times.
and go into a chat and pick somebody out and just write down everything they say in the whole chat and you'd be surprised how many people say nothing but negative shit.
Right, right. Oh,
Because you
and
don't notice
Granny,
with
I
so many
will be
people
here for a
talking.
while as long as he allows me. So I'll be here.
You know, at least you don't have to have a permit to have permission to get freedom. You know.
Right, right. I
I
have
felt
not
not.
been confronted yet on, just living my life as I've always lived it, even with all these restrictions going on. Apparently, the way I've lived my life has always bypassed it, which
Me
is
too.
really weird. No,
What's up,
I've
people?
had no interference other than, having to go into places like the bank or the grocery store. I get stopped at the door because I forgot to put my mask on. It's like shit. So I've got to hold my breath long enough, get what I need, and get out and then take the mask off because I
I've
don't
only
want to
worn.
breathe in my own CO2.
I wore that mask at one time at Walmart, and I got buzzed. I was high when I got out of there from breathing my own air. I'm serious. I was dizzy and shit. I was like, "What's going on?" I said, "No wonder people's wearing the mask because they're getting a buzz." You know what? You get a buzz on your own excrement. I was lightheaded. I'm like, "Wow, free drugs." I don't think realize it gives you a euphoric state of mind. It did me anyway, and I don't like it. I mean, it's a different buzz. It's like lack of oxygen, I guess, is probably what it is. What's up, Little Wing? Hey, the link's up there in the chat. If you guys go up, anybody wants to come up. I've been lurking a lot in chats, just watching. You know, Beacon, you ain't driving tonight?
No, tomorrow and Saturday.
Not Sunday though, right? Will you guys play Saturday or Sunday?
We play Saturday night, prime time.
Hey, we get to play the Browns.
The Doodoo Brown.
Did you watch that? Hey, I never seen a game so rigged in my life. Pittsburgh just like laid there and let him bend over and stick it right in him. It was crazy, wasn't it?
Yep.
I mean,
Finally,
first play of the game, they hiked it over his head and they scored.
finally Bills win playing Ravens.
Oh, I know. I don't like the Ravens anyway. I never have.
Bills, go
Cameron
Bills.
Rose. What is today? Thursday? Isn't it? I think it is. I don't pay attention to the days. They don't really matter.
Kansas City has longer off than the Bills.
Yeah, we got
longer off.
first
Bills
week
gotta
bye.
play 2 games before Kansas City plays 1.
I know. We'll be well rested. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Jeez.
That's an understatement.
You got to go through Kansas City to get to the Super Bowl in my conference.
Didn't week 17 everybody rest on Kansas City anyway? So they're already rested for 3 weeks.
Yeah, we didn't
Okay,
play our starters.
Yeah, so
Okay, so
that's all rest.
when are they all supposed to rush to the stadium? When is this?
Yeah, I don't know. In February, the
Oh,
Super Bowl is
okay.
cashless. You know, the Super Bowl this
I'll
year is
make sure
no
to.
cash.
Well, the
It's
reason
Bill.
I was asking is because my mom lives in Kansas City and she doesn't live too
Oh,
far from the stadium, so I'll just have to tell her, hey,
Sunday,
watch out for traffic.
Sunday for sure.
Hope it's Bills in
Yep.
Kansas City.
Oh,
I'll
I
just
know.
have to tell her watch for traffic because she lives out
Oh.
there. So
It's going to be insane. I guarantee you.
yep. Yeah, she's in Kansas City. I'll just have to tell her, hey, there's going to be traffic. Watch out. It's going to be this.
I always
Oh,
thought I'd be dead when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Now I'm just like living extra life.
Question is, can Bills beat Chiefs?
Last time they couldn't, but you know, it depends
You
on who
never
they
know.
want to win. If they've already got in their mind the Browns need to win the Super Bowl, it'll happen. You know what I mean, that's just how it is.
Yep. Doo-doo
It's
Browns.
Yeah, I know. The world's turned upside down. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm glad to see the Bills there, though. I like their quarterback. He's Matt Allen, isn't he?
Yeah, Josh Allen.
Yeah. Did you see the game where the Chiefs saved his life on the sidelines?
Yep.
I was like, you should let him fall. No. There's some guy for Tampa Bay on the last play of the game,
Right
or
there.
pretty close to the last. He broke his neck or something. He can't ever play again. Pretty well.
That's true. Wasn't that some Arizona player or something, a Cardinal player? I think.
It's Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, Bucks.
It was a center.
Tampa
It was Brady's
Buccaneers.
center. Yeah, it was a guy that keeps Brady from getting. He did get sacked a lot, but
Tampa Brady
You know,
Buccaneers.
I want to say my
Buccaneers.
politics is called football. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hope they lose. Hope
What's
Brady
it-
loses.
Yeah, what's the temperature up there, Beacon, in Buffalo, New York?
Was the 10th 37?
Yeah, I think yesterday it got almost 60 here.
Oh, okay.
I was walking in the woods last night in the dark.
Wow.
It got cold when the sun went down, or whatever that big bright thing in the sky is. Hey man, I've been getting ready to do some. I got pictures of the sky now that you just wouldn't believe the stuff up there. It's
Damn.
insanity. I'm serious. I've been working on it.
Time to smoke.
I heard that.
Some MK Ultra.
Oh, I was just talking to Mark Constantino about that yesterday. Hey, Wolfie, you know Drop?
yeah.
He was in Bob's chat. I left for a while when that dude was on there and came back. And there's a girl named, what's her name? I can't think. I've just met her on there. I have to find it. But when I got on there, I guess you know how Drop did. He's been on Squatch's live, and he gets a little bit inebriated.
Yeah.
Well, he was in that, and he was talking about being in the Navy and lasers and all this shit. And this girl on there called him out, and he wouldn't tell. He couldn't tell anything. She asked him what ship he was on. He goes, slipped my mind. Oh, not, and she flat said, "No, I'm not calling you out. I'm calling you a liar." And he got
Right.
he would never answer anything, and he left. I couldn't believe
Right.
it, and I never heard him say that stuff, about. But you can't say you're a veteran and not know any of it. And what ship you're on? I know guys who's been on 5 ships and know every. You don't forget that.
Yeah, you don't forget things like that.
And he
I mean,
said
that
he was
stuff
like
sticks in your
secret
head.
shit that he couldn't tell 30 years ago. That shit's obsolete. You know what I mean? You're not going to come to your door when you're 50 something and who are you going to bother by saying something? You know what I mean?
Right.
Most of that stuff, they've already freedom of that. They've already released all that by now. Probably most of it. If it was secret, he couldn't even tell her what color the laser was on the ship.
Oh, Cameliana said that was Smurfer Girl.
Cool. Thank you, Tracy.
Yeah,
Tracy.
she was there.
Yeah, Smurfer Girl. She said that was her.
Oh, I like this is 20 Agenda 21, and anybody that's out here lying, I'm not gonna sit there and kiss her ass and not say anything to hurt their feelings. I'm not doing that anymore. If someone's bullshitting, I'm gonna call them out on it. I mean, because too many people have turned politically correct and just let people run with their stupid shit that they know it ain't true, but they don't want to hurt their feelings. That's America's getting to be pussified. You know what I mean? You got to stand up for truth, no matter what it is. It's crazy. There's so much bullshitting going on the internet.
Organic intelligence. Thanks.
Hey, what is that weed good?
Oh, it's awesome weed.
Expando.
All the way. It says right here. See it? MK Ultra. See that?
How much was it? How much? Hey, what's up, pig slapper? Oink, oink, oink. There's another truth. There's another guy that ain't afraid to speak his mind and tell people that they're stupid. This is 2021, the year of the stupid people are going to get called out. Oh, you better have your research done. Because if you lie, it's too easy to call you out because most people can't tell the same lie over and over. I didn't come to YouTube to make friends. I come here to have fun. And there's so many stuck in the mud now. Hey, you know, and a lot of people I trusted, they've been saying stuff, and I've been looking it up, and almost all of them are telling, they don't even know what they're talking about. Everything they're saying is the opposite. Yeah, she's talking about Raymond Kind of Seven Wives. The prophet. I said, sure you don't spell that Profit? He's going to marry some chick he's never talked to on the phone, just online, and don't know where she lives. I said, you can buy them in Russia like that, and they'll show up for sure.
Hey, show Squatch, did you ever check out Lizard Hunter?
Nope.
That's so funny. You will laugh your ass off.
That's his channel name?
Yeah, Lizard Hunter. Check it out. It's on
What's
YouTube.
he do? Is he a reptilian freak?
No. he
What's
goes
he doing?
he sees horrors on the street and he freaking live streams. This guy's hilarious.
Oh, I mean like Lot Lizard Hunter.
Yeah.
Oh, what did he say to him?
It's hilarious. It's super.
I know. That guy said God told him, you know, to take 7 wives, and I told him, I said, look, dude, the devil will come as a lightning angel. You know, you got to be careful who you're listening to. You know, God's not going to tell you to take 7 wives. I said, in that case, you better move to Utah. Yeah, I saw that. Anunnaki, what's up? I saw the shaking lady from Indiana. That was crazy. It was sad, but who knows if it's true, the way people fake shit anymore. Did you see that, Wolfie? If you're there. Have you seen that beacon?
What's that?
There's a lady that got the vax. She's a CNA, and now she shakes the whole time, her whole body. She can't quit shaking.
Oh
Really?
my
Can't
God!
stop
Seriously?
Yeah, it's on. Just put in I googled virus vaccine shaking lady or something like that. She's just sitting there talking and can't quit shaking her whole body, everything, her arms, head, face. It's horrible. If it's true, it's sad. And they, you know, you can't sue them or nothing. They already have it where you can't do anything.
Wow. See, it's getting crazy.
And you know the ones that died from it, they're not going to say they died from it. They're going to blame it on.
No,
There's no
they
flu.
won't.
There's no flu now either. The regular flu is
All they're
gone.
gonna do is just add it as another COVID case.
Yeah, but the regular flu now seems to be gone.
Oh, supposedly, yeah.
They just named it something else. They'd be like
Yep,
giving
they did.
AIDS another name and saying you're dying from something else, you know? What happened to all the
Whatever
AIDS people?
you do not. Okay, I'm just gonna put this out there because I
There you
go in
go,
the
honey.
grocery stores near the pharmacies all the time.
Yeah?
Don't take the free flu shot because I guarantee you it's that shot that they're trying to get you to take with another name. Don't
Exactly.
take that free flu shot. Do not take it.
I never have. And I knew
It's free,
people
but
that,
it costs you your life. How's that?
exactly. I know people that have taken it many times.
What's up, Hub?
Mm-mm.
Hub the bub.
Well, see,
What's up,
my
man?
husband had to take the flu shot for his job. What was
Yeah,
it,
to
about
make him
5
sick?
years ago now? He was healthy up until that point, and now he's got 3 health conditions regarding his heart and his blood pressure that he has to be on medication for
I
as a
believe it because
result of the flu shot.
people don't realize that shit can. If you look up any other vaccine, it's like 10 to 14 months they study it before they do anything. Because they don't know what's going to happen later. You got to have people take it and then wait a while to see what it does to them. And now they're going to just blame it on something else when they're fucked up. You know they are. And that lady getting shot at the White House, the guy, I slowed it down to frame by frame, you know, like 10 frames per second. And he's standing there with a gun waiting for her to come across that thing, you know what I mean? Pointing right at where she's going to be. It's like, that's just crazy. Oh, she got kicked off. Let me see. Boom. Probably. Oop. Oop. And we're back. Did
Yeah,
you jump out?
thank you. Yeah, I got kicked out again.
That's like Bob, Truth Seeker last night. He'd be talking and his volume would just go away. You know what I mean?
Yep, that's what they keep doing to me too.
And then you watch High Impact Flicks? You ever see him?
Yes, Brian. Yeah.
I watched him today, and he's talking about good stuff as always. How they all the platforms that let you have freedom of speech, they're trying to get rid of now.
Yes, they are. That is a fact.
What's that?
If you speak
Enforce people?
truth on YouTube, even on other platforms, because it's happening on Twitter as well. It's happening on Twitch as well, just not as bad on Twitch.
Hey, look in the
yet.
chat. There's somebody named FU. The
It's
Bible tells all. I like that
How's it
name.
going?
Hey, Coach Skyfalls. Yeah, why do you need to wear a mask in after the
yeah.
back? You know what I mean? Oh, this will kill you, but you better wear that face diaper still, though. Oh.
Crazy. He's
There you
gonna
go.
put that thing back on.
Hey,
Man, take that thing off.
hey, we need to make a thing called face diaper rash medicine so you can sell that and make money too. Look at this.
Oh yeah, no kidding.
Look, Beacon, the lightning bug driver.
Oh my God. There's no dual beacon anymore. We got lightning.
Yeah, we got the lightning
Yeah,
bug.
lightning.
Hey, I heard one day somebody said, what they said, are you mad? I did not see that coming.
Yeah, all the way.
Have you ever watched Radical Ralph Russo? He has Coffee Chat every morning, and he's like 67 years old. He lives in Maine, and he's got big old beard, and he lives out by himself, and he's funny. He says the J and N word the whole time, but he's just tired of everything. You know what I mean? Last year they arrested 525,000 people for marijuana in the United States.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and then from 2010 to 2018, it was 8.2 million people, and 88% were for marijuana.
Wow.
But you know what? One thing I did, I've been going looked up Biden. It's called the MORE Act. Kamala Harris passed it in. They're decriminalizing marijuana, and anyone that's federally charged can get it expunged from their record. And everybody said he was against weed, but he's getting ready to decriminalize it. I didn't know that. You know what I mean? And they should have done that a long time ago. The first guy got arrested for selling marijuana in the United States was 82. It was 1938 or something, after reefer madness and making hemp illegal. No super lit mask. I know it's God's miracle drug. Is right. I'm never sick, and I smoke weed every day since '82, and I got a better memory than anybody. It just blocks all their subliminal bullshit,
It does.
Look at the hippie. The hippies started protesting when they started smoking pot about Vietnam because they could see that was bullshit.
Yep.
Big farmers probably kept it down for so long because they all these Republican businesses aren't donating money now. They're not for 6 months because all the people that it's crazy. When we came here, someone that was a judge or a lawyer couldn't be in politics. You know what? And then they amended it. That's why we let people left Britain or wherever the fuck we came from. Well, Henry Ford made a car in 1945 out of almost 80% hemp, and it burned on hemp fuel, hemp oil. You know what I mean? It's crazy, and it was like 400% lighter, so it got pretty crazy. Beacon. There's hardly nobody live tonight. You know, I couldn't find that I wanted to listen to.
Yeah, make sure you catch Lizard Hunter.
Well, I've seen that one. These guys in Las Vegas, they go down the road and they go, they say, tweak or Coke or something like that. And they go, huh? What do you want? Tweak or Coke? And then they talk to some crazy people, you know what I mean? But they also, I've seen it where they go around and they give out medical marijuana to people, free and food to try to help them out.
Gotta help them out.
Did you see when in Oregon and Washington they made all drugs legal? Hey, Heroin, acid, crank, everything's legal in Washington and Oregon. All drugs are legal.
Shrooms too.
Everything. Every drug is legal there now.
Shrooming. We're shrooming, man.
But anytime they do that, every violence goes down, crime, because people don't, are out robbing people to get their drugs. A guy told me once that a heroin addict is the best worker you can have because they'll go to work because they know if they don't get their paycheck, they won't get their drug. I'm like, what? I've never seen anybody. I've never known anybody who's done heroin, and I've never seen it. But on TV, it's just like they do it and sit around the corner and drool. You know what I mean? Yep. What fun would that be? You know what I mean?
I gotta wear my diaper mask. Here we go. There it is.
Hey, there's people outside yelling right now, screaming. Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Hey, let's go out there and see. You never know. Good or something, really. Let me see if I can. Here we go. Ready?
Go on, Project Skyfall. I gotta do something with this.
People are going crazy, especially the drug addicts.
We're diapering around. Just make sure you don't shit in this with your mouth.
Oh Lord! What has the world come to? I mean, when I grew up in church, we always knew shit was going to hit the fan, but I didn't think it would happen this quick. You know what I mean?
Yep.
One good thing, I'd collect arrowheads and rocks, and I got several boxes and 5-gallon buckets of rocks around me. At least I got something to throw at people. You know what I mean? If I hit you with a rock, you know it. You know what I mean?
Rocking around.
If they take away bullets, guns are just sticks. You know what I mean?
Sticking around. Yeah. Did you see the Heidi made me an intro video? I don't know if you've seen it.
Oh, well, I didn't.
Yeah, she made me an intro video. I want to use it. I'll try to use it on my channel.
Really?
Yeah, howdy, Heidi. Heidi Mighty Dream Warrior. Her. She's actually Uber.
Hey, you said you look like a globalist.
See, now it's on my neck. But you see that? That's crazy. Look at that.
Hey, that's what crazy. You can call somebody that's like, hey, a super lit non-flat earther is a globalist.
Globalist. It's cool though. I like this. I like the mask. It's nice. It's the best mask that lights up.
Yeah, it's kind of like a stash light in your car. First thing you do if you smoke weed is take the dome light out. You know what I mean?
Yep. I got this too. Remember this thing? Freaking disco light.
Oh.
This thing.
I remember when you were opening stuff you won, and you opened up that meth pipe, and you didn't know what it was, and you're like, "What is this?" And you thought it was a little bong. And people in the chat were going, "That's a meth pipe."
That's a meth pipe. Yeah, that shit was funny.
It was green, I think, wasn't it? It was green.
Yeah, you see that light?
Yeah.
Some crazy shit in this house, man.
I bet you like disco, didn't you?
A little bit. Donnie Disco. Donnie Disco.
I tell people I think I was a bass in my former life because I like shiny things.
Yeah, super lit shit right there.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
I've been
here we go.
cleaning my rocks. There you go. Expando. Hey, you said you're wearing a glow-in-the-dark slave muzzle. Hey, now they call it the gag order. It really is a gag order. Hey, I'm surprised that guy, the lizard hunter, you don't see a woman with a mask that has a little Velcro hole in over their mouth.
You will laugh your ass off. He actually goes live too at times. He goes live. He's hilarious. He's a Chicano or whatever. No, he talks about Chicanos. That's it.
Are we racist there, BK?
No, I'm just saying he's not at all.
Proper term is Latin, I think.
Latin, yeah. Well, he talks
And-
about Chicanos. I think they're called Chicanos.
Where's he at? What state?
I think
Vegas?
it's California. California.
The land of fruits and nuts.
Yeah, check out Lizard Hunter. You like it? It's funny as hell. You make
Is
me
he a
laugh
big?
your ass
Is
off.
it a big channel?
Yeah, he's got 36,000 subs.
I don't usually watch big channels, believe it or not. Not very many. I like staying with the small folks. Some of the big ones, I don't know. They have their own agenda sometimes,
Damn.
You know who's benefiting from the mask is ugly people.
It keeps your face warm, though. That's for sure. I must
Yeah.
say.
Because you're breathing your own excrement.
There we go.
Did you actually buy that?
That's the mask. Look at it. You got green, yellow, green, and pink, I guess, or red or some shit.
When I heard the mask, I used to think of like Jim Carrey, like somebody stop me.
I should wear the devil mask.
Hey, yeah, you should put it on,
some Milky
Satan.
Way stuff.
Hey, where's the old man mask? I haven't got to see that. What's it? Grassy Grandpa or some shit? I don't know where it happened to Whoopi.
I'm here. Yeah, I gotta show you the grandpa mask. Gotta find it.
I think
That shit's hilarious.
Whoopi got scared off.
Yeah, I got a Chromebook here. See it?
I got one too.
Awesome. What do you want, honey? Okay.
Mine though, somebody gave it to me, but the camera don't work. At least I don't know how.
There you go.
There you go. Hey, here's a beat I made. Beacon, it's called "Let's Get Higher."
Let's get hired. Let's get hired. Let's get high and super lit hired. I gotta find
Hey, I don't care what I say because I got the full armor of God on, and bring it on. This guy last night wouldn't say anything about him, and I put my name, address, and everything on there. And I'm like, come on, I'm ready.
It's got the shiznick right here.
Are you getting paid by Lysol? Are you a Lysol advertiser?
All right, your drivers want this shit. Ain't gonna have mine. Not gonna have my super lit shit.
I got some background noise going on now.
So, you want anything else, honey?
Oh, it's about time to fire in the hole, I know.
Fire in the hole. Okay, you hungry, Duke? Hungry?
I am evil.
You're hungry.
So what's up, F you? So when people ask you your name on YouTube, do you say F you? F you too. Fruits and veggies. You know what the hardest part of a vegetable is to eat? Is a wheelchair. That's funny. Okay, we got. Are you intense? We got 10 in the building here. That phone so picky. What are you doing, Beacon, besides hurting my ears?
I'm sorry, man. I'm feeding the cats. Daisy and Duke gotta get fed.
Oh, man. Quit playing with that pussy and get back on.
Yeah, cats gotta eat, man. You gotta eat. You want to see pussies eat? There you go. There's some pussies eating.
Oh, man. No fear, right?
Pussies eating. See it? Pussies are
Right on the blackout this weekend. Oh, yeah. I have no power. Since the first day of the year with no power, you know it? I had no electricity all day, the first day of the year. And it was cold.
Oh yeah. So I
Hey,
got
it's Disco Beacon, the Light Bright Beacon. Your favorite game was Light Bright, right? Or was it You Sunk My Battleship? Now, what's up? Rodos. Ginger tongue. Hey, you know what you call a redheaded guy that wears a dress?
So Squatch,
Transginger.
I got a new tablet here. It didn't even open the shit up yet. Look, it's in the
What
box.
kind is it? What kind?
Samsung S7, I believe.
How'd you get that?
Tablet.
Are you just buying that shit up online?
I got to hook it up. I got to charge it and all that. So that's the brand new. That's actually brand new.
Yeah, but it's easy though. You just go in there and click a few buttons, and it transfers everything on there from your other, from your Google. It only takes like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's not long. It happened with my
I
phone
got I
too.
got like I got like 7 devices, I can use. I had you on 8 one night, remember? At one time.
I like the picture there with the Statue of Liberty covering her face.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel.
Damn.
I mean, we haven't really ever been free. We're just like cattle, we think we're free, and they're fattening us up to take us to slaughter.
Oh yeah, Johnny's right though. When you cover your mouth on Uber for being an Uber driver, and you cover your mouth to take a picture, that works.
Yeah. Cover your.
That works. That worked. How does that work?
I don't know.
That's
Hey,
crazy. How does that?
hey, there
How does
was
that
a
work?
bull.
Even on
Hey,
Uber.
there was a young bull and an old bull sitting at the top of the hill, and the
Yep.
young bull said, "Hey, let's go down there and run down there and fuck one of them cows." And the old bull said, "Let's walk down there and fuck them all."
Yeah, these lights are crazy, aren't they?
Yeah. And I wonder what everyone's going to do if they shut the power off. Everybody's used to talking to people. They're going to just fucking go social networking crazy because they're like, "I need my fix."
I should put this in my car tomorrow for all the people at night. So they might take it though. They might steal that shit on me.
While you're
It's like,
driving.
though, I know I can see.
Hey, when I was delivering the limo to New York, and it was 2 or 3 in the morning, and I pulled up to a stoplight, and like hookers were running up to the window, and I guess if you roll the window down, they take your car.
That's crazy.
Hey, see a big pig slapper, oink oink. Don't get some good
So always
Z's. And
keep your doors locked. Always.
hey, my house has never got robbed anywhere I live because first thing I do is take 3-inch screws and screw all the windows shut.
Because
I screwed all the windows.
when I get to some passenger's house or wherever I pick them up, the doors will automatically open once they get parked. So I got to lock them right away.
Oh, when you shut it off, it comes up.
Yep. So as soon as you park, it goes open right
Oh,
up.
I know. Well, if they shut down the power grid, then there'll be no communications because you got to have electricity. But unless not everybody can afford a generator. I know people have got ham radios though, but we got so much solar shit now that even if it all crashes, you can still solar charge your music and listen to it with no power anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yep. And Show Squatch, they have apps though. They have apps where you walk and you get rewarded for walking.
Hey, well, I took basic electricity in college, and I could take a bicycle and take the alternator off my truck and pedal TV. I used to do it. Yeah, I could pedal and watch TV by pedaling on it, and making power.
Awesome.
It's not hard to do.
Awesome. Genius.
Super look how many devices. There's so many extra mechanical parts people throw away that still work. Yeah, and all if you keep books around, because whenever they take away books and money and everything will be digital. They can change history anytime they want.
Yep. And I got the hat here. I got a new hat. Let me show you.
Yeah, the car wouldn't start, but the alternator would still work if it wasn't running when that if a
You're gonna
solar
laugh
flare.
your ass off on this one. This one's grand, man. Here we go.
Actually, I had a ham for Christmas. Believe it or not, I'm just eating the last of it. I just cut everything off the bone last night.
Look at that.
I live on potatoes a lot too. They're cheap. What is that?
That's my light up hat that keeps my head
That's
warm.
a Splunkin light if I ever seen one. You know what I mean?
What?
Bacon. That Tony Tronic said bacon. Bacon.
Tony Tronic bacon.
Uninformed, so I don't know what is coming. Hey, guess what? If you keep talking like that, I'll block you because I'm not on here to fearmonger and scare everybody like you're trying to do. F you. FU is going to be FU if you keep, go on if you want to talk about bullshit. We're not here to talk about bullshit. You want to go fearmonger, go find a wake up channel. I'm going to say whatever I want when I want. I'm more informed than you know ever know, and I just don't talk about it because you can manifest your bad shit by talking about it.
So this is the light right here. It's got a switch too, just like the mask.
Yeah?
So there's a switch. See it? It's like packed in underneath. So you just flip it over and you got a nice head. I don't have to light it up. So it's going to keep my shit warm and light everybody up. Super lit.
Does it get hot? Does it warm up your head?
Yeah, just you're totally hot-headed after a while.
Where'd you get that at? You order everything online, don't you?
Got this on Top Hatter app. That's joke. That's where I got this too. That's where I got.
I go to Walmart because it's the closest store, but there's hardly anybody in there because everybody's ordering everything online.
I got to turn it on. Hold on.
Pretty soon you'll have a drone drop off your shit at your front door, even your weed.
I closed my eyes. Don't worry, I was gonna blind myself.
Hey, working in a coal mine, working downtown.
Yep. There you go.
What's up, Heidi? You can come back up if you want to.
We're coming working down the railroad, super lit railroad.
Hey, somebody said there's a nice light. LED lights, they're getting brighter and brighter. You know what?
That shit is bright, isn't it?
Yeah. And it'll probably stay like that for hours because LEDs don't burn any power. You know what I mean?
Yep. You can see everything. When you're driving, imagine if I was driving like this.
Party all the time. That's right, Eddie Murphy. Hey, I get high first, and I put the world second because I don't give a fuck. I already raised the whole family and all that shit. My kids are grown and they know what's going on.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the actual super lit light hat.
You need to have something you can snap on there. It says super lit.
I got super lit.
And have it colored background. You could do it with you could just cut out a piece of plastic and put a lens in the color you want.
It's one of my favorite hats, man. See that?
You could get a piece of green plexiglass and cut out something black, super lit, and put over that and make it light up.
See that right there? Boom.
Yeah.
Is
that actually a Bill's hat?
No, it's actually a Buffalo, New York hat.
Yeah, I see, but it's got a buffalo on it.
Yep, but it's not a Bills hat. I got a Bills mask too.
Hey, we have a town down the road called the Buffalo, and they're the Bills. And they have a bison burger.
It's got a charge though; it's dying. My super lit hat is dying, but this actually glows in the dark. This my favorite hat though. Super lit hat.
He said, "Yes, protect the children. The children here have guns."
My super lit shit right here. No, you always see it though if I put it up to light. Does it glow?
The other day, Beacon, some girl in Kansas shot a world record deer. It has like 278 points, and she's 14.
Oh my God. Well, you see it? It glows in the dark. So there we go. We're glowing. We're super lit glowing. See, that's how I go out.
Sharks and lasers.
That's what I know. Represent.
Hey, are you making money now driving Uber better than before?
Yeah, a lot better. You gotta be smart though. You gotta be smart doing it. There's bonuses tomorrow and Saturday.
You know what? Always even in the movies in the future, there's always cab drivers or somebody taking somebody somewhere.
You have to chase Surge to get the best and also get the bonus. So
hey, you're gonna be like Mad Max. You're gonna have metal on your windows and bars and shit.
Yeah, I was chasing Surge. Oh, no bars. That's good enough. You can hear shit with the plexiglass if anybody's busting some shit up on you. You can hear it.
Hey, they said you should share the link to where you're getting the hat. Hey, you have the link to get that stuff at anywhere?
For the partition?
No, the hats. They said share the link to the hats, your hats and stuff.
Oh, no, it's a Top Hatter app. You got to get the app. And then you can find it. Stuff.
They just sell hats?
You find a lot of stuff. Yeah, they should have them. You should just buy them outright. Be able to buy them
outright. That's perfect for plunking. You know what I mean? A cable light, it's built in your hat. I want one with a built-in. I want one with a built-in phone. For you wear your phone on your head.
I got 2 bracelets too.
Those light up too?
No, they're my healing bracelets.
Hey, I'm surprised that they don't have. They could make in the dark porno movies with that hat.
So that's supposed to be a white pearl, and that's supposed to be Mars. No shit, that's Mars, man. That red, it's Mars. Healing bracelet.
What you mean, the movie Mars?
No.
I don't believe in planets, dude. I'm not a space person. They're luminaries. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
okay.
I don't believe
Yeah.
in science fiction.
Science fiction. There you go.
It is.
That's science fiction. It's a healing bracelet.
Don't forget, we're spinning on a ball with 3/4 water
Super
at
lift from
1,000
Mars.
miles an hour, and the water's not spinning off anywhere.
Imagine super lift from Mars.
You know why? The people from Australia talk funny because they're upside down.
You know what I heard? You know what I heard, Sasquatch?
What?
I heard that there's a Tesla car in outer space, driving in outer
Oh,
space.
yeah, hey, that's old news, dude. I got a picture of it with Bigfoot driving it.
Bigfoot driving it?
Yeah,
Holy
I
shit.
made it. It's got Elon Musk. He put it up there, and it's been there like a year ago, and they showed it every night on YouTube, just floating around. And it was his car. There's no special metal or nothing, and it would melt. You know what I mean? Aluminum. It's so dumb. That's the
There
dumbest
you
shit
go.
I ever seen in my life.
Niagara Falls right there. You got the falls. See the falls? These are generic smokes. Super
Generic,
lit Niagara. Super lit
You know,
Niagara.
that's
You
probably
see the
got so much
falls?
crap in it. You're getting poisoned.
Yeah, it does have a lot of crap in it.
Don't you ever watch that SpaceX crap? This Elon Musk. They have these rockets that go up in the air and they land back
Like
on the
Niagara
platform.
Falls.
Hey,
I live
hey,
near Niagara Falls.
hey, these rockets come back down and land perfectly on the platform because they reverse the footage.
Wow, Nancy.
What was that?
Hold on.
Eh,
All right, what's up?
What happened? I haven't seen Donnie in a long time. I guess I don't know what happened.
He still
Oh,
goes live. He still
I
goes
don't
live.
see. I don't see none of his stuff. Whenever you block me, I unfriended every driver there was.
What?
I haven't talked to any of them since you did that. I didn't talk to no. You're the only, I quit talking to all of them. I don't go to any of them except Arturo.
Homer? No Homer?
I don't ever catch him. He's always weird hours. But Arturo comes to my streams, a lot.
He's the bomb.
I've been
He's
going
awesome.
back. I'm going back to the
They're
comments
all
on my.
awesome from,
On
they're
my.
all awesome out there. Some of them,
Hey, what's up, Casey?
block me for
Yeah.
no reason, but that's okay.
Well, I know, but you know how I am. I'm pretty faithful to the people I follow, and I was going to a lot of Code and Matt. I went every
I
other night.
unblocked you and I figured it out and I got it done right.
There's
Just
a
so
lot
you
of people that never ever come to and say nothing to you ever. You know what I mean?
know. Yep, absolutely. I don't know.
I don't need fair weathered friends.
That's true. I don't want to put self-lit on my head ever.
It's not that you are self-lit or you wouldn't be super lit. You got to be
You're
self-lit.
right. I have to be self-lit
Hey,
to be super lit.
Hey,
You're
my
right.
light inside of me shines brighter than the light around me.
That's what you have to be.
Yeah, but I got around the holidays. I get attitude because I hate the holidays. Because I used to have a family and all that shit. And so you see people don't realize. I didn't used to wonder why people didn't like the holidays because they don't want to see somebody with their family all giddy and shit when they're sitting there. It changes you.
Yeah, she got her stimulator check on New Year's Day, and I'm still waiting.
Stimulator.
Yeah,
hey, I got
the stimulator.
My daughter used her address and did everything, and mine's sitting in the bank up there, just sitting there.
Dukes of Hazzard. I got That's funny you say Dukes of Hazzard because my cat's name is Daisy and Duke. Daisy Dukes.
I know. Hey, one of my buddies, he has a 2 and a 3-year-old, and his son's named Born, and his daughter's name's Liberty.
Liberty, born Liberty. Really?
Hey, I know a guy that named his daughter Felony.
Felony?
Hey, I got one better. This dude, his last name is Crank, and my buddy worked at the Hudson's where they do all the chickens and shit.
That was a great movie, Crank.
Yeah, he was on parole, and he named his daughter Crystal Crank, and she's been in jail for meth.
Wow.
That's what, he jinxed her, you know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like, why would you do that to anyone? It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, it's 4 to 4. It's 12-hour freaking bonus on Uber tomorrow and Saturday here. Crazy, isn't it? 12 hours, you get for each ride, you get a $3 extra as long as it's in the zone.
So you get $36 for going 12 hours?
No, you get for each ride $3 extra per ride, every ride.
Oh, you don't know how many rides you're going to get.
No, but you gotta try to get surge too. It's like candy out there. It's crazy.
So you got to do it for 12 hours. You're at their beacon. Their
Yeah,
beacon
you gotta
call.
just blaze it out, super lit, just going out. All the drivers are pissed off because I'm all super lit. They're not super lit like me.
You know, when I was younger,
There's
I had
no
friends.
damn way that they're super lit
I
as
used
my
to buy.
at
I
least
had
for the
people.
top of my car and all that shit.
I
'Cause
knew guys that
I
come and
got
get me to buy them
I
beer
have four
before
beacons.
school, dude. I used
I
to
got a
sell
four.
liquor to make money.
If I go to Las Vegas, I put 4 beacons in my roof.
You don't get pulled over for that shit.
No, I'm super lit. Why would they pull me over? I had 3 beacons on Halloween. I got pulled
Oh
over
yeah,
because
you
I
did.
was
You
going
did.
fast. I was
I
speeding.
saw. I was watching that
I
one.
was going 76 and 55.
That guy was pretty cool though. He dropped it, did he?
Yeah, he dropped it from 76 to 65.
How much that cost you? $100.
150.
That ain't bad.
No
Look how many
points.
times
No
and how
points on
long?
my license and 150 fine.
You know, here if you don't want points, you can pay double the fine and they won't take the points or whatever. Tell me they're not
That's
out to make money. You know, they're not here to protect and serve. They're here to steal and beat your ass and take your cash.
Yeah, true. I got a protective screen cover on this phone on back and front. I've never seen that before, Show Squatch, ever on a phone.
Was it slide down in it like a sleeve?
No, it's just the actual protective cover just put on top of it on back and front. It's crazy. What phone has two protective covers on it?
Audi Berry.
It's crazy.
Is it clear?
Yeah, it's totally clear. This is as clear as I can
So
ever
it's
be.
not funny, ha ha. It's funny, clear.
Yeah, it's funny clear. I gotta actually probably put white on this hand that says it can wait. Distracted driving is never okay. That's what it says on my phone.
Hey, you know what I do? On tablets and the phone, I always take paint or fingernail polish on where the volume knob is, and I put a white dot on there so you can know where it's at.
You're upside down. I flipped my phone. I just wanted to see because
what kind of zoom does your new camera have on that one? Has it got 8x zoom?
yeah, it's 4K actually. This phone. That's what I hear. The camera's supposed to be really excellent.
Well, I got a new phone, last month, and it's a piece of shit. I mean, it's got a good zoom, but it won't flip sideways. It's stupid. I mean, I better just smash it.
Samsung Galaxy S10 I have.
I got an H
from
something.
S8 Active or whatever.
Yeah,
it's a good phone. It helps. It's very fast. I'm more impressed.
What kind of internal storage does it have? Like 32 gig?
No, 128.
Oh, there you go. That's the shit right there.
You can get some SD card for it too if you want.
Yeah, but your SD card don't matter. Your internal storage is what makes a difference. I always transfer everything to my SD card, like pictures and all that shit. But if you put an app on there on the card, the memory card, it won't work right sometimes.
Yeah, I used to program Cody. I used to program Cody once an app.
Somebody named Stephanie West asked you if you're Uber or Uber Eats. She says I do DoorDash.
I do Uber rides. No Uber Eats for me. Uber live stream rides, super lit rides. Right Stephanie West, thanks for awesome. Thanks for this is actually my car, but it's kind of dirty. I gotta get a car wash. Tomorrow I'm going out live.
Have you got the lights on it?
No, the beacons aren't on it. They're dirty. You gotta clean these suckers. You see, here we go.
If you wax stuff, it repels dirt longer.
This is my partition right here. This is the partition itself. See the notice? So right here in my car, this partition. It's a freaking lift beacon.
Hey,
right here.
Could you use your car to drive a taxi, or do you ever thought about being a taxi?
On the ground, though. You don't want to ever put that shit on the seat, ever. It'll mess up your seats. It'll mark your seats up badly.
Oh, it gets hot?
No, it just makes them black.
Why? The heat?
Because of the magnets. The magnet on the seat just marks the seat. I don't know why. I wish I knew why. But here's the other one.
Have you got vinyl seats, or
this is it right
you have velour, leather, or vinyl?
I have not vinyl. I have cotton, whatever this shit.
It's called velour.
Velour. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can burn it pretty easy. And
I have these for my passengers. Uber sent me masks. These are for my passengers, though. See them?
Yeah.
If they don't have a mask, I have to give them that.
The only problem is most people that wear a mask, it comes with a blinder too.
Yeah. Those masks are okay. They're not great.
Hey, look at Look at it. Real Aaron said you said I said Uber, and his phone started looking for an Uber on his home screen, and it's not even Google. Hey, I'm telling you, my phone will come. I know some guys that they had their phone and they were driving and they were talking about politics and the phone came on and started taking pictures. It was crazy. I know they're always listening. That's why I go, fuck you, Google. I don't care.
Yeah,
you can't rate the willing, you know what I mean?
Yep.
You can't rate the willing.
But here it is. There you go. Do you see the lightning bolt? It's hard to see. It's hard to see. There it is.
Hey, where's that hat at? You need to turn it on outside and see how bright it is in the dark.
There it is. You can see it.
Do you have your hat on? The lights up? Get that flashlight hat and walk around and see what it looks like.
People think I'm nuts, man.
Well, we know you are. They just think you are.
Come on, man. I'm not nuts.
People always tell me you're weird. I'm like, you think I don't know? It's me. I know. It's like, what's your point? You know what I mean? I'm glad I'm not like you. That's what I tell people.
Oh, yeah, these too. Here. I gotta show you this. Hopefully it lights up on your... it's not lighting up. It's kind of frozen a little bit. I gotta get some... make this nice and turn a lot. Turn a lot. What is this? This is sort of turn a lot.
Maybe you got back.
There it is.
11:11. I don't even see these people.
That's it.
I'm not seeing half the people in the chat that they're saying.
I got in the front and back. The front one's a little touchy. There's a reason for this all. There's a reason for all this. I don't know.
What, being super lit?
Super lit lights. I want to be the most different Uber Lyft driver out there.
You are. That's
Definitely.
not easy.
Definitely.
Hey, on the StreamYard app, I don't see half the people. You know what?
Making the passengers happy to find me, so they say they don't have to look for me. That I'm right there. Nice. Nice. The Vantage super lit. The Vantage super lit.
Yeah. Privacy is a joke.
There's rewards apps though. There's rewards app for drivers and gig workers and everybody. So I'm out to help everybody.
Is your insurance higher? For like driving around with people?
No.
How much do you pay a month?
I'm a good driver though, so no.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a 94 on an app that they grade me now. It's called Road Rewards. They grade me on an app.
You get a grade?
They grade me, yes.
Do you have a passing grade?
I can show it. Actually, I can't show it on here.
No, I'm showing you. You can't show it.
That's right. You are. I can't show it because it's on my phone. If I get off this,
I don't believe nothing I hear and only half of what I see.
I'll be live if I show it on my phone. If I get out of this, that's why I don't like StreamYards. That's why I can't do StreamYards when I go live doing.
All you got to do right now, you can get your other phone and you can see the chat and you can show pictures on your phone.
Yep.
The other day, I was waiting on Chinese food and I was live and I was showing my cloud photos. You know what I mean? On my other phone.
Yeah, doing rides is something else. I'll tell you that. People are some characters out there.
I've done almost 800 live feeds now.
Some characters out there, I must say. Some rude people too at times. They don't respect drivers. Even me.
I can be rude at times too.
From bars, she was all drunk and all out of her mind and all this and that. She was the worst though. She says, "I don't respect any drivers." I'm like, "How could you say that?"
Who said that?
Some bitch I picked up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I guess you didn't get a tip, did you?
Well, $5 tip from the guy who pawned her off to get rid of her. Yeah, him. He gave me $5.
Hey, when somebody stabs you in the back, you pull out the knife and you cut the cord from them. You know what I mean? Let them fucking.
Yeah, but I don't want to get deactivated. So
you don't want to feed the cord.
They can deactivate you in Uber or Lyft for anything.
Really?
Mm-hmm. False reports all the time.
If someone just calls in and says you're a dick, they can deactivate you.
That's why I live stream at Ryan's. I'm trying to protect myself. and everybody see it at the same time when I'm going
That's kind of
live
like
doing my rides. That's what it is. That's what
like
it is.
DFS. Hey,
I don't have a cam, so
if somebody calls and say you're beating your kids, they have to come out and check it out, even if you're not. You know what I mean?
absolutely. But I'm saying, yeah, I have those light up caps. I got to put those on my car. Maybe a new July 4th or something. I forgot to put those on. I got light up caps.
Caps. Oh, you mean the super? What do you call them? I had them. Flies,
Tire caps.
fireflies, or something like that.
Yeah, you can't put them through the car wash or they break.
Really?
Yep, they break. Bullshit. I was so
Demon
pissed.
alcohol.
I can't have a super lit like I want it. It's bullshit.
Hey, yeah, ever had those Elton John glasses that light up? You know what I'm talking about?
I got a disco ball I could put in there, but I'll freak people out. You'll be all freaking freaked out over this shit.
You'd have people with clogged shoes on following you around.
Yeah, this is honor of Donnie right here. I'll put a disco ball with that freaking disco light in there.
Disco Donnie, Disco Duck.
That'd be some funny.
Remember that, Rick Dees? Remember that
funny
Disco Duck?
shit. That's a come on man moment for Donnie. That would be a
Hey,
come on man.
have you listened to that song Disco Duck in a long time? I forgot. It's stupid as shit. I didn't realize how dumb it was because I was like a junior high when it came out. Now it's like retarded. I was like, I liked this at one time. Remember Rick Dees? He hosted American Top 40 after Casey Kasem left. You know, and now
having a channel out here on YouTube is a wonderland.
Yeah.
You never
that's one song you can't play. And that song's copyrighted like a motherfucker. Wonderland by Oasis. Wonderwall, I mean.
Oasis Wonderwall.
Yeah, it gets but you know, all they do is they put the name of the band in your down in your bottom part, and they get the money for it. You know what I mean? Because I have some of my stuff will have advertising on it, and I'm not monetized.
Wow.
But they're doing it for but I don't care.
I can look up monetization. I can do it either on Camera Fi. I can do it on Camera Fi. I can actually go in my studio from there.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah,
if you get all those apps like PayPal and all that crap, you can get money, But if I go to somebody,
Show Squatch, you gotta know this. If StreamYards, you don't get any more hours or whatever, they take them away, or you don't have many, you can go and restream. It's a site.
I know. I found it. Yeah, I already found it.
I just
there's a lot of them out there now. There's a lot of apps that can go live now.
Yeah, it's good. Unlimited. I'm trying to help you out. Unlimited per month. So you go on as much as you want.
No, it costs. Yeah, but if certain they have you where you can't do a lot of shit when it's unless you pay. I think I can't remember what it was. You're gonna have so many up there.
6.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, 6 max. I think.
Well, you get 10 up there anyway. It's a clusterfuck. It's that hard enough me and you talking. You get 10 up there, it's like a fucking bumblebee. You know what I mean? And a fucking insane person starts snapping and killing people. All that shit going on. They'll think 10 people talking in their head.
Yeah, you're right, man. Absolutely. I'm trying to help drivers out there, but they're not getting the apps at times.
And Anunnaki, you watch suicide videos?
But I think some others are doing it now. They're actually listening to me. That's really super lit from them. They're actually listening to me. I say, get the road rewards app because you're driving anyway. You get graded, and if any Uber bullshit ever happens to you while you're driving, you got an app to back you up.
Well, I saw what Omer posted maybe last night. Or an Uber driver in Seattle got murdered. They found him in his car shot or something. That's
crazy.
Well, anything you can walk out your front door and die. More people get killed in the front yard. You can't go by that shit.
Yeah, but this shit is fun. It's super lit every damn time I go out.
Hey, yesterday I saw a video in China where some lady.
I'm super lit.
Some lady didn't have a mask on with a kid, and they tased her because she didn't have a mask on. I'm like,
oh my
god. I think your balls shrink up when you get tased.
Yeah, your balls shrink.
A lot of people say they're going to do one thing when it comes down to it. Hey, what's up, Donnie the Traveler?
Donnie the Traveler.
Oh, you came to the right place, Donnie the Traveler, because if you like, especially if you like to smoke weed. Hey, my mom's name was Donnie.
My son and my brother's name and my dad's name is Donnie. How about that? That's dual.
Stupid is, stupid does.
And Donnie's a come on man moment name. Well, Donnie spells it differently though.
I wonder if his wife says that when he come on me. I mean, man.
Come on, me. I mean, man. It's a COMM. Come on, man. I love COMM because it's come on man moment. That's right.
Eddie Naki
Yes,
says
it can be
he likes
COMM.
gore. I used to watch where I'm at right now. It used to be called Interstate Inn. Like 30 years ago, I came here with some friends and we watched all the Faces of Death movies. I'm like, I can't believe I watched that crap. You know what I mean?
That shit's sick.
Oh, it's horrible. You know what I mean? I can't watch shit like that now. I don't like a Nightmare on Elm Street. I tried to watch that one day. That's the dumbest shit ever. I'm like,
well, that guy had lights inside his inside his trunk there in his car, in his trunk.
it's probably speakers. I want to see how your hat with that LED light, how it worked.
All right, I'll go outside and with it on. I'll give it.
I thought you were gonna quit. You couldn't quit smoking cigarettes. You tried.
It's hard, man. I did try, but it's hard. Not easy.
All right, Allie, are you getting ripped?
One of the hardest things to do is quit smoking.
I know what you mean. Anunnaki, everybody has their own thrill.
Quit
I like what. Hey, I'll tell you. Exactly what you eat is what you become, and you are the sum of your thoughts. What you think is what you become too. I like watching those bike pranks. You ever see them? They tie a rope to a bike and put it in the hood, and people get on it and take it off riding. And about 30 feet, it yanks them off the bike. It's funny shit.
Yeah. Funny ass shit.
I seen one where a guy was fishing and he went in a park and he went to this bathroom and the guy reeled it in and put a dildo on his fishing pole and threw it back out there and he reeled in a dildo on his fishing pole.
See these lights? These lights are crazy. Okay, I'm getting my hat. You want me to go outside?
Yeah, I want to see how bright it is outside.
Right.
I bet it'd be good in a cave. Like when you're muff diving.
Here we go. I'll light it up. Hold on. So you guys can get the full effect as to what's going on. I know, I'm coming. Hold on.
Hey, if you want to get attention, put that on at night and go mow your yard.
This right here. See that? Yeah, mow your lawn with this. Bright as shit. My God. Look at this.
Yeah.
Super lit.
How much did that cost? How much was that? $5, $10?
Yeah, like $10. $8, $10, something like that.
What do you take? A couple of AAAs?
Comes with a battery, I guess. You gotta look. I gotta look into it. It just turns on. It works. So
You don't have you can't charge it. You don't plug in.
it's gonna be a battery of anything. No, you can't charge it.
That sucks. You can make it so. Yeah, get out there and see if it shines your car up. If you're looking at your car,
right, so
like a cop could wear that
up,
and look in your. I read the Bible every day, dude. I have discernment, and that's why I ain't worried about it. God's got my back.
There's a
can't do that
lightning
to
bolt
me.
right there. There's that lightning bolt right there. I'd have the baddest ass shit car of all time if I ever win the lottery. I would. I would have a lightning driver car. All you guys would be amazed. Like, holy shit, this guy.
We can put a big Tesla coil on there and have lightning bolts come out of the exhaust.
This guy. What?
Whew.
God bless you.
Yeah, but it's sneezing. I don't know what the hell it is.
There we go. I gotta shut that off. It's just so blinding.
Imagine if in the summer you'd have every mosquito biting your ass if you had that on outside.
Super lit frozen bacon. I was frozen there for a second.
You'd be a good target for drones at night.
So I got my super lit hat with the super lit other hat. That's a dual super lit hat, man.
Dual effect.
I got dual beacons. That's crazy. Dual roof light beacons and shit. You ever see Driver X show Squatch?
Nope.
I'm like every driver in that movie. I was flipping out when I seen that shit.
What you do?
Like me? How can everybody be like me?
What you doing?
I had 3 lights. They had 3 lights for every driver in that movie. See what I'm saying? At the time, I had 3
Oh.
lights. And
How long ago was that?
lights. So I'm like every other driver in that movie. Every driver? Come on. That's bullshit. It was super lit nonetheless, but it was bullshit because I didn't expect that. That was
Fire in the fire, fire.
Yeah, three
Okay,
pink lights and
time
then
to go fuck up the evil ones. Have fun. I will
basically
show
two
that.
pink lights and a blue light.
Hey, if you go fuck up the evil ones,
It
and
was Driver
God's
X, 'cause it
power.
was Driver X app, and then it was
Thanks
Triple
for
X.
coming, F you. Have a F you good time. That's the best name on there. But someone told me they like my name, but I like F you. And you say, what's your name on YouTube? F you. What's your mom's name? F you. That's what my kids used to say when they were young. They'd say F you because they didn't want to get in trouble, you know. They'd say F you.
Yep. It's a super lit dual letter there.
Yeah. F you very much, right? Fuck you very much. I used to go to work when I had anxiety. I go, hey, I'm high. How are you? And the boss say, oh, I'm great.
It's crazy. I never wore two hats like this before. Not like this. So I got those other masks and stuff, the double mask. I should put that on. That's the best one.
Yeah, it's like Satan.
Satan's here, man.
Remember on Seinfeld when that guy wore that mask when they were playing the hockey game and the priest was in the car and he ran out and he's like, El Diablo. He had on the devil
So if you
mask.
call 1-800-FREAKIN', you get Beacon Plumbing. That's no bullshit.
Anunnaki said FU stands for Find Uranus.
Seriously, if you call 1-800-FREAKIN', you get Beacon Plumbing in Seattle.
Oh my
I called
God.
them one night at 2 a.m. They called me back.
Say, let us brighten up your shitter.
We'll keep it super lit for all of you.
Hey, you know why Spock went to Uranus? He was looking for Klingons. Hey, one day, me and my son were watching the news when he was younger, and school was canceled because of snowstorm. And there's a town here called, they're telling like Springfield, 8 inches, and there's a town called Licking. It goes Licking, 10 inches. I never forgot that.
Split, right? Lickety tenant split.
Yeah.
It'd be like this.
Lickety split.
Lickety tenant split. I touched my nose.
I used to stick my tongue out and they'd say, what's that? And I said, it's a lesbian with a heart on.
Lick their nose with the tongue.
Yeah, you got to cut that little piece of skin underneath your tongue to do that, like Gene Simmons. He cut that skin under your tongue that holds it in, and then your tongue goes out a lot farther.
Like a dud, and a dud tunnel.
Tunnel. Yeah, I hear that train a coming.
So yeah, I'll be super lit tomorrow. I can have 3 beacons up again and flip people out, but I like to turn people's heads, drivers' heads, passengers' heads, whatever heads I'm turning. The thing is though, it's to piss all the other drivers off. Squatch. That's why I don't like to go out super lit. Just in its own sense for what it is. Might not be super lit like me. You might have lights inside your car. You might have shit. Oh my God, look at that. You might have lights inside your car. You might have lights underneath your car. You might have lights like that. You gotta have beacons to show. It's super lit out there for me. That's what I know. That's what I know it is. So I like that. Look
There you go.
Awesome.
I got this. It's all camoed out. I wear it with the headphones on, and that way I just walk by. I just ignore people like this, you know.
Instead of show me Squatch, show Mass Squatch.
Yeah, no mask in my name. I don't wear a face diaper.
I don't try to wear the diaper ones.
Hey, you know there's 20 countries in the world that if you get caught with drugs, it's a death penalty.
Damn.
And Philippines is that way.
Wow.
They're
so
boring.
You go death.
They're like Iran, Iraq. There's a whole bunch of them. You get caught with drugs, you get the death penalty.
Marijuana is better than alcohol. What the hell?
Yeah, but they make money on alcohol. There's free energy too, but you can't put a meter on free.
True. Not free.
You ever check into the mud fossil thing where it was a reset? And all the buildings used to have free energy, and they tore them down so they could put a meter on it. You know what I mean? In the 1850 or something.
Damn.
Like this light has got an old switch on here. It's kind of a bitch to turn on.
No,
gonna
it's
smash
just to show the world. I want people in the skies to see me. It'd be nice. It's beyond what you see with me. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's
I've been
beyond.
changing my head.
It's really the dual beacon of lightning driver stays super lit.
Hey, look,
I just put the dual freaking beacon because that's just pretty funny. How was the
Hey.
beacon before?
this is a Chiefs cheerleader now. Look,
Beacon. But I didn't like it because it had everything else missing. That's nice. It's funny.
I gave it red
Little
legs.
baby. His little baby.
The daughter's here somewhere. Here's what I keep by the door now. Look. Oh,
Let's show baby
things are
swag.
going crazy now. Look, I keep these right in hand.
Damn. I got my samurai sword. I get the Conan sword and samurai sword.
I had a friend from Cuba. And he showed me how to sharpen these. He said, in Cuba, they have sugarcane fields, and he said when someone gets in a fight, someone loses limbs.
Yeah.
That's
But I got a
what they
samurai
use.
sword and a Conan sword. I'll match you.
Yeah. I think you got the reach on me because you're tall and, the Conan. You got the
6'5".
fucking samurai shit, don't you?
Yeah, I'm 6'5". I'm just like our quarterback, so I'm 6'5".
Yeah, he probably outweighs you by about 50 pounds, though, don't he?
Yep. But he's built and he's strong and he's durable. They say
How long
he's
did
too
you play?
blue to win, though. He's too blue to win this year. That's bullshit.
Is he a rookie?
No, he's third year.
But this is the first year he started?
No.
Oh.
His third year starting.
Hey, here you go. I've been drawing. Is all I've been doing lately. I bought like
It takes
10
about
notebooks.
3 years. It takes about 3 years to actually get it rolling.
Look at this one.
First year to get acquainted, second year to get going, and then third year to get rolling. See what I'm saying?
That's like,
get acquainted, get going, and then get rolling. He's
what's his
doing
name?
it the right way.
Patrick Holmes watched that, so he only played a couple of games the first year.
He's doing it the right way, though. He's way high up, and for completion percentage, he's really good.
Hey, look at this. Hey, this is an old notebook I found, and look what it's. I just opened it up and look. I don't know if you can see it. What's it say? Super lit. Look.
Super lit, man. That's awesome. There you go. Super lit. Just like my hat. That's funny.
I about drawn everybody's sub-two's name on, and I just haven't put them all out there yet. I got like 100 notebooks full of drawings. You know what I mean?
Yep. So
because if I don't draw, I get bored. This is one I'm doing today. Look,
it's cool you went live. Look at that picture. Wow.
I like Sharpies. I had a friend that he used to buy out storage buildings, and he'd give me every Sharpie he found. He's one where I got this mat. These are samurai masks. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, that's
Samurai.
Okay. There's the one I painted. I haven't done yet.
So you have masks, man. It's not the cover masks, of course, but it's. Just
Hey, I got one of them I painted completely black. I'm getting ready to make it look like a Mardi Gras mask with all those.
So you have other masks, not a diaper mask.
I'm gonna make it out of peacock feathers. I mean, I'm gonna make a Mardi Gras looking one.
You should go to a store like that and see what people do.
I have.
You got your mask.
They don't do nothing. Yeah.
Wow.
They don't do nothing. I've been wearing this one before. I wore this before that shit ever happened, pandemic.
Yep.
Here's one. Yeah. This is like.
Wow. That is a sick picture.
Well, things like that come out in your artwork when you know what you're thinking and how you feel.
Sort of like Neslover then, right? She,
yeah.
She's an artist. Look at that. Artistry. Look at that.
I fill up notebooks like that all the time. Like, this is a Matt Man, This is says Matrix Man. Look.
Awesome. It's a cool picture.
Hey, actually on Facebook, some guy hit me up and I drew a green duck with a blunt in his mouth, and the guy sent me $40 so he could copyright it. You have to pay to get it copyrighted or something. You have to pay for and that I would have done it for nothing.
Lizard picture.
This is Lisa off the Simpsons in the Sugar Skull. Look.
Show Squatch, that'd be funny. You could do it. That's really awesome. You could do a lot lizard picture. All the
Yeah.
hookers on the corner of the streets, and then the guys driving around and live and all that. It's hilarious.
But I found my rake, but I can't find my hoe. He's out looking for his hoe, huh?
Blowing around. Am I frozen? I'm frozen. Frozen bacon.
You're not frozen here?
I'm not frozen here?
Hey, check this. I've been going through my boxes of crap. Look, this is a wooden frog carved out of wood. It's got glass eyes. Every wart is a burl from the tree.
Wow, I'm frozen here. That's crazy.
I can tell you. See you, Tony Tronic.
No, I'm serious. My phone is frozen. That's crazy. Oh, here we are. Okay.
I can hear you.
All right, cool.
Hey, look.
No,
This is the newest
It
one I'm
froze
working
for a
on.
second. It might be because of the weather. I'm not sure.
The weather or the leather?
The weather.
Red leather, yellow leather?
The weather, man. The coldness.
I know. Hey, look at this
All
one.
right, Tony Tronic.
Hey,
Bye.
this is
Take care.
1845 I found. It's
Stay
perfect.
super lit. Duels in, duels out. Stay super lit.
1845 bottle.
That's
It
it.
had a cork in it. It's a medicine
That's
bottle,
awesome.
you mean?
Look at that. You're corking the bottles, man.
There's a lot of them worth money. I didn't realize it worth that much.
Here we go. Man, I like my dual super lit hats, man.
There you
The
go.
other one's blinding as shit, man. Imagine if I was putting this on backwards. I'd be blinding my passengers when I'm driving.
Hey, this one here, look at the bow in it. It's got a bow to it.
Blinding myself. Let's see this. I'm gonna test something out.
What are you testing?
I'm gonna put this hat on in my car and see how crazy it would be when I'd be driving doing Uber rides.
You could get pulled over. Same thing?
Get pulled over.
More than likely.
You think so?
Well, you would here for sure. You can't, if you have
Wow, they don't pull me
lights
over.
on your car here, that gives them an excuse to pull you over.
They don't pull me over. They gave me a ticket that says stop or duel, and I found it freaky as shit.
See ya.
A state trooper say stop or duel. Ticket.
Tony Tron, excuses like Hathaway got one.
Crazy shit, man. Really surprised me. Here we go.
Oh,
Oh my god.
everybody always wants to put something in.
Holy shit. You see me?
That is
Trying
nice.
to be like this. What's going on? Are you super lit enough back there? Oh my god. I'll be having more ride than the passengers themselves.
Yeah.
It's dark as shit in my car too. It's dark as hell. But this is it. Wow. So if I was, well, I could do rides in your live, man. I could do rides while I'm live. You guys can see it all on your own live stream. They do pretty well. Shit, show Squatch. Seriously. They do pretty well. Shit, imagine that. Look at this motherfucker. He's driving around all these people.
There you go.
That's why I love this shit. This shit right here. Here we go. Just like the app. See, it comes at you. So, super lit professing. That's it. What was that?
I did it that night. We doing that. How many did we have? 3, 4 beacons on there. We kept laughing so hard we couldn't even talk.
Yeah. Those 3 beacons on the roof on New Year's. New Year's? New Year's Eve?
No, when I had those 3 beacons on the screen at one time. Remember? I had it where we were watching 3 different or 4, I think.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I haven't seen Arturo. Arturo hasn't been doing much lately.
But this is the actual. See, this is the. If someone tries to break into shit, I can hear it. See that? See that? So if they do something to me, I can hear it.
Hey, look at that! I say Arturo, and he popped up. What the hell? Look. Yeah, so I said that.
Turtle. This looks like some 2040 movie shit. Look at our turtle.
That's freaking weird, man. It's psychic.
Here we go. We got your Uber on. Get your Uber on. So I'm just like the apps. So
backwards, it's reboot. Reboot.
No lift, no more for me. No
lift. That app got too heavy, and you can't lift it anymore.
Here we go, our turtle. Do you like that? Look at
Our
Look how
turtle.
super lit I am, man. I'll be lighting up everybody. I'll be picking up our turtle. Look at this. It's a super lit dual super lit hat. Look at this shit.
He's a night stalker.
Look at this. Keeps your head warm and lights you up. Look at that, our turtle. I hope you like that. I hope that's something you like. You'll be
Hey,
streaming.
if my Wi-Fi's working, I'm gonna find that thing last night and see and what I said to that dude.
Sleeping.
Probably like.
Marked predator hunting beacons and bacon.
I saw that.
Hunting beacons and bacon.
Hey,
This hat is crazy, man.
you want to see how rude I was last night? It's
Holy
pretty
crap.
rude.
Holy crap. This shit is crazy, guys. Look at this.
Hey, your
What do you
future's so
see?
bright, you gotta wear shades.
I'm super lit because I keep my head warm. I'm super lit because I have a super lit hat. I'm super lit because I'm going to the lot lizards. The lot lizard. Make sure you look up Lizard Hunter, Arturo. You'll laugh your ass off. No bullshit, man. You like it. It's funny as hell. You'll laugh. You need some laughter, man.
If you need laughter, I'm about to show you something that'll make you laugh.
Lizard
Like-
Hunter, check them out. He'll make you laugh. You just seriously. You'd be like, wow, they have this on YouTube? Yep. They have this on YouTube. They have it all right here. So here we go. That's what it is, our turtle. I'm glad our turtle came down, man. That is weird.
I know. I just said his
And you said
name
you don't talk to drivers anymore.
no.
It's cool
Whatever.
though. I mean, I could go live doing this, if you want. Tomorrow, you go live and then I come on your live like this, and then you see rides on your live stream. Super lit rides on your live stream.
Hey, give me 1 minute here. I'm going to show you something. Okay?
Yeah, it'd be some crazy shit.
You're still here, but you have to see this.
I don't know if I could do that though.
Here we go. Watch this. Oh, you damn thing. Of course, I'm going to try to show it at buffers. You know what? You love that? I'm using the Wi-Fi. Here, watch.
Buffering, yeah.
Listen to this guy. I've never seen him before in my life. He says he's a prophet. He weighs 425 pounds, he told us.
Just keeping up with the current events.
He's 50 and he lives at home.
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah.
This is last night.
I'm just telling you,
I'm next to him.
that's not to worry or fear about what's going on in the
Okay.
world. I just,
Watch this.
It's pointless to worry or fear about it. I just deal with it. That's right. Exactly. Right. I, go to my prayer closet every night and pray about it, the people I care about. And I listen to worship music every night, and that helps me get through the issues. And I write down the messages, and whatever God gives me, I put it out there and share it with people, let them know what He told me. So that's all I can do. That's about it. I just produce the videos and do what He tells me to do, and everything's good. So, but he called me to be a prophet some years ago. I got into trouble there a little bit. I was out there prophesying things that shouldn't have been prophesying. For 2 whole months, he took me aside, made me take down all the videos because I wasn't telling the truth. And he took me aside and got me straightened out. And then after a year, I started producing videos again. And then he even talked ever since. So we're pretty good on good terms. I'm supposed to be getting married here very soon. I don't know when. Yeah, I've heard dreams about the wife named Wendy. I dreamed about her last year, and the Lord told me I was going to marry her.
I got you the turnovers for you,
We'll see what happens.
Get the turnovers really for you.
I
know, and I got you chuckles and stuff. Okay.
One right after the other. This girl, she's named Wendy. One right after the other. Not all at the same time. But married 7 women.
Listen to this guy.
One big happy family. All the time. Better move to Utah then. I don't know. I'm supposed to be going up to Georgia and taking over a church, is what I heard.
He's talking about God telling him all this.
You get Shannon, dude, you're going to be insane. She's 20 Age is just a number.
That's true, right?
I'm like, what? 7 wives? Are you kidding? He says, no, you're gonna marry 7 women. I said, all right, I'm okay with that. You provide the resources, I'll take care of them.
Sounds like somebody's talking to the wrong person. I think the guy downstairs probably pushing the 7 women.
I know. I just do what I'm told. It's so much easier that way. Yeah, she's the first one. The young. She's a young. 4, I'm 50. I've seen her in 10 dreams already. And
Women are crazy nowadays, most of them.
Yeah, she's young, but she's gonna call me on the phone one of these days. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, you can talk to her on the phone. He's gonna marry her.
I just do what I'm told. Write it down, share it with people, and they can decide for themselves what they want.
Oh, you buffering bitch. This guy is one Looney Tune motherfucker. Of course, anytime you want somebody to watch something, I can have this on Wi-Fi and it'll start getting notifications, and when I turn it on, it starts buffering. It's like they do it to piss you off so you get angry. You know what I mean? It might come back. You never know. I wanted you to hear what I told this guy. I probably shouldn't have, but his video, when you click on it, it says that you have to be you can't watch it unless you're okay that you're an adult. Oh, Beacon's lights are going. Look at him. Well, looks like the Wi-Fi is not working. Arturo. I'm out to that. I don't do anything I'm told. There you go.
I get in trouble if I don't do what I'm told. I get in so much trouble. Get one of these spiritual spankings.
I don't have a boss though, just the man upstairs.
Yeah.
What do you see, Chef?
We all serve somebody, right? We all gotta serve somebody.
But serve no wine before it's time.
Exactly.
That's a fucking
She's gonna
time.
call me up and say, hey, Glenn, I want to come over and see you. I'm like, oh, all right, come on over and see me. I don't know. One day I had this dream about her. I was sitting on my bed in the bedroom, and she was laying on the bed next to me with her knees up in the air on the bed, and she was bouncing up and down on the bed with a pillow on her waist. I'm like, what the heck is she doing? And I go look it up and find out she's doing Kegel exercises.
He's sick.
I'm like, what the heck is she doing? I'm like, oh, Kegel exercises.
Probably shouldn't have to be 25. Yeah, Campbell's up and already.
Down the bed. What the heck? My TMI.
I'm writing shit on the chat about it at the same time. He's like, last time he got a piece of ass, his finger went through the toilet paper. How can you spell Kegel nowadays?
It looked like she was wearing long johns or pajama pants and a pajama top.
Does that sound like prophet
I saw
talk?
her face very clearly. She looked at me and she's over there bouncing up down the bed, bouncing her booty on the bed, up and down on the bed. I'm like, what is she doing?
You can't hear me?
Wow,
Doing Kegel exercises.
that'd be crazy if some of my dreams come true. Woo!
Yeah, I don't know. I found out when I had the dreams and visions, they don't always come out to be the same in real life. There's always constants and variables in these dreams and visions I have. I don't know. I'm just a prophet. It happens.
This guy's an idiot. Is it spelled though Profit? No.
Well, I don't do it for the money. I get compensated in other ways. Prophets. I speak the truth, and either people accept it or they don't. That's what I do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Discernment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Listen to this
She's a
fucker.
good kid, though. She wants to be with me. I mean,
Sounds like a child trafficker, not a prophet.
Saying, I like you. I want to join the military. I'm like, gal, you don't want to join the military, not at this stage. You just want to be with me. I can understand that part.
How far away did she live? Listen.
I don't know where she lives.
Married her, but you don't know where she lives.
I don't know. She's 5 foot tall and she's 98 pounds. I'm
Listen.
5'10" and 400 and change. It's gonna take a lot to make that work.
So do you believe the earth is flat?
Sometimes. Back together like records. take a bunch of old 45s and stack them together.
What the hell?
That's a flat Earth.
They call it THC level.
Big hole in the middle.
There you go.
It's gonna get good in a minute.
Hey, Bebop. Bebop's here.
That's all.
Bebop, so I boo up, bop, bam,
Yeah,
boom.
she's a good kid.
Bebop, boo up, bop, bam, boom.
Hey, listen to this now, you dork. It's almost over.
I like you that when you're doing the military. What?
People that repeat themselves are liars.
There you go. You can have your light up diaper right here.
You can buy one from Russia and the Philippines, I think.
No, I like I like the wait and see method better. I like a good surprise.
Yeah, wait and see.
He's already bought.
He's about to get one.
If one that don't speak your language, it'll be a lot better.
He already speaks my language. So that's good.
Listen to this idiot. It's almost over.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, she's
Look
already
at his
bought.
light. Shit is sick.
I
Hey,
can show her a picture of you, but that probably.
I'll meet your ass. Listen to this. You have to hear this now. Listen to this pervert.
You don't like her, you're still going to marry her?
Oh, here's the problem. There's no return policy. Let's see.
No return policy, he says.
How's that?
Well, she's bought Facebook.
Called
She's
Greyhound.
Can't return her.
He
Greyhound.
didn't talk to her on the phone.
Well, if you leave a deposit, you can't return it anyway.
Yeah, I guess there's no return policy. All sales are final. Nope, you can't return her.
Something happens if you get 7 of them.
It's called over and go.
You have 7 wives. We're going to get married.
Next.
He told me this family could have somebody fighting it like
Seven wives for
He's talking about God. Hey, he's talking about God telling him all this, you know what I mean?
heat inside of it. It's all
Yeah, but if you have 7 wives, I think you have a wife each day for every day of the week.
Yeah. God's not going to tell you that either.
He did family.
Listen to this idiot.
We all love and care about one another.
Look.
The short bus is full of people too. You know what I mean?
Is there a church and a steeple too when you do that? A church and a steeple somehow.
Anyway,
He's 50 and lives at home. I'm typing in the chat while he's laughing at it.
Like Jim Baker.
James Baker.
all we have some time. Come on over. We'll figure it out.
Have you been married before?
No, this is my first. This is my first relationship. I had one before. The first relationship I had was online. The second one is a spiritual one. So.
Hey, Kimberly. How you doing, hon?
See, Kimberly was in there.
And Stephanie Martin, how you doing?
He's about to get mad.
It's all cool. Though. We'll figure it out. When she calls me and comes over, we'll talk it over.
Super.
We'll figure out what's going on.
You can marry somebody who doesn't know where they live.
And I got 6 more after that. One right after the other. So.
I'm getting ready to rip his ass.
We'd like to meet. Be awesome.
I'm just
Maybe if I get her on, that would be.
Which means XNXX.
Yeah.
Well, if I could get her on here with
He's
you.
supposed to be a prophet.
I hope she's not camera shy.
See? He's a pervert.
Get her on here. Her name is Wendy. That's her name. I don't know her last name. So I found out her name. She's a good kid.
Well, I heard names mean nothing anyway, really.
Well, I looked up the name Wendy. It means friend. So she wants to be my friend. She wants to hang all over me and stuff. That kind of stuff.
I think of French fries when I think of Wendy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she probably had her fair share of jokes on that too. I'm not gonna. I couldn't do that to her. That'd be cruel.
This guy's mental.
You ought to just go ahead and get 10 of them. You have one for every finger and one for every toe. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when she was a kid, she's probably teased about that. I'm not gonna do that.
I guess you don't have kids then, does she?
No, she's single. She's like me. She hasn't done anything yet. She's still looking for people, and she finally found me one day in this dream.
In his dream.
And we were in this mom and pop restaurant, and she's sitting up there on the counter like she owned the place. And I asked her, I said, what you following me around for? She said, I like you and I'll join the military. That's the best pickup line ever.
I'm telling you, they let him just run, not say nothing.
No, you just like me. You just like the fact I served, and yeah, I guess you want to return the favor.
Doesn't have a liquor license, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did, though.
We need to have that liquor license.
Show her to you.
Yeah.
I don't know when I'll meet her. Probably this year, next year. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I can only take her so long I let him have it.
Yeah, I had an online relationship previously with somebody else, and the previous online relationship was somebody that was suicidal, and I had to break up with her because of that. And she just wouldn't stop trying to kill herself, so I broke up with her.
She's probably looking at your picture.
I had to break up with this other girl. I'm not going to say who she is. Yeah, she broke my heart.
Yeah.
It happens.
He's the biggest.
It took me about 3 or 4 months to get over that. Get over that relationship.
This guy's a virgin. 50-year-old virgin.
What's kind of weird is as soon as I broke up with the girl that I was going with online, I was talking to her. Next thing I know, I had this dream about this girl named Wendy a month after the fact. So
I used to have dual names online. It's funny.
I talked to this gal online for about 2 years trying to help her out. I guess she didn't want the help. I tried everything.
He says this girl he's going to marry, he met in a dream. You know what I mean?
Yep.
If the Lord wanted me and her to be married, I'm like, okay, that's fine. Fine with that. You get healed and we'll get married.
You get healed.
It didn't work out that way. No, she don't have red hair and pigtails. No, she's 24. She's 5'0", 98 pounds.
And he's 400 and something.
And she likes to wear shorts.
Listen to him, he's a pervert.
When she's wearing this blue shorts and this
Yep.
What the hell?
she had her hair pulled back in a bun.
Are you a prophet of porn?
Prophet of porn, I reckon.
It wasn't anything like that.
I gotta stop looking at your cat.
This damn phone, I don't know what it did. There we go.
We would be pimping up here.
Look.
I saw her though. She was smiling, all 24 teeth. Baby, grown up.
He's a fucking Chester.
Just
I
for
heard
the
Dean got
love.
trying to get her to do things she didn't want to do.
See?
She sees me and says, "Oh, I'm going to hang out with Glenn because he's decent." Lucky her. That's cool though.
Take care.
I don't mind
Free the
checking
people.
Porn.
Take care. Free the people. Much love.
Yeah.
Where's
The problem is people let people like this up on their panel and they're freaking
What
retarded.
happens when you're a prophet? You run into some weird situations and you try to do the best you can.
You run into weird situations? Looking in the mirror?
there's
Oh my goodness.
His favorite musician is
Yeah,
Jimmy Buffett. Buffett.
I guess
Buffet.
that's one of my dreams.
Buffet. Free the leaf.
That's wild ones.
One day I had this one dream about her. She gave up the car to me. She actually climbed over the console, got in the passenger seat, and she wanted me to drive. As soon as she found out who I was, I came up to the door. She opened the door up, speaks to me, and she climbs into the console and gets in the passenger seat. Next thing you know, I'm driving the car. She gave the car into me.
It's a dream.
I'm looking down at the speedometer. It says 15 mile an hour. So
What the
I don't
fuck?
know what she said to me, but I saw her face briefly. I guess she wanted me to drive. If she didn't mind giving up the keys once in a while. I want you to drive. Okay. You gonna fill her up and check the oil too?
This guy is on. I told something's wrong with this dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all right.
All the way. Jerry Springer, he should be on.
I'm telling you. And
Yeah.
Bob let him just.
Yeah, it's gonna be a puppy ride, all right. Better buckle up. Yeah, she's safe with me. She knows I'll treat her good and kind.
Doing Jerry Springer.
He'll know you, dude.
Jerry.
Yeah.
He's looking down. He's probably looking at porn while he's talking.
Well, congrats to you if it happens.
See, he says congrats to this
It'll
freak.
happen. It's guaranteed. This is a sure thing.
See?
So I just gotta wait and see what's gonna happen.
Because God told him.
I got a secret wedding gift I'm going to give her though at the altar. I want to give her a pair of diamond earrings.
See?
Surprise her with that.
Well, now it's not a secret.
Well, it's a secret. It's a secret. It's a secret to her, not to you guys. You don't know. You don't know her. I do.
No, you don't.
But she's in your dream. You know she's not seeing you right now. She's talking.
I don't know. I'll have to find out in the spirit.
See,
I'll find out or not. I'll find out. She might be close. Anyway, it's a thought that counts.
what's he?
You know, those women have that instinct also.
Yeah, I already got the earrings already picked out.
You'll get in trouble tonight when you go to sleep.
Yeah, I gotta be careful.
I want to sleep with one eye open tonight.
Yeah, I have to.
That makes my face hurt.
I've been writing shit in chat the whole time about him. The live chat's not on the feed.
Oh well. And I said,
One eye. Oh, that's a song.
Yeah, she's the one for you. You're gonna marry her. I said, all right, that's fine. I'll marry her, make her happy, and live happy ever after. Drive her car, and take her on road trips, I guess. Something like that.
Drive a car. You have a super car.
Yeah, in a dream.
For a trip around the mega city.
Well, I want to take her to Ormond. I want to take her to Daytona Beach for the honeymoon. Rent a beach house for 3 days.
Or at least,
Do that.
or at least it's dreaming for me.
Yeah, rent a beach house for 3 days. Take her over to there. Get her out there on the beach, out there on the water. That's a good honeymoon thing to do for 3 days. 3 days of fun. So, and the next morning, go for the waffle bar.
The waffle bar.
What about the other six?
The waffle
I don't
bar.
know. I guess
Didn't get there yet.
I don't know. I'm not buying beer here. I got to chug them one at a time.
You chugged the whole keg at one time.
I got a 7-pack instead of a 6-pack.
Uh-huh.
Buy one, get 6 free.
You're talking about women.
Oh man.
I'll put my diaper mask
I
back
don't know
on.
what the 6 are. That's a
I'm never
mystery.
gonna wear this. This is just a
You'll
joke. I
find
just
out
find
what
it funny
the,
in that shit.
all these kids running
I
around.
thought you'd like it, so Squatch.
He said kids.
This thing right here.
You gotta realize that everything that's been taxed,
Wow, I don't know what happened to this.
that everything that's been slushed out by
The
the
favorite
That was
diaper mask Joe Squatch ever saw. Favorite diaper mask of any diaper mask. This is the one
essentially on edge.
you ever saw.
I got-
So we go. We got a diaper mask like this.
I guess
There it is.
paying attention to my dreams.
Super lit up with diaper mask.
I could have some wild ones.
Diaper mask. Special. Super lit special.
Well, congrats to you if it happens.
Oh, it'll happen. It's guaranteed. This is a sure thing. So,
He's talking about God telling him all this stuff is sad. You know what I mean?
I got a 7-pack instead of a 6-pack.
If I can get it to where it was.
Buy one, get 6 free.
I was sick of hearing his voice, you know what I mean?
6,000 square
Yep.
feet. It's 2 stories. Look like a castle. I said it's about $500 a square foot to build the house. The land, I don't know how much that's going to be, along with property taxes and
He's going to build a castle for her.
the download plan, $1,600 just to download
Yeah,
the
it gets a
PDF
little hot in here.
for this
In the
building.
face mask. It does. Even with this one.
$1.42 million.
Yeah, he's going to buy her a $1.4 million house.
I'm not sure if this house is going to be on Earth, on the new Earth, or in heaven. I'm not
I
sure.
know what I would get if I could. Lightning driver car, self-charging.
I can't say that I've ever heard anyone say what you've said since I've been here
Yeah.
in my life.
I'm glad I made your guys' evening.
So I'll be legit as a lightning driver.
Okay,
Holy.
I'm almost done. He goes,
I'll be super lit, legit.
Crazy.
Oh,
Damn
this
sure.
is guy.
It's all good. You know.
I'm getting ready to go for it.
If someone could pay me $1 million, I would marry 7 women.
All electric, super lit lightning driver car.
What's up,
I don't know.
Luna?
That's I don't know. That's the future.
You really think that God's talking to you
Yeah,
and telling you to do something that's against the Bible?
Well,
I mean, I don't know. It's a first impression, and I think that you're off your meds or you're crazy. That's just my personal opinion. people don't want to marry 7 women, and God's not going to come to you in your dreams and tell you to marry 7 women, dude. Sorry. You're going to have to, it's not me, I've sitting here been quiet, but it's blasphemous to talk that way and say you're a prophet when you're saying you want to marry 7 women. And you're going to marry some girl that you don't know where she lives and you never met her. What do you think normal people think when you say that? They're like, who's this crazy motherfucker?
Well, I don't think anything wrong.
He's like, I would go around the street to avoid you because you're talking crazy. That's just my personal opinion. But people don't talk that way. And God's not going to come to you and tell you to go against the Bible in your dreams. You got to watch about deception, because Lucifer comes to you as the angel sometimes, just to get you fucked up. You know, I sit back. This year I told myself I'm not going to sit back when people are talking crazy and saying stupid shit. And, you know, it ain't right. I'm just telling you, in my opinion, that's crazy. You need to go get to the doctor and see what's wrong.
I got a suggestion for you.
Listen.
Tell us what you think. I'll tell you what I think.
Just open up your Bible and read Isaiah 4:1. Chapter 4, verse 4.
But it didn't say anything about getting dreams from God and marrying 7 women.
Like I said, that's what I go by. I go by what the Father tells me. That's what I go by.
Well, my dad and your dad, 2 different people.
All I can tell you is take it to the Lord in prayer and see what He says. That's all I can tell you.
My dad was a preacher.
My dad was a mechanic. That's what he did for a living.
Listen.
I was just
I'm gonna give it a shot. That's Squatch. If I pull something out of my dreams, shit.
Yeah, I don't mind sharing. I don't mind sharing what God told me. I just test spirits and see what God says. I just go in my prayer closet.
How do you know it's God? How do you know that?
Go from there.
Why do you have to go into a closet to pray?
Because that's what I was told to do. That's how I get the messages. I listen to worship music, and God tells me what He wants, and then I go out and do it. That's how it works.
I'm going to be quiet because,
like I said, you just take it to the Lord in prayer and see what the Lord says. Ask Him. I mean, that's the way you can verify it.
Yeah.
I laughed at that. He said God told him to marry 7 women. That's people like that to make Christians look crazy. You know what I mean? And people let people come on their stream and panel and talk stupid shit like that, and then get mad if anybody says anything. And that's what's wrong with the world today. People kissing other people's ass, even when they're like retarded and Luciferian. And it's never going to change. Can't be politically correct is like letting anyone say whatever they want, whenever they want, if it's right or wrong. And somebody's got to do something, you know what I mean? And you'd be a bully because that guy's crazy. He's 50 years old, 400 pounds. He's going to marry a girl that he's never talked to from his dreams that's 5 foot tall. He's a child trafficking weirdo. And I mean, that's just plain and easy to see, don't you think? I mean, come on. I can't help it. I've sit back and not been quiet. Oh, shit. I don't know. What's wrong with the world today? Anybody know? Everything, right? Let's see if I can find something here. Looks like B can drop down. I got 11 people. That guy is a Chester, dude. That dude, there's no telling what he's done in life. A 400-pound guy. He probably escaped the middle war, don't you think? I mean, that's all I can figure out, because that dude's like, he's a guy, you ever seen the movie 8mm with Nicolas Cage, where this girl's parents are looking for her, and she disappears and gets caught in the porn industry? And at the very end, this guy, that's the bad guy, has got a mask on, and Nicolas Cage takes the mask off, and he's just some normal dude, and he's like, what do you think, I was going to be some freak? Yeah, you're right, Aaron. It's not the world, I'm just talking in general, but you're right, mankind has turned, they're worshiping the wrong dude, that's for sure. You know. Insane in the membrane, here's a beat I made. I can't get copyright either. Boom, boom. That's fine the whole time. Everybody's time to fire it up, right? Deacon, anybody wants to come up? I got it written down right here. Here, I'll put it back in the chat. And then Aki, why don't you come up here and stir the fucking pot, make it stink. Ooh, I'm not. There we go. I'm gonna drop the link. Let me put this back on. Come on now. And I'll put the. I can type the link in there. Well, where did it go? If I can find that. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. I'll find where I wrote the link down, and I'll put it in the chat. I don't like being up here by myself. It's pretty boring. There it is. There we go. Post a comment. Here in a minute. There you go. There's the link if anybody wants to come up. It's that time. Otherwise, I'm just going to get crazier. You know, I am. Not yet. Let's see. .com. There you go. I don't know if it has to be highlighted, but I just put it in chat again. Let's see if that works. Oh, come on. Well, Arturo, I see you just messaged me on it says can't load link. See, they're messing with me. Oh, there we go. Who's up here? What's up, brother? Add to stream. That's what I'm talking about. Hey,
Finally got it.
I know. I don't know. You know how YouTube is.
How you been,
doing?
man?
Is
How's
your weather
everybody
good?
on the trip?
You're not that far from me. Is your weather? How's your weather?
My weather, it rained, sleet, and it stopped.
Hey, Dave, we've only had
Tennessee.
one day of sunshine in a week probably, maybe two.
Yeah, well, people complain about fucking life. I keep telling them you can't win on it until she all everyday life beat the fuck out of us like a punching bag. The only time you win is you keep moving.
Exactly.
You don't
Dodge.
fucking start complaining about it and pointing fingers because you're a fucking pussy if you do that.
Exactly. That guy, that last night, that drop guy, somebody called him out being in the Navy. He couldn't even remember the ship he was on, and it was crazy. I mean, this girl called him out. And she goes, "You don't believe me?" She goes, "It's not. I don't believe you. I'm calling you a liar."
Yeah, that was Bobby's channel. I left them a long time ago.
Yeah, I haven't been there a long time. You know, that's how I met you. And Voynich, we were all in there beginning. Remember, and everybody on there kind of separated and went and started their own stuff.
I remember that.
Jackie was there, Fox, everybody was there at first. Mystic. Now, most of the people that were there that don't go there have their own channel and do lives, most of them.
Yeah. He was I figured him out. He's not looking for the truth. He's trying to expose his truth.
Yeah. As long as you know that, remember Lou, the keyboard warrior? That old lady?
Yeah.
I never liked her, and she was a fearmongering fool. And her channel got taken down, and so she had to start a new one or something. They were saying, I'm like, well, no wonder. I just don't. I don't know. You know how when somebody rubs you wrong and their voice drives you crazy, your subconscious is telling you to get away from them. That's the way I look at it.
That's right. Don't fuck with other people's businesses.
Because toxic people talk shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like that bad bastard there. The Bible says so. And I'm like, well, I don't give a shit what the Bible says. It's not written by my people for my people. It's written by fucking Jews for the Jews.
Hey,
the Jews don't care about it.
Are you mad? I did not see that coming.
I got nothing against the Jews. There are listen, there are good people and evil people in every ethnicity of a human race.
I know. And the people that are real aren't the true family of God.
And people call me racist, and I'm like, why? He said, because you are against whites. The whites tell me that, and then the blacks tell me you're racist because you're against blacks.
Hey, I tell people I make fun of everybody equally.
Yeah, and I'm like, have you fucking look at your backyard? Show me
one tree. Calls you a racist, the racists are the ones calling people racist.
Yeah, and I tell them, look at your backyard. Do you see the different trees that you got in your backyard? They are in the fucking embedded with roots, entangled roots with each other.
And they're all together.
Soil, but none of them carries others' fucking seeds.
I know.
Birds fly by their own fucking colors. The human is by people. The diversity of the people is when you have different ethnicities.
Exactly.
That's what makes it a fucking wonderful world. I
And
want
you
to
know,
see
when
all
racism won't stop till people quit talking about it. The ones that bring it up keep it going.
yeah, yeah, man.
Turn the channel, as I tell people. If you don't like it, turn the channel. No one's
Okay,
making you watch
they're
shit.
all whoever fucking tells me, oh, you're racist, I'll tell them, okay,
Okay,
that's in your fucking brain cells. Whatever floats in there, motherfucker.
exactly. Maturity is when you can talk to somebody without emotions coming out. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I slammed them with all the evidence, all the proof. I show them a fucking Muhammad Ali Clay. Kalish Clay, he's talking about, I'm beautiful with my own kind. You're beautiful with your own kind. And they still tell me, no, that's not about, what he is taught. I'm like, okay, go fuck yourselves then. So I let
Exactly.
them all these
You're
people.
gonna hate. You're gonna hate because that's how
Yeah,
it's in their
they are
psyche.
like, I call them potholes in your path of your life. The road that
Yeah.
you're taking in your life, just like you drive and you see a
Hey, I use
pothole.
that analogy too, except I say be careful because when you get in a rut, it's hard to get out. You may get out for a minute, you're right back in that rut. You know.
That's right. That's right. Get her done.
I just quit. I don't care what people think anyway. That changes you when you don't care what people think.
I'm always me.
Nobody.
I'm always me. I was born in Baghdad, Iraq, in the middle of the human fuckery. I know exactly how it operates. I know exactly how it goes.
Everybody has their own war they fight. They walk in different shoes. You can't tell anybody anything because everything we've done is different.
Yeah, I come here and I keep trying to tell everybody, listen, the best thing happened, the best thing happened to the human race is here in America. Get your asses together and keep moving.
People
Don't
here
fucking
take
get
everything for
distracted.
granted because they've been spoiled their whole life. You know, I've been hungry and been homeless. Until you've ever been hungry, you can't say much because there's no feeling like being hungry.
Yeah, yeah,
There is. I mean,
that's true. That's true. Have you seen what fucking communism did in Russia to 66 million people? Starve them to death? People
oh,
don't know about that here. They have no fucking clue about it.
we don't. You know, we're the bullies of the world. If you want to be free, we'll make you be free. It's
Yeah,
stupid.
there's a Russian kid I met one time. That was like back in the 90s through internet. Back then there was America Online. Remember AOL?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
got mail.
yeah. No, I
Yeah.
got tardy.
This kid was frustrated because his mother keeps buying bread. I said, "Wait a minute, are you Ukrainian originally?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, was your mother in the 60s fucking starvation?" He's like, "60s starvation." He's like, "How did you know that?" I said, "Because since 1921 or 22 till 1933 they starved, and then World War II until 50s, and then 60s till 70s. They starved you motherfuckers. And you wonder why your mother keeps buying bread? It's because she's afraid." And he
Yeah,
fucking
like,
discovers his mother is
and
was
they
really
went through
afraid.
the depression here. Everybody's grandma had and grandparents had a room with full of food on the, full because of that. They never
Yeah,
knew it was going to happen again.
exactly. They don't want that shit happen to them now that they are in like there's no more fucking fuckery of communism, and they want to live. You know.
Yeah, they say go to the pantry and there'd be a pantry of canned food from hell.
Oh my God, tell me about it. Like fucking Saddam Hussein used to fucking bury women and children in the desert because they thought they had the thought, just because they had a
Yeah,
thought that contradicted his fucking claim. They said, "Oh well, we like Republic Constitution," and boom, they got
everybody
buried
canned food,
alive.
everybody used mason jars and canned food. Everyone did back in the day, and on the jar it says mason ball free.
Yeah, but you
Right.
see the difference in America. They 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 suffered to bring liberty to everybody.
Yeah.
The white men did not fucking enslave the black men. They bought them as slaves from the
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
black
From
people.
the other tribe captured him. Yeah,
I
exactly.
have the records. It's in the fucking every Muslim mosque. Why don't these motherfuckers grow some balls and go and see the records of the Muslims. How Muslims slaved the Africans and sold them to everybody. They slaved whites. They slaved
Hey,
Jews.
and you know, hey,
They
more
slaved
slaves.
their Arabs too.
Right, there, more slaves went to those countries, and now there's none there because they cut their balls off, or they couldn't breed. You know what I mean?
Of course. Once there was a white man building civilizations in Europe. They came here. They're different ethnicities. There's Irish, there's Scottish, there's freaking Germans, there's Spanish, there's French. Originally from there, they came here, and those differences make America fucking beautiful. There are blacks from different parts of Africa who came here, and now they are born free Americans. It's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful, man. There's American originally from Japan. There's Americans originally from Iraq. There's from
And,
all
you know,
over the fucking
two
world,
different
man.
churches on the same block, and they're not shooting at each other anywhere else. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And these idiots today, they go, "Hey, diversity." Well, take that diversity and shove it up your ass. We already are diverse. We already are diverse because we are different. That's what diversity is. You learn
Yeah.
from each other because of these differences. You admire each other. You try to reach to each other. You admire their cultures. You learn from each other's cultures. That's what makes diversity beautiful. If you have everybody's fucking one skin color and all mixed, ugh, I don't want that world.
No. I
Yeah,
heard you. This
only
is
shit has one color. I'm telling you.
when I used to have a pawn shop. You know what I mean? And one day a black guy came in with a black girl, and I said, "Hey, I'm not prejudiced, but it's nice to see a black man with a black woman because it doesn't happen here." You know what he said? It's my
Yeah.
sister.
You my sister.
But, you know, the one reason is because if a black man hits a black woman, his brother and his dad are going to go over there and beat the shit out of him. But if a black man hits a white woman, nobody does nothing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's why you don't see very many black guys with black women because they won't put up with their shit. White women will. That's just that's the truth. I mean, it is here anyway.
It is sad that it's become to this because
Well, there's no parents anymore. There's a mommy's, baby's, daddies. You know, they demoralized the children from games and porn and TV. You know, nobody has morals or standards.
The TV has become the parents. The fucking Disney became their parents.
Well, the Rockefellers and Rothschilds got women's suffrage going to get the mother out of the home so they could, instill them with bad morals.
Yeah, it started back in '68.
Yeah,
that's when it started with that fucking food stamp bill, whatever shit that was.
Yeah, and the church used to help people. When people were hungry, the church used to help them. They'd get them a job, bring them food, build their house back. And then when the state took over with welfare, boys club, kids are raised by the state and they don't respect their parents or their grandparents.
Yeah.
And kids beat up their grandparents now and kill them and beat them up. And I never said a bad word to my mom or my grandmother in my life when they were alive. Not once. You know what I mean? I had respect.
Yeah. Where I come from, even though Saddam Hussein was fucking dictator, but there was parts of the Iraqi Republic Constitution was still there, and one of them was about the family. The man was the head of the household.
Yeah.
And the mother was the head of the family. Believe it or not.
Oh, I believe it.
It was, if I fuck around and my dad is not there, it's my mom's job to beat the fuck out of me. And when my dad comes and I start complaining, guess what? He takes a second turn on my ass. You lose every way you look at it. It's discipline. That's how they discipline
People
us.
don't realize, they make the women wear a mask, a shield that keeps men from lusting,
Yeah. Mothers used to run the family. I mean, even tells my dad what to do in the house because she is the one who's running the family. The father is.
Well, I used to tell people the man wears the pants, but the mom tells him when to put them on.
Yes. Yes. That's right.
I was raised by my mom. My dad died when I was 6 years old.
Cheers, Studio B.
I mean, I've taught myself pretty much. My mom, I was 6, my sister was 4, my brother was 2, and my mom was pregnant when my dad died. So I was the man of the house at 6 years old.
Yeah, you were the oldest, right?
Yeah.
That in Iraq we call that the oldest son is the pillar of the house.
And
Yep.
you
So you
get
became the
step.
pillar. You became the one who takes responsibility over your brothers and try to help your mother.
Yeah, I did too. I learned respect at a young age, you know.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's life, my friend. She punches hard.
Yeah, but you know that's what makes us who we are.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. I was uh when I fled Iraq, I went to Turkey and I was under 3 years under the tent. No
Yeah.
electricity, no water, no heat,
How
no.
many people? A big tent city?
It was yeah, it was a tent city. It was a refugee camp. There were over 1 million of us there, and by the time it was uh, time for me to come to United States, over 200,000. Some of them went back. Some of them died. They
Yeah.
died right there from starvation.
When you live like that, it makes you appreciate little things, don't it? And
Well, of
people
course,
that
I
never that they don't know because they've had spoiled their whole life. You know, they like, oh, I can't watch a TV program or I ain't got the right flavor of Kool-Aid. That's about it. You know, they don't know.
no, they don't. That's the sad part. Because you see, if you live in the light, you can never have understanding of the dark.
Exactly.
You know, they lived
I
in
tell
the
people,
light.
if you're in the box, you got to get out of the box to know you were in it.
Yeah, and then
As
they
long as you're in it,
contain.
you don't know.
They never allowed them to. Back in the days when America was America, when we used to look up to America all the way from Iraq and say, "Shit, man, when can we have that fucking lifestyle?" We used to dream about that. And the American family used to work like what? You work 6 months and you got a whole fucking month to take your family and go vacation. And then you
Wow.
come back and you work another 5 months and then you take another vacation. 2 vacations a year. You go around and explore America. Just going around, like you go to Yosemite Park, you go to Montana, you go to different states, having a fucking vacation around America. Back then,
Right.
life was good. Back then, America was really building up.
Wasn't it? Who was it? Gaddafi? But who is he the president of?
Gaddafi was the Libya president.
Yeah, well, he's the one that wouldn't go to the central bank, and like women got a year off when they're pregnant, and you got vacations, and he gave part of the money to the
Yeah,
public, right?
same thing in
And then,
Iraq. It's a
yeah, they
social.
went and attacked him because he wouldn't join the central bank, so they went and took over. You know, that's what the United States does.
That's the Rothschilds. That's what they did. The freaking Zionists did that.
What's up,
Who
everything
do you
spicy?
think? Who do you think destroyed Russia? Who do you think destroyed Russia? Russians used to be Christians.
Oh, really?
White people. It was the Tsar back in 1918 after World War One. They murdered him and his family in the fucking basement, man. Entire family, even his children.
Huh.
Yeah, it was the oligarch, the fucking Jew oligarch Zionist. They were
Well,
Jews.
it's just like the World War II, and you know, I studied that, and the whole story is fucked up from Nazi Germany too. It's not
They
the
were
truth.
Zionists. See, they were
Yeah.
Marxist Zionists. It was they still till this day all these fucking commies motherfuckers. They call him Moses Hess. Read about him. He's the motherfucker who started it.
You know,
They
after
bring
World War One,
communism to Israel.
they fooled Germany and turned against them, and the Russians and the Americans and the Brits raped their moms and kids in front of them. And the year before Hitler took over, 750,000 Germans killed themselves. And the first law he passed was no cruelty to animals. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
we
these
can fly.
guys were
Yeah, they made it sound like it's not the same story. I've talked to people in Germany, and they say that's not how it happened. You know,
that's not
it's
no.
sad.
Nazis were they came from different parties and they all gathered up and ended up becoming a Nazi because they had fed up with the bullshit banker system.
Yeah,
Germany
and
was down in
every
1920.
country before that had kicked the Jews out of their country before that because they ran the banks.
Yeah, Rothschilds.
Yeah, and the Rothschilds, all of them. Yeah,
All of them, all 7 of them. Rothschild, J.P. Morgan, and
Yeah, and they've started every war. You know what I mean?
oh
And
yeah,
they rent soldiers and they get paid for renting them out and when they get killed. You know?
yeah. That's how
Yeah,
it's called. It's called financial. What do you call it? Monopoly.
yep.
That's how they now they use this fucking. Who was it that the president of the United States that signed it when everybody was gone for Christmas to party? The motherfucker signed their bill illegally. It
Was it
was
Bush?
no, a long time ago. It was American president.
You know, the Bush's grandfather,
They brought
he supplied all the guns and shit to people in wars. You know,
no,
like
when they made the Federal Reserve.
oh,
What's
who-
what? We'll withdraw something.
Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow
Wilson.
Wilson.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wilson.
they took all the gold, made everybody turn in all the silver and gold.
Yeah, before that, you used to have a silver note, and the
Yeah,
American dollar was American dollar, man. Shit.
and you know the Hunt family that owns the Kansas City Chiefs, they had a monopoly on the silver back in, and the government came in and made them, you know, took half their silver and melted it down. You know, you can't.
Yeah, that's how they plotted it. They made a Federal Reserve, and then now you don't own nothing. You own absolutely nothing.
I know you have your name's in a contract. It's crazy.
No, it's the fucking mortgage. The bank owns it.
Yeah.
Once you finish the mortgage, now comes the federal. You gotta pay us taxes for the rest of your fucking life. Why?
Well, like you got to have permission to be free because you have to buy a permit for everything to be free. You know, if you don't have a driver's license, they'll put you in jail if you don't pay taxes. You have to pay them for freedom, which isn't even freedom.
Yeah, yeah. You buy your freedom, and if you don't have the money, you're finished. You
Yeah.
you end up in the street.
But look at Ruby Ridge and David. You know, uh, if you don't go by them, they go in there. Like what was it, Waco, Texas? Remember that when they went in and killed them all? The ATF came in first, and the first two guys that went in the building for the ATF used to be Bill Clinton's personal bodyguards when they were highway patrolmen. As soon as they went after him, they fucking tear gas and shot in grenades, and they were the first ones killed because they knew too much about Clinton. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, the Clintons and those 2 kids in Arkansas, and
Yeah.
what was
Yeah,
it?
Ruby Ridge. They shot the lady through the peephole holding her baby right in the eyeball.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he had sons like were 12 or 14 or something. They took out like 5 or 6 agents because he had taught them how to shoot. You know, that's
And then
crazy.
they said it was accident. How do you get
Yeah.
How do you shoot yourself 2 bullets in the back of the head? That I don't understand.
Yeah, that's like the last speech Kennedy did. You know, before they killed him, they killed him in public in front of everybody in an open car to say no one can say that shit to us. You know, and George Bush was the head of the CIA then.
Oh
They
yeah.
get pa-
No,
they
he
get pat-
was in the CIA. Yeah, he was the head of CIA. You're right.
and he was there, and he said he wasn't, but there's
He was.
pictures of him there. You know, that's crazy. And then the same thing with Michael Jackson said he wasn't going to put up with him anymore. They killed him. Anybody that comes out, they just like, you want to take an open ride in Dallas?
Prince opened his mouth. They killed him.
Yeah, exactly.
William
And
Cooper opened his mouth. They killed him.
that guy that did that movie about, you know, the police state coming, they killed him, killed his family before the movie even came out.
What was the name of the movie?
It was about the police state. It was telling how things are going to, you know, they're doing. I can't remember the name of it. But it never made it out because they killed him before it, you know, he got it done.
Oh, I need to know about that guy.
It was just 2 or 3 years ago. That's like 9/11. You know, they interviewed all these people. Everyone that knew anything about it got killed, and this lady was on she was supposed to go talk to, I think, Obama then the next day, and she said, "I'm not going to kill myself." And they found her hanging. She killed herself when she left in her shed. You know what I mean?
Nez Lover, welcome back. Nez Lover is an artist, by the way.
Oh, I know.
She's a good artist. And
Yeah, she just messaged
flew
me.
on the tree
I,
yesterday, along
She
with
what?
Benny Loco. She was on the top of the mountain.
oh yeah,
Benny Loco on top of the mountain, and you were hanging on a tree, and there was a bird in the other tree, and she did some beautiful drawing.
oh, I like.
Like the scenery. I was there in her live stream. It was yesterday.
Oh yeah, I've been I don't like the holidays, and so I've been staying away. But I've been going back. We are. I'm on Messenger with a lot of people. I talk to people off YouTube. That way I can talk to them anytime I want. And she has a few trolls, and one of them started trolling me, and I made videos about him and shit, and he quit. But, I
I
mean, you
like
got a sad life if you're trolling Nez. You know what I mean? She does nothing but positive things.
they're good. They're my good food, man. When I get
Yeah.
hungry, I troll for trolls. I troll them. Yep,
I only troll one place, and that's the NASA channel.
they're my favorite snack, man.
NASA's so fake though, and people watch that shit. It's mostly people from overseas, in the in their chat and their live feeds. It's mostly people that don't know any better.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know what's going to happen. I don't watch politics or TV. The only time I hear about what's going on is on here on YouTube.
Sorry,
That's right.
had some sound. I wanted to make sure. Who was it? It wasn't nobody. It was a squirrel on top of my house. It's trying
I
to
don't
get
let
in.
I don't let people up on the panel I don't know. Matt Man, Matrix Man. He
Yeah,
about a little over a week ago, he let someone come up, and the guy was standing in a public restroom with his pants at his ankles.
I love Batman live streams too. He's a good
You don't
man.
go.
But,
You
they
don't
got
go to 1111 code though, do you?
1111 code. He's
He
like,
said that he said that you and him don't get along. He said that one day.
yeah, we don't. We
What
no, it's
happened?
not we don't get along. Is because he allowed fuckery in his panel, and people like took over his panel, and I'm like, fuck this shit, dude. Do something. It's your show. If you
Yeah.
can't control it, I'm sorry. I mean, why the fuck am I up here? Why do
Yeah.
you call me up here and then get insulted by some wasted skins here coming up in your panel? Like it's like I come to you and tell you, Sasquatch, all everything you know about your lives, I know it better than you. I mean, get the heck out of here, man. That's policy. They come and
Yeah,
talk
but
about me, my culture, insult my freaking gods and goddesses, and they call them
you got
false.
to get past that mindset. You know what I mean? Because at first, me and you kind of were, at it, but we had kind of dicked at each other for a little bit. But we didn't hold a grudge, and we got over it. You know what I mean? Every day's a new day. That's like
Yeah,
Joe Awesome. Joe Awesome one got mad at me once, and that was just for a brief moment. But we're like, good friends.
no, because
People think,
I accept criticism. Insulting
yeah, so do I. I make fun of
criticism
myself sometimes. I don't
bothers
care.
me because people can see what I do when I can't see it when I'm doing it. That's why I like it, because that's the whole point of criticism, is when somebody who cares about you look at you and see what you're doing or behaving is wrong, and they try to make you aware of it. And
The problem
it's
is
not
people
that
don't know the difference between complaining and explaining.
yeah,
There's a big difference, and people just if you
exactly.
say a narcissist, if you say one word negative, they're on it. It's
Yeah.
all about. It can't be them. Oh, it's not me. It's you.
Yeah, come into my face telling me I don't know. Okay, do you know how to read? I ask them simple question, because I wasted my life, all my life, reading my ancestral texts and learning about them. And I know how to read cuneiform, by the way.
Wow, right
Yes,
on.
sir. It's not that
I think
hard.
there's only
Really,
like
it's not hard.
there's not that many people. Zachariah Sitchin, and there was another guy, but it takes years to learn that, don't it?
Yeah, because I went to what's his name, Digital Hammurabi, and they were saying, "Oh, the word nin it applies for lady." I said, "No, it does not, because you don't understand what word nin is." And she was British. He's American, but she's British. She's from England.
Yeah.
Immediately, she put me on a block because she knew I
Ah,
exposed her lies. So I went
yeah.
in her after the thing finished. I said, "Listen, I was subscribed to you. I like you guys. I like Joshua. I love Joshua. He's almost correct in what he's doing, but the way he trying to teach that language, he's not even teaching it. He's just reading some, random texts depending on the subject they pick. So when
Right.
you teach somebody about language, you gotta teach them how the word is emphasized and how it's written. Like when you write
Not how they
alphabet
take it,
A
right?
B C D, this is the letters of the English alphabet A B C D.
Yeah.
You gotta give them that so they can have a starting point from there. You know what I mean?
They might take away some of their glory, though, if they do.
Yeah, you don't just read some random text to them. That's not teaching them. That's just you're bragging about your ability to read. He does. He can read those texts. But to her come in without a degree on it, he had his degree here from United States.
Oh,
She did it, you know. Yes, I am in Tennessee. Yes, I am in Tennessee. I was answering in the chat. I was
that's
asking.
all.
I'm in Tennessee. Yes, I am in Tennessee, in mid Tennessee, west of Nashville. Uh, I go there and I tell her it's nin is emphasized word play a rank. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. So they asked me, is like, no, you don't know what you're talking. I said, yeah, I do. I do exactly know what I'm talking about. So how do you explain Ninqaj Zidda is a male god. Nin Urta is the son of Enlil. He's a male. And then there's Ninsun. She's a female. And Ninqashi is a female. There's Sam Nin. But there's male and female. Care to explain? She blocked me.
For that?
Yeah, she fucking banned me out of her chat immediately. Josh was surprised, and then I was like, you know what? You're fake. You're
Yeah,
fake, and you're making up stories. And
because you told the truth.
selling shit. You're gonna start selling my history and want money. Guess what? 3 months later, she had T-shirts there, cups, and
Aw,
everything about my fucking history. Just like Uriah Stitchin was, just like those guys, whoever came in the history trying to like, oh, I'm a historian and I'm writing about these people, except the American Kramer. Yeah, Kramer, Samuel Kramer was not. He was a really into trying to solve the Mesopotamian records. So
oh
we,
yeah.
we helped him. Yeah, I was in there in Chicago, in a Institute of Orients back in the 90s, and we were helping, and they came to me. Even our priests, the Assyrian priests, came to me and asked me, said, your mom knows the old language. I said, I do too. Oh,
Your mom taught
you
you?
know these words. And I said, yeah, this word means that, this word means that. Eugene goes, 2011, we finally, after 90 years, what the American linguistic
Wow.
Samuel Nua Kramer started. We helped him finish it back in 2011. He was dead, by the way, but we finished it, and it's now the cuneiform Assyrian alphabet, dictionary. Actually,
Yeah.
is
Wow.
is in the Chicago Oriental
That's
Institute. I'm sorry. Yeah.
that's a big deal.
People buy it. Yeah.
Do you think Zachariah Sitchin translated it right?
He had some words he borrowed, some of them from Kramer too. Those
Oh,
were
really?
from Kugler, the German, and from others, of course. There's a lot of them. Others.
I
He
just saw some guy that
no,
came out after him and said he got some of it wrong.
yeah, he didn't know jack shit about freaking Mesopotamian cuneiform.
And look how many books he wrote.
Yeah, he had no clue about the Ash and Dish and Ashtino and Dishtino and Ush. These were the keys that makes the syllabical writing of cuneiform language. The Sumerian was made out of original one, which is only three, which is Ash and Dish, which is Dish and Ash and Ush. That's it. Those only three you got in Sumerian because it was a pictographic syllabic. The Mesopotamian was the phonic syllabic, but it was still syllabic. It was borrowed, most of it, from the Sumerian, original Sumerian.
What was the fall of them? What? I mean,
It's a two different languages because if you it's similar to each other, but we borrowed from the Sumerian because there were words we did not understand. We did not know. My ancestors, I'm talking about,
yeah.
not me. They couldn't understand, for example, what the word dinger was, which Zechariah Sitchin call it like, the vessel of the gods, or God is dinger. No. And then a dinger is anything that's halo. That's what it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's anything circular. Like if you see flying saucer, they call it dinger. If you have an open rim, it's a dinger.
Oh,
If
so it's one
you have
word
a clip
describes
or a barrel, it's a dinger.
the
Yeah,
shape. Is the shape
the
describes
shape
shape?
of it. Yeah, it's circle. It's dinger. Yeah. If you have a dish, deep dish where you make salad in it, that
Yeah.
was called dinger. If you have a
So we have a lot of
fire,
words that mean different meanings here too. Like,
a wheel was also a dinger. So any cylinder is a dinger. So when he's explaining that, just emphasizing in one word, he was wrong. Why? Because in Sumerian, also in Mesopotamian, because it's syllabic originally, you have to add that word into a sentence in order to give an exact meaning. What do you
yeah,
refer?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Like when they're spelling words, they're like, can you use that in a sentence so you get more of the meaning?
Yeah, like for example, you want to say a pine tree. You have to give its name. It's a tree. Well, what kind of tree it is? It's a pine tree. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? In
Yeah.
English, you say that pine tree, and then you got oak tree, and then you got a birch tree, and then you got dog tree, and all kind of trees. You know,
Yeah.
there's all kind of trees, mahogany, and all that. Uh, but it in Sumerian is similar to that. However, you don't have to say like mahogany tree. You say, for example, you say tree il anno. Okay, it's a tree. So when you go delitha, all right, it's a tree. But what kind of tree it is? It's just one word. Delitha means vineyard or vine tree.
Huh.
Ah, kasba um means a date tree. So it's two different names, right? Two different words,
Right.
but it emphasizes on trees.
Right.
It
Like
was a tree, a type of tree, by calling the
Spanish.
tree
You
by
know,
all the
Spanish has gender in their words. You know, it's weird. You
yeah,
know.
yeah. It is a weird language, but it's really simple, and it takes you probably 3 weeks to 1 month, and you will learn it.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. It's very simple. Trust me, it's very simple. All you need to understand is it's syllabic, the way it's written, and the way it presents itself, and the way I mean constructed, and the way it's present itself. The way it's constructed is every letter is a word, and every word has a numerical value too.
Ah.
So if you're using these words only as letters, then you're referring to numbers. And the only difference between like fraction, to know about fraction and numbers, is you have to see, when you see a gap between two numerical values, that means it's a point, it's a dot. Or you see an actual dot in between them, just a dot. That means like a fraction or a zero. So a zero or a fraction could be a gap, and it could be, a dot. There is no, because the zero in my culture or where I come from it's not a number. It's a value of a
Oh,
number.
really?
Yeah, it's a value of a number. So what does it do? Does it sit before it or in it or after it? It gives it its value.
It's like a computer. If you use a zero instead of an O, it won't. You know, it's different on the number and the letter. It won't work. You know.
Because we don't have zero in Mesopotamia. We have 1 through 9. That's it. 9 numbers, 9 digits.
How many letters are in the alphabet?
30, 30 letters in the Mesopotamian alphabet, 23 letters in the Assyrian Aramaic, the modern Aramaic, which is just like the Hebrew, and also 30 in. We assume there was 30 in Sumerian, but we don't know how many there was because it was pure pictograph syllabic. So when you say like Lulu, what is Lulu? You just draw a head. A head of what? You have to draw a head of man to say Lulu Amelo. It's a man. It's a young man. Lulu means youth, young. Amelo means a smart one, which indicate a human.
Can you read hieroglyphics too?
No, I don't know how to read holographic.
If
Unfortunately,
they got that on your phone though, you know what I mean.
yeah,
You
no,
can
that's
interpret it.
yeah. Oh my.
They found other writing that they could, they learned it through another language. They had them both on the tablet or
Yeah,
something.
that's Egyptian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Egyptian.
Do you think the Egyptians did like everybody else and just moved there and everything was already there and they took credit?
Who?
The Egyptians, they took credit for the stuff that was already there, kind of like the Mayans did, and the Incan and all that.
The pharaohs built Egypt, not the Egyptians. Egyptians were the pharaoh slaves.
But do you think the giant people were bigger than giants?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, just like they depict in all the drawings and stuff, right? Because they could build that stuff a lot easier, because it wasn't that heavy to them. But I saw a thing the other day where they discovered concrete. They think they just poured it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Appalachian Grammy. Yes. Wow. The letter wow is number 6. Aleph Beth. Aleph is 1 and 1,000. Beth is 2. Aleph means, actually it's a word too. It means the first. Beth is a house, and it's number 2. Gemel is a hill or a mount or a top of mountain or top of the hill, and that's 3. Deleth is 4. He is 5. Wow is 6. Yes, that's true. It's not W, it's wow. It's WAW or something like wow. Like you say, wow.
What do you think about the Ezekiel wheel that the Muslims think there's a UFO above us with Muhammad on it? The Ezekiel wheel or something?
Yeah, it's just ideology, man. It's bullshit.
Yeah. One of my daughter's old man, her brother's Muslim, and he made me listen to Farrakhan twice riding back from Kansas City, and he's from Detroit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's the richest Muslim there is, and he's from the United States, and I think he preaches false doctrine. I mean, I was listening to him, and I don't know, it just didn't seem capiche to me.
No, Islam is not even a freaking religion, man. I tell you.
Right. Yeah.
It's a cult. It's a polygamy / cult, but it's polygamy.
It's the radical Muslims that are bad. I mean, people don't realize that. But even if it's 2%, there's so many that still adds up to a lot of people.
Most who are born into Islam, it's not their fault because they were forged to become something they were never supposed to.
What about Sharia law? Do they go by that there?
Where here?
No, over there. I mean, they go out and stone.
No, it is. Yeah. And
they can stone their wife, and if they want. I mean, like that's
Now it is after 2000, from 2005 and up, Iraq became Islamic State. It's controlled by Islamic laws. It's no longer a republic or no longer socialist or no longer any fucking political movement. It's just a pure religious bullshit.
Yeah.
It's gone. It's finished.
But people don't realize, we only hear I don't, but people hear what the news tells them, and that's the government. People are just like us everywhere. They're people. They can't control their government. It's like everybody thinks the people from there are bad too. They're just like us. They're just trying to live. They can't control their government either.
No, it's not. There is no government.
Everyone's got the internet, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they do. But most of them, they want to come here, and I'm like, you can't come here. I came here because your people, your fathers and your mothers persecuted me because I spoke the truth. And they didn't want that. Now it's your turn to either fight back or just leave everybody.
Yeah, but people they leave their country because they don't like how it is, but then they come here and want to live like they did there, and that's why they left there. It seems like, why would you want to live that way here?
Here, they don't leave that fuckery there, and they bring it with them.
Because they have the freedom to do it here, right?
Yeah, because they're not coming here escaping persecution. They're coming here to invade. When they bring that fuckery with them, it's invasion.
Well, I've watched a lot of stuff on it, how they're invading other countries and they're raping and breeding women, trying to breed out their culture,
Yeah, that's their whole goal. Turn the whole world to Islam, and then, That's it. And then they're gonna fight over each other after that, I
Because
guess.
if you're an infidel or a jihad, they can treat you like an animal.
Oh yeah.
So that's just, I don't just see any religion that
That's what the
is okay to
Talmud
keep.
told the extremist Jews.
The
Who
Noahide laws.
These modern Jews hate them. They don't like them, and they're killing their own Jewish people, own Israelites. These Zionists, Talmud
Yeah.
people. They're murdering their own people just to silence them.
And what do you think about the power outage they had? Was it in Afghanistan or Pakistan the other day? Their whole grid went down.
The what?
Their whole grid went down, and there was like 300 million people without power the other day.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but they said it was a frequency problem.
I don't give a shit about them. Let them kill each other over there.
Yeah, but it was on the. I saw it on YouTube. I don't think it was on the regular news. I don't watch TV, but a lot of stuff is on YouTube that's not on the programming box. You know what I mean?
That's why I like. That's why I like Israel, because I want them to keep supplying them. Let them fucking kill each other, man. People,
Yeah, why?
tell me, how could you do that? I said, fuck them.
That's like
You're born here. You don't know jack shit. What's going on there?
we gave Afghanistan weapons and trained them how to fight the Russians. The Russians couldn't beat them, and then they turned on. You know, they used our own technology against us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look how long they. Some people need direction. You know what I mean? They're still living like they did. You know, with camels and out in the desert.
Yeah.
They don't want to live like us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a different place.
Yeah, I remember wake ups at Appalachian Granny. Lori Ann. I remember you. I think I've seen you somewhere. Where before even after that too. Weren't you the other day at what was
Yeah, I saw it.
what's her name's show? Oh, she was with oh God, I forgot her name. She was in her show with another girl. She was with
One I don't go to is a wake up. That's the
Wake
most
Up
fear
was
mongering.
good, yeah, and she had a lot of
She's the most fear mongering channel. One day I went to it and lurked, and all I did was write down what she said, only her, and there was not one positive thing in anything she said the whole stream. Everything was to make people upset, sad, and mad. You know, if you do that, just pick out one person in the chat and just write down what they say, because you don't really see it when other people are talking. But if you single out one person and see what they're saying, you're like, wow, they're instilling fear, and I mean nothing positive, never, not once.
yeah.
I've been in chat when she comes in there, and it flip flops instantly. The whole chat turns to, you know, we're fucked. Better grow some vegetables. Better store your food.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
what are you afraid of?
Exactly.
Oh, they doing chemtrails. Well,
Yeah.
of course they doing chemtrails. You know why? Why? Because you allowed them.
Yeah. Hey, she said tinfoil TV. You may saw her over at tinfoil.
Telling me Constitution is only ink on paper, and I'm like, then why the fuck are you here? If the
Yeah.
Constitution is just ink on the paper, why are you here? Get
Yeah,
out of
people don't realize what you did in the past is what you're living in now. We are the sum of our thoughts. We create our own world. And if you're not careful, you get enough people on the same bad wavelength, and you can manifest shit. You sit there and talk about it long enough, and it will happen. You know.
You are absolutely correct. It's absolutely.
And I only learned that in the last few years studying. You know, and it's hard to switch over. But when you start talking about the good gets better.
They don't
You know,
like
you don't-
the truth. That's what it is, because it reveals their fuckery.
Yeah,
Our
exactly.
fuckery as a human species, we don't like the truth. When we do some bad shit and then we fucking try to put it under the rug, just sweep it under the rug. It's fucking bad, man. And when
You can forgive, but don't forget. You know what I mean? I forgive, but I don't forget.
yeah, I might forgive, but I never forget. I might forgive, but I never forget. But when I mentioned the decimation of the Native Americans,
And that's the
No.
truth.
they did not love that. And I said, why? Who do you think? Oh, don't you talk about Andrew Jackson? He was a great president. He did this to the British. I said, dude, when you gonna people fucking learn? The only history that's written is by the victors.
Exactly.
What happened to those who they get decimated by them? Where's their history? Gone.
They broke every treaty with the Native Americans they ever made. You know? Washington, Jefferson, all the way that they all. And
I,
our history is so lied about. We weren't. I don't believe we were ever cavemen. You know what I mean? Because we had the same brain always. I don't see. You know, we've always had knowledge.
we can always come together if we have the will to work with each other.
Yeah, and they try to keep us it's a self-serving world now. They finally get their agenda. It used to be hidden in plain sight. Then it was in plain sight. Now they own everything. It's in your face, and you can't do nothing.
Oh, sure. Can you? You know, she wants my link to my channel. Sure.
Yeah, go ahead, drop it. If you want, or I can.
Do you? I don't know. Let me get it for you. I'll put it in your private chat.
You put it out there in the thing. You can put everyone put their link out there. That's what it's about. Is finding people that you can talk to and think. You know, it's like-minded people. I quit trying to wake people up because everyone's awake, but very few are aware. And I mean, if you don't know what's going on by now, you're never going to. So I quit trying. I just go and find people that think like me and try to grow and learn. That's all you can do.
Yeah,
People are too comfortable in their paradigm. And I know people say, I know what you're saying is true, but I'm not going to admit it to nobody. I'm like, that's fucked up, you know what I mean?
That's funny, man.
It's true, though. They're like, I know you're right, but I'm not going to admit it to no one. I'm like, really? Like, especially about, you know, all the bullshit. Like, you know, look at they brought over Werner von Braun and all them guys. They were flat out and made NASA, you know? It's crazy.
Can she see it? Can you get my? I dropped it in both chats, in the private and in the.
Like a while ago, I couldn't. I had to go on YouTube side to see some of these comments because it wasn't on the StreamYard side. I had to because I got several devices. You know, I mean, I got a 42-inch TV, a laptop, and 4 or 5 phones right here.
What you running in a fucking close up, man? Shit.
Like you know, some people. My buddy Beacon was up here. He don't have watch hours, and I had him on 8 devices one night, just getting him watch hours, letting him run.
Watch out. You know, people are telling me you should do your artwork and show it to the people. And I said, you know, I should have done that. I really should have done that a long time ago.
I do. Hey, I've got on Facebook, I got an art group that's got over 4,000 people in it, and it's just my art. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And all my groups are secret. No one can see them but the people in them. Because I'm not doing it, you know, to be out there.
Yeah.
I got a Sky group. I have a group called Blood Brothers, and I used to go in and we'd talk, and then I'd post something on Facebook, and then we'd watch the reactions of people to see how they reacted. We'd study it, like 10 of us, and they never knew I was doing it, but I was just doing it to see, you know, see the reactions, how they react to what I say, because it's different for everybody, you know.
Yeah.
I saw a thing once. This cop was doing a seminar with these rookie cops. There's probably like 100 in this room. And this guy came in with a mask and a gun and like pointed at everybody for like, it probably took 30 seconds and he ran out. And then he told everybody to write down what they saw, and every single person wrote something different. Because everybody, you know, the way they all look at things different is different eyes, you know?
That's what art's supposed to be, teach everybody from their own perspective. Carries, and to me, always as soon as I grew up, and when I learned about art, my art teacher in Baghdad taught me. He said, "There's only one great artist in the world, the whole all over the planet, and that is nature. And if you want to learn from nature."
Exactly.
As I started learning, and he said you have to learn 3 things in this world in order to become a true artist, and that is geometry, physics, and chemistry.
There you go.
And those are the makeup of the whole universe. And in geometry, you know, the scaling of things, it's the base, the footing of every physical matter that's out there. It has geometric base to it. And the chemistry also has a geometric makeup to it, because what makes the color is the pigment of a physical matter.
Right.
To extract that pigment, you need to learn how chemically extract it through chemistry. Oh, okay. Now I learned something. And he said that's the only thing you need to learn. Those three things. And you can build a fucking space shuttle and go up into space. He said,
You see,
actually, build a rocket and go to space.
I can draw with both hands, and I can write forwards and backwards at the same time. You know what I mean? I can write my name forward, and I can write backwards legible, and you have to turn it over or look in a mirror to read it, you know, but I can just write backwards perfect without even thinking about it. And I can draw with both hands.
That's how I used to train myself. I drew pictures upside down.
Yeah, I can do that too. I can write, you know, upside down too.
See where's my mistakes at.
But you have to do something 10,000 times to be an expert.
Yeah, practice makes perfect. Absolutely.
It does.
Yeah.
Because I know people that say they couldn't draw, and I like, have you tried? How do you know? You got to keep doing it. You can't give up after the first day.
She can't see it. I drop it in the, but she can't. Yeah. Oh well, I don't have a wrench, so.
Oh, you don't? Oh well, I took every wrench I had off because I had 30 people blocked, and I didn't even know half of them. So someone was blocking people that I didn't even know.
How do you have you blocked and stuff?
Well, I didn't know that. You should have told me, and I would. I can go in there and fix. Well, I don't know. You don't know unless you have to be in the chat to know they don't have a wrench. You know what I mean? Because you wouldn't know unless you see them.
So I didn't know.
I got my other device. It's a Wi-Fi.
Somebody that didn't like me in the chat.
No.
In the chat room, I said to myself, I don't give a shit. I'm going to watch fucking Squatch.
Hey, well, I just started putting all the wrenches back, but I can't put them back until you're in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like
right here, you can't see me now. All right.
I'm getting ready to. As soon if you, I can find. I'm going to make you blue. As soon I got my other phone. I just got to find you. I'm making everybody in here blue because I don't give a shit. I just didn't want people blocking people, especially people I didn't even know. So that was their agenda because they never even came to my place before and they were blocking them. I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah, people block people, man. They just, because you disagree with them, they immediately, I didn't like you, Squatch. You heard my phone.
Only person I ever blocked is someone comes in there and they're mean and they're saying bad shit, you know?
Oh, they mean like trolls. Like
troll. That's the only people I've ever blocked.
Fucking trolls are wasted skins. And
that's like I used to be like into road rage. You know what I mean? And I started thinking about the people you get mad at are just they're trying to get somewhere quick, just like you. They're really just like you. The people you get mad at, if you do the same thing. Yeah. Can you put something in the chat? Okay, you just did. Now I got you. See you.
Yeah.
There you go. Now you can.
Sorry.
You can drop your link in there now. You can drop your link. I made you blue.
Oh my God! You turned me into a Smurf.
Yeah. And I used to go into chats and there'd be everybody be blue, and I'm like, I'm not staying. This is the Blue Wrench convention.
There you go. There's my channel. You happy now, girl?
But when everyone's blue, you can go. You see when someone jumps in there, you don't know that way. You know, you can see that it's someone new. Is mainly why I like it.
Blues,
there you go.
Blues. There you
Everybody put your link in there if you know how to paste it.
That was a Disney show, wasn't it?
Blues Clues. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
No, it was not Disney. It was public television, I believe.
And I thought Disney was wholesome stuff when you're a kid until later they slowed it down, show you how it's got porn and all kinds of stuff in the cartoon.
Oh, and that guy who played, they're all.
Walt Disney was a pedophile.
It is.
He had tunnels underneath the Disneyland and stuff.
Kids were disappearing in Disney, man.
Hey, I watched a black and white like game show one time, and they'd bring somebody out, but they wouldn't show them, and they would talk, and the stars would try to guess who it was. And I can't remember. It was a big star. It was Walt Disney who they were hiding. And whenever they figured out who it was, the comedian that was there said, "Hey, the government called and wanted to know if they could borrow some more money."
Shit.
But Disney and Werner von Braun got together and, got the space thing, kids loving it, and MTV uses the astronaut, And whenever you start looking at deception, almost every commercial and TV shows has something to do with the globe or space. Everything, just keeping that agenda going for that $60 million
It's not
a
about
day.
it's a globe or flat. It's about my concern is the politics behind those what we call the moon missions.
Exactly. It's just deception and
It
fraud.
was
That's
all about the money. They
exactly.
wanted the money so they could launch satellites instead of uh, actual mission to the moon because they had no clue what lies beyond
No.
the
From
Van
the
Allen belt of
yeah.
radiation. And then in 2012, guess what? NASA discovers the third magnetic belt to Earth. And this motherfucker is so massive, it goes like over 100,000 miles
Yeah. We can't leave.
away.
And not no astronaut ever died of cancer.
And they were saying, "Oh, we just didn't feel anything. We just see like things shooting for like when we passed the second Van Allen belt, we didn't see nothing." Well, wait a minute. In 2012, you just fucking discovered the third one, which is big.
Oh
How
yeah.
could you not fucking see that? How could you not? That's how you know they're all lies. That's one.
And the main thing to me is Nixon talked to him on the moon with a landline.
Yeah, and the landline.
That was a
Well,
long
you can
wire they strung all the way
honestly,
there.
um, to shoot a signal. My cousin is a fucking electronic engineer. He said it's possible if you have a 1 million watts per each delivery. I'm like, what? He said, well, the way they did it, supposedly, he said, if I was there and engineering it, I would have automated lines with the tubes because back then they had tubes, you know.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
didn't have digital
No
capacity.
transistors yet. Yeah.
Yeah, it was all analog, all UHF and VHF, supposedly for video. He said, if you go to space and you shoot a signal from there, yes, it's possible. It comes immediately, just like a light speed, because there's no medium blocking it.
Yeah.
You're in space. As soon as it goes to the satellite, now when a satellite relay to Earth, he said, that's where your delay is because it's penetrating through the medium, which is atmosphere of the Earth. So the satellites being, he said, okay, they've been, if they had like, what we call today solar panels on them, they get their power and then a module on them, and it's called relay satellite, which we have those today. And it shoots the signal down to Earth. And when you talk, like when I come to the internet and I'm talking to you, it's a blazing light speed. But he said back then it takes you 1 million watts to deliver for 1,000 miles. So 1 million watt to shoot to the relay satellite, and then a relay satellite relays it lightning speed. It takes you about, he said, about 20-second to 30-second delay when you talk to them.
Yeah, no, they forget the delay sometimes when they're talking to the ISS.
Yeah. So he said, well, now you got a problem because if Earth is moving around and the moon is also dragging with it, and it's also orbiting around Earth, but in its orbit is axising around its own axis. So it's always facing Earth, but the Earth is also spinning, but it's spinning on its axis. The moon, however, is spinning its axis around its orbit only. It's like in circle or an elliptic. To shoot that signal directly to where they're at, you need to freaking have many relay satellites. And that takes longer, like probably half a minute. Every half a minute to go to them. And then when they reply, he said it takes few seconds because when they reply, whichever satellite is near to you has got to relate it. If say Australia is facing them and then they relay it back to Australia, by the time they relay it back here, now it has to be another 30 seconds. So there's a minute delay, he said, in total. 30 seconds between you and them, 30 seconds between them and you. It cannot like shorten than that. Because
have you ever looked up how many? Just put in say current location of satellites, the ones they say are out there. You can't even see the Earth because there's so many. And how come they never get hit by debris in space if they're up there? I mean, why?
I don't know. I guess they are so far lucky, but satellites can fly around and they're built tough now, and they are under the way what we call right along the circumference of the. Well, there's a deep satellites between the first and the second magnetic belt, and there are what we call orbital, and there are atmospheric satellites. Atmospheric satellites, they study the atmosphere. They're about 150 to 200 miles up there. That's all. And the orbiting ones like com satellites, relay satellites, they're all like 500 to 600 miles, right beneath the first EO. And then there's a deep stationary ones. They're stationary. Earth spins, they don't spin with it. They just spin with it, but they're stationary. Like wherever you go, they're just like a moon orbiting around you, but they're spinning around you like if you're, say, Earth is spinning 1,000 miles, right? And
Yeah.
you're for 1,000 miles from it. That makes it like fucking 10,000 miles, or 100,000 miles an hour spinning with Earth, just to stay right on that circumference where you're at. If you look at, say, straight up to your skies, 90-degree up, and you see that little light there, it's satellite, supposedly, you're spinning, right? But it has to spin with you. Because its spinning is greater than the speed of their spin is greater than where you're at. You're near the axis of the Earth because you're spinning lesser. They have to spin faster. They're on the centrifugal outrim. So that's the idea, which can work. Yes, mathematically can work. It's possible. But
Have you ever watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon? Have you ever
which
seen
one?
that video? That's what it's called. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Are you
It's
talking
fo-
about
it's
the 13 mission?
I don't know, but it's the footage that someone requested from NASA and they sent them the wrong reel. and
Oh,
it's
really? I would love
yeah.
to see that one.
You haven't ever seen that?
No, which one is it?
It's good. It's called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon." Here, I can get
Yeah,
it here.
drop me the link in the private chat or in the main chat. Let the people know, man. Shit, hell no, I did not know that. Who asked for it?
Bart Seibel. He's a guy that did Astronauts Gone Wild. You ever seen that?
No, I would love to.
He goes to every astronaut and asks them to put their hand on the Bible that they went to the moon, and not one will. And even
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, he got kicked from
He
what's his
got punched.
name?
He got punched by Buzz Armstrong. Punched him out at the airport. But he was a big space freak, and like all the moon rocks that Buzz Armstrong gave to people turned out to be petrified wood.
Yeah, it was petrified wood when they sent it was it to the French or the Germans, I believe.
Yeah, and then like that last one when he's talking to that little girl, he's asking why we haven't went back to the moon. He said because we didn't. He actually says it to her. I
What
mean,
was that technology? He said.
we only had the technology of an iPhone 3 then. You know what I mean? When they went to the moon, they supposedly.
That's why I believe they wanted the money, and all this was bullshit, so they can launch more satellites, and then they become the
Well,
eye in the sky.
after World War II, they tried Operation Fishbowl. They shot all their nuclear stuff trying to break through the firmament, and they couldn't. So then they started NASA.
Yeah.
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 And Stanley Kubrick supposedly did the moon stuff because he just did Space Odyssey. And he owed him because they let him use some of their stuff to make the movie.
Yeah, and if you read the bill that established NASA, I believe it was established in when was it in 1950 51 or 53, I don't know when. But
And like Neil Armstrong, he never, that first interview they do with the three astronauts, they look like someone just killed their mom. And if you'd think you'd be a hero, yeah, and they never. I don't know.
yeah,
The
but
last
the bill that established NASA, in it gives NASA the right to lie to the citizens.
Oh yeah, Obama did that with the media. I mean, with the news, they can do it too now. They can
Oh,
lie.
that was Bill Clinton, 1995 or 96.
Yeah, Obama did it again though when he was in there.
Section 230. They can lie to you, and they can actually, those internet freaks can do anything they
I
want.
know it's crazy, isn't it?
Mhm.
But people just believe everything on TV. That's what's wrong.
They're stupid. They're brainwashed. They're not stupid. I'm sorry. They're ignorant.
Yeah, there's a difference.
They're brainwashed ignorance.
Let's see if I can. I'm gonna try to get this where I can show it to you right now. I've showed it before. Only thing, like, I play all kinds of stuff, comedians on YouTube and stuff. But one night I was on all night, and then I showed a Saturday Night Live skit, and it blocked me. You know what I mean? I was like, really?
Yeah,
It said
where's
not-
the trajectory? Where's the trajectory of these black girls who worked on their ass on it? They made even a movie about them. Where is the trajectory mathematics on them going to?
They
the
lost all. They lost everything about the moon. You know, the telemetry and everything. They lost all the data.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many. You know, it's like, yeah, it's hard to find some of this stuff now because they've got it hidden. You know what I mean? The stuff that I used to watch in the last few years, it's hard to find it on YouTube anymore if they haven't taken it
I
off.
actually like Stanley Kubrick's fucking movie 2001.
Yeah, that
Space
was.
Odyssey. He made the moon looks even just like the moon. Better than the fucking NASA.
Yeah, that's like Elon Musk. It's got to be real. It looks so fake. You know, when he said that about the Tesla car. Yeah, here it is. I found it. There it is right here. I got to figure it out.
But Earth to me is not flat because I've been in Montana.
Well, Kansas is 99.9% flat. How do you explain that?
Kansas.
And,
what?
Kansas, they said, is 99.9% flat. And if the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, then there's an 8.5-inch square per mile curvature. You know what I mean? By
It's not
science.
really like round. It's freckled. Actually, if you take the oxygen, the gas, and strip it from the Earth, and you take the liquids and you look at the Earth as a solid object, it's really freckled, like a spongy freckled. Has mountains, has hills, has scars, has fucking gulches, has all kind of
Yeah,
shit.
but that shit came from the flood, though. I think
No,
it's when the water receded, it caught water carves out shit big time, and
the natural makeup of Earth due to its own makeup, its own structure. You put the liquid, and then you put the gas. It looks like a globe. It's not. It's freckled.
I call
And
it a
the areas
terrarium.
are flat. There are areas, yes, they are flat. They go for miles flat in it. Yes.
But how do you explain you can see something far that should be below the curve? How do you explain that?
What?
By their own math, science, if something's so far away, it's going to be below the curve where you can't see it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, because it's the curvature effect. Why do you see the sun when it sets bigger than it's supposed to be when it's up and top of you in the summertime? Why?
But I don't believe it's 93 million miles away because I've got pictures
Yeah,
of
but
the
why do you
sun
see
rays
it
hitting
bigger
right on the water.
when the sun sets or when it rises? It's always bigger than it's on top of you. Why do you see that? A truth is because what we call it's a light spectrum versus the light when it's hitting. It's actually behind the horizon when you see it setting. It's actually more than it's supposed to be. But to your eyes, you see that light coming emitting because the spectrum is breaking through the what we call atmospheric vapor, the water in the atmosphere. There is little vapors in the atmosphere.
Moisture, yeah.
Yeah, so you see that sun looks really bigger, but it's not. It's the same as you see it on top of you. But it looks like that because it's on the edge, on the curvature. The curvature of the sky, the spectrum that's keep breaking and breaking and breaking and breaking and looks bigger. You can do this experiment in the lens curvature. When you shoot a light flashlight on top of you and you go around it, but you have to have a vapor there and you're going to see it getting bigger. Holy fuck. The second thing is, if you go to Montana, I've been in Montana. You look at the skies.
I lived in Butte, Montana. I lived in Butte for a little bit.
If you go there and you look at the starry night skies and the way it spins, and you record it, it's fucking spinning counterclockwise. And you go to Australia, which I have been there too. I've been in Australia. That's where my family.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I went visit them last time was 2014. And you
Power
look at the
on.
sky there, it's spinning. It's spinning actually fucking clockwise. It's spinning clockwise.
Oh wow.
Really.
I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
it's a clockwise direction. But if you come here to North America, you go as far as north as you can, you're gonna see it kind of like it's counterclockwise. And the only way to you can explain that from your perspective, being on Earth only, is you have to have a freaking globe, or not globe, but it has to be one is looking in one direction, the other one is looking opposite direction. Kind of like
How long? How long did it take you to get there on a plane? Like a whole
19
day?
hours from California.
How far?
19 hours from California.
Damn.
Yeah.
Do you stop and refuel?
No, you just one flight from California.
Really?
19 hours. Yes, sir.
What'd you do? Sleep?
You sleep. Yeah, you have to grab some pills with you, like
To knock you out?
yeah, knock you out. Yeah, knock you out for like 10 hours, and you wake up. You got at least a few hours in the flight. After you fly, a few hours, you eat something, and then you sleep. You take the pills, and you sleep. And then you wake up, and you're almost like they tell you you're 3 hours away from there. Then you can go and do your business in the bathroom and stuff like that, and come back and sit. But everybody sleeps in the airplane.
Wow.
Go there. When I went there, it was actually a New Year's Eve. When I flew there, we had the party in the airplane.
You did?
Yeah, it was New
You
Year.
were time traveling.
I went there and I finished the New Year at my family, and then I fell asleep for 2 days straight. Because I didn't sleep in
Damn.
the airplane, I didn't sleep in my family's house. All my relatives came and visit me, and then they took me down to Sydney and was walking.
Okay, I found this thing.
Was at
I
the
want you-
beach, and I was watching these, and I was like, "Oh shit, they're rotating fucking totally opposite. They are right. They're right." So
I've only been on a plane one time.
you can do experiment. You can take a say you build a like a box shape, for example, or like you know, you have to have a ceiling surface and the bottom, and then you put four sticks around it, kind of like a pulled up box, but it's open, and then put in it like a globe, make it look like Earth, and then put a camera that shoots up. It's North Pole. Put a camera south. Make the same print pages of same stars exactly. It doesn't have to copy from the sky. Just make stars dots and then copy it, Xerox it, and bring it and glue it, and one on the ceiling, one on the bottom, and then to spin the Earth. You're gonna see the same fucking effect from both cameras. You're gonna see one is showing counterclockwise, the other one showing clockwise from the between the north and the south. It's impossible to have that if you are on a flat Earth. It's very impossible. I'm talking. You're looking on top of you. If you're in Australia, you're looking directly on top of you, and or you can look all around you. You're gonna see it. Record it. People did that in the North and the South Pole with their cameras. It's all over YouTube. They show you that. This is North Pole. This is South Pole, Alaska, and then there's in what do you call that bay for the research center in Antarctica.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the American Research Facility. You can actually go there and stay with them.
Well, every country had something up there, pretty much.
You can go there if you can afford the flight, and then you get the passport, your passport. You just go on touring. They're gonna show you all around. They got even fucking. It's a landmass in the South Pole. It's not. It's there is mountains, there's rocks, there's soil, there's everything. It's only when you go there in summertime. It's winter time there. They have to go now. Now it's summertime there. Now you can see the mountains and the dirt and everything.
Okay, I'm trying to get this fixed up where we can see this. Let me see how. I got it set up, but I ain't used it in a while, but you can see shit. There's a delay on the phone I'm watching, so I can't.
That's fine.
I want you to see this. Let me just push play and see how it looks.
That's the video they send them?
Yeah, this is one. It's called "The Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon."
Make me smaller.
I'll turn it down. So. Yeah, I will. Oh yeah, I gotta do that on here. I'll do that. Hang on. Layout. There we go.
Since the beginning of recorded history, the human race has been at war. First with members of their own family, then their fellow countrymen, and finally nations at large. Yet perhaps the starting ground for all these conflicts lays somewhere deeper, within the very character of the human condition, in the dark, untouchable crevices of the human heart. It is said that the first iniquity of free will began even before the maiden pilgrimage from the embryo, preceding the very creation of the earth itself, in the full life of souls in the heavenly realms. The dawn of warfare, some believe, was initiated by a fallen angel whose trespass against God was pride. In ancient Babylonia, in an age so long ago that the exact millennium remains in question, the Tower of Babel began construction. It was to be the single greatest achievement of the human race. A tower so
Oh shit, what happened? Oh, look at me. I look cute, man. So I lost him. We lost our Squatch. Hunters came in. The deers are plotting to get you, man. They're trying to direct their hunters at you.
I'm back. Whoa. Okay. Okay, Anunnaki. Let me see if I can find the link again. Give me a second. I'm putting. Oh, there we go. We got two guys in there. Okay, you're back. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
I can hear you, hear
I
you,
don't know why
hear
it's
you,
echoing.
hear you, hear you, hear you.
What the hell? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what to do. Heck, that's great. Let me see if I can
He's
figure
like
this
the
out.
eagle has landed.
Here we go.
You sleep tight, girl.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, let's see.
You forgot the word
It says
now.
you're on there, Anunnaki, but I don't know what's up.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me? I don't know if that's you or me.
351, that's you.
Well, I don't know. what's going on. Let me see if I can figure it out. Stupid thing.
There's all kind of shades going on. Anyway, so yeah, I believe you, man. I wanted to see that, but if you can just drop the link in the chat, yeah, I can grab it.
Well,
Dun, dun,
I
dun,
don't know
dun.
what happened. Something happened though. Let me try this.
Would never be finished. Time passed, nations fell, a machine age emerged, and once again the ingenuity of the species which held dominion over all others unveiled what was at the time the most monumental accomplishment ever imagined, the largest machine yet constructed, an automation so mammoth and so revered even before its first demonstration that its only befitting name was Titanic. On April 10th, 1912, it set sail. It was boasted to be the ship that God himself could not sink. It would be God's irony that the very element that was meant to keep it afloat would cause it to sink. Water, frozen water, in the form of an iceberg. Not even one voyage did it complete. And then the next age embarked into the annals of human history. Perhaps the last age, the space age. Competition for victor was unparalleled. Powerful nations spent billions in unabashed rivalry to outdo the other. The Soviet Union launched the first orbiting satellite, the first animal, the first man. They had logged 500% more hours in space than the United States. And in June of 1969, they launched an unmanned probe to the moon to retrieve the first soil sample from another world, just 1 month before Apollo 11. That's how close the race was. Had their unmanned probe not crash-landed into the lunar surface, the first moon rock brought back to Earth would have been by the Soviet Union. Richard Nixon, president at the time, had this to say about the latest work of the human hand. It is the greatest week since creation, the greatest event since the laying of the foundation of the seas, since the origin of the universe itself, since the design and formation of the delicate human eye, through which all these things are perceived, was a flying machine with its 2 passengers, landing on its closest celestial neighbor and returning from where it came. Perhaps again, God's irony lies somewhere within this great boast of humankind. The building of the tallest tower for the sole purpose of standing out among the race.
I don't know why this banner, I did not click it on there. How do I get that off there? Okay. Anybody know how to get a banner off here?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to get it off there.
Stop beating it, man.
Give me a second here if I can figure this out.
That's not how you hook up the battery. You just fish it in there, man.
I can't figure out why that banner is on there. It always happens when I try to do something like this. I don't know why that banner is on there. Well, how can I get that off there? What the hell? I can't. And I'm back. Let's see if we can get this going finally. Maybe.
The races was never finished. The machine that was so great that it was said to be untouchable by even God never completed its first voyage. And finally, the crowning achievement of humankind, the greatest boast of the species, the event in human history most associated with pride in our own accomplishments, landing on the moon. 20 years later, and years behind schedule, the same space program couldn't put into Earth orbit a telescope with a lens that focused. And yet 2 decades earlier, a mission 100 times more complicated worked on its first occasion. With close scrutiny of the motives of the zealous Nixon administration, a critical examination of the entirely government-controlled press coverage, and newly discovered footage of the crew of Apollo 11 staging part of their mission, we wish to detail what may come to be the greatest government conspiracy of all time. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Come and take a trip in my rocket ship. We'll have a lovely afternoon. Kiss the world goodbye, and away we'll fly. Destination moon. We'll travel fast as a light till we're out of sight. The earth will be like a toy balloon. What a thrill you'll get riding on my jet. A destination moon. We'll go up, 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 up. Straight to the moon we two. High in the starry blue. I'll be out of this world with you. So away we'll steal in my space mobile, a supersonic, a honeymoon. Leave your cares below, pull the switch, let go. A destination moon. We'll go up, 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 straight to the moon with you. We'll be high in the starry blue. I'll be out of this world with you. So away we'll steal in my jet mobile, a supersonic, a honeymoon. Leave your cares below, pull that switch, let go. Destination. We're flying high up in the sky. Destination, destination moon.
Dr. von Braun, how would you say we stand in relation to the Russians, and do you think we can ever catch up?
I'm convinced that in the space field, the Russians are ahead of us, particularly in large weightlifting capability, and that at the moment the problem is not so much to catch up, but first build up the working speed that they have already demonstrated. After we are running as fast as they do, there's still a considerable gap to close, and only the future will tell whether we'll manage to close that gap.
We cannot and will not ever get into this race as we should, so long as all of our objectives are short-term objectives. We've got to have no finite end to our objectives. The end of our objective should be as far as we can see at any given time, but right now we need a 10 to 12-year program that has as its ultimate goal the manned domination of space. And if we don't, we're going to be in trouble.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
We must assure our preeminence in the peaceful exploration of outer space, focusing on an expedition to the moon in this decade.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We passed T-minus 60. 55 seconds and counting. Neil Armstrong reported back when he received the good wishes. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight. Good luck and Godspeed. 40 seconds away from the Apollo 11 liftoff. All the second stage tanks now pressurized. 35 seconds and counting. We are still go with Apollo 11. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start.
10. Unbeknownst to the citizenry, high above the earth, beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles, lay lethal bands of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts. Every space mission in history with humans on board, from both the United States and Soviet Union, from the first in 1961 to the present, has been well below this deadly radiation field. Mercury, Gemini, Soyuz, Skylab, the Space Shuttle, all maintained altitudes well below 1,000 miles. All except Apollo. The more experienced Soviets spent 100 hours in space for every 20 hours of the US. In order to survive the hour-and-a-half journey through this radiation field necessary to reach the moon and return, solid lead shielding between the astronauts and the exposure outside would be required. The mammoth Saturn V rocket used by Apollo was already 35 stories tall and weighed as much as a battleship. To add additional tonnage in the form of a lead barrier completely surrounding the crew members would have made it impossible for the vehicle to get off the ground. That is why the Soviets, though more advanced, only sent an unmanned probe to the moon. The Apollo spacecraft's narrowest shielding was less than 1/8 of an inch of light aluminum. In 1998, the Space Shuttle flew to an altitude of 350 miles, one of its highest altitudes ever, hundreds of miles below the beginning of a field of radiation that was so severe that the astronauts inside of their shielded spacecraft and inside of their shielded spacesuits saw flashes of light with their eyes shut that they described as shooting stars, due to radiation penetrating first the shuttle's shielding, then their spacesuit shielding, then their skulls, and finally the retinas of their closed eyes. As a result, CNN issued the following report noting NASA's unpredicted surprise. The radiation belt surrounding Earth may be more dangerous for spacewalking astronauts than previously believed. Scientists say the phenomena known as the Van Allen belts can spawn killer electrons when the Earth's magnetic field changes. These electrons that are being studied could have an important effect not only on satellites, which has happened in the past, but could also affect the astronauts by creating large doses of radiation that could influence their health. The electrons can penetrate through various materials, including spacesuits, and can pass through, in fact, the walls of the space station, and can create high charges deep inside of these objects. President Kennedy, a man of political, not scientific background, set the irrevocable goal of landing a man on the moon by the end of the 1960s, just days after America's first astronaut had spent a mere 16 minutes in space, not even achieving a single orbit around the Earth.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
We take an additional risk by making it in full view of the world. But as shown by the feat of astronaut Shepard, this very risk enhances our stature when we are successful.
The technology necessary to launch the massive Saturn V rocket and an intercontinental ballistic missile is 95% similar. When the Soviet Union launched mankind's first satellite, Sputnik, in 1957, there was grave concern that they had mastered space ahead of the United States and might use this advantage to launch a first nuclear strike from an orbit high above North America. When they also put the first animal in space, then the first man in space, then achieved the first spacewalk, the first crew of 3, and the first ever of 2 simultaneously orbiting spacecrafts, concern turned to fear and then horror as America watched their communist enemy achieve all these firsts with no hope in sight of ever catching up.
President, a member of Congress said today that he was tired of seeing the United States second to Russia in the space field. I suppose he speaks to a lot of others. What is the prospect that we will catch up with Russia and perhaps surpass Russia in this field?
However tired anybody may be, and no one is more tired than I am, it is a fact that it's going to take some time, and I think we have to recognize it. They secured these large boosters, which have led to their being first in Sputnik and led to their first putting their man in space. We are, I hope, going to be able to carry out our efforts with due regard to the problem of the life of the man involved this year. But we are behind.
If it was impossible to better the Soviets in the space race, which was really a race of technological armaments, what could be done? How could America offset the threat of superior weaponry? Throughout the history of rivalry and war, astute generals of lesser armies than their counterparts have used deceit and misinformation as a method to achieve victory. In World War II, for example, columns of inflatable tanks were placed at locations afar from Normandy to draw German forces away from the real location of invasion. The Star Wars missile defense program rigged tests to make it seem more advanced than it really was. That's the conclusion of the General Accounting Office. The aim was to fool the Soviet Union about US military readiness during the Cold War. Certainly, it was not possible to fool just the Soviets about US strategic capability in the 1960s, while somehow informing 200 million Americans of the truth secretly. In order for them to believe the United States had the capability to go to the moon, everyone would have to believe it. Furthermore, the pride of a nation was at stake, and the goal of a martyr, not to mention the growing unrest domestically of a government throwing tens of thousands of lives away in a foreign war riddled with contradiction and ambiguity. In addition, the Apollo program had already spent billions of dollars. If it failed to achieve its goal with such an investment, it would indeed be a large and bitter pill for the taxpayers to swallow. The cost of the program, whose sole goal was to be the first to plant a flag on the lifeless rock just outside the Earth, if adjusted for inflation to the 21st century, was $135 billion. With a profit margin of just 7%, this would be equal to over $9 billion profit going to the privileged contractors chosen by their friends at NASA. If the machinery was in fact only achieving Earth orbit, as other earlier missions had already done, then the completion and functionality of the other components would not have been as important, and even more profit would have been made. $135 billion could feed 2 million people for their entire lives. It could also buy 2 million two-bedroom houses. Yet how could such an undertaking be kept secret, and for such a long time? To the latter, one needs only to remember that an unsolved riddle, 6 years older, the assassination of President Kennedy, still daunts the minds of the vast majority of Americans. As a parent of a conspiracy, as his assassin being assassinated himself, the truth of the matter has still escaped history. In keeping a secret of the magnitude of the Apollo missions being fraudulently created, one turns to the Manhattan Project for comparison. Surreptitiously building the first nuclear bomb during the early to mid-1940s involved 129,500 people over a 3-year period. Yet the secret did not get out. A quarter century later, the art and technology of espionage inevitably improved, narrowing dramatically the number of players in the know of a large clandestine operation. Just 1 year before the first mission to the moon, NASA launched the Tetra satellite, specifically designed to simulate flight data coming from the moon, so that the ground crews could rehearse the landing, much as the astronauts did in their own simulations. Had it not supposedly fallen back to Earth, all that would have been needed during the actual flight would be a repeat of one of these computer programs, with a few original variations, transmitted to the satellite for rebroadcast to Houston. Scores of computers and their deceived operators on the ground would then receive prearranged information, including the alleged location, altitude, and fuel consumption of the spacecraft, as if it were descending to the moon's surface. If the Soviets tried to find the actual location of an Apollo crew in the hundreds of thousands of miles surrounding the Earth and the moon, it would be tantamount to trying to find a rowboat in the Atlantic Ocean. The fact that the Apollo program was so departmentalized, with various construction and test sites around the country, meant that only a few people saw the whole picture. And for the first time ever, there was no independent press coverage of such an historical event. Whatever pictures and sound were distributed to the public was strictly controlled and previewed by the federal government. They were then disseminated unchecked until this hour. For who would realize that the unthinkable was not only possible, but absolutely true? And what of the photographs? What do they tell us? On 3 separate occasions, our office asked NASA's Public Relations Department for every single picture of an astronaut on the surface of the moon, just during the maiden voyage of Apollo 11. Many duplicates were sent. In all, fewer than 20 pictures were found, including first-hand investigation on site at the agency's vaulted archives. Quite surprising, considering the historical significance of the event. These very photographs are the same ones circulated year after year on anniversary commemorations. It is estimated that in just the first 60 minutes on the moon, motivated by the tenuous nature of the circumstances, many more exposures could have been expediently taken. Also surprising is the scarcity of photographs of the mission's chief pioneer, Neil Armstrong. The greatest achievement in human history, and of the man whose first step echoed around the world, dawning a new age of scientific enlightenment. There is only one full-body picture of him on the moon, besides this ghostly reflection. This one, taken by an automatic camera mounted on the side of the lunar module. Perhaps he feared liability, should the whole conundrum later become unraveled. Perhaps he has forgotten that he attested to the authenticity of the event with his signature on this plaque engraved by the federal government. In fact, in the more than 30 years since the event, aside from NASA's initial press conference and the occasional brief anniversary remarks where few questions were permitted, he has never given one on-camera interview to anyone, ever. From an analytical standpoint, photographic anomalies have to be sought out with an understanding of lighting and shadows. The most straightforward is simple. When objects are lit solely by the sun, as all the scenes on the moon were said to be, after all, lighting equipment was not only impractical, it was unnecessary in bright sunlight, then all shadows, regardless of the landscape, will run parallel with one another and never intersect, as shown by this example. In these seldom seen photographs, obtained from a rarely used auxiliary NASA archival site, it is clear that these scenes were lit with artificial light. These shadows, which are cast at different angles, are evidence that a second light source is being used. In addition, the sun would not cause an isolated hotspot like this, only an artificial light would. Again, intersecting shadows and another hotspot. And again. And again. It is simply impossible for this picture to have been taken with sunlight on the moon. Here, the shadows are shown to be as black as pitch. And yet here, completely in a shadow, the astronaut is lit up like a Christmas tree. How can this be? Or this, on the shadow side of the lunar module. In this magnification of an Apollo photograph, a rock, very likely a papier-mâché prop because of the crease here, is categorized with the letter C. In later releases of the same picture, the letter is gone, probably airbrushed out. Here, a crosshair, which was burned directly into the image from the film plate, and thus should always appear on top of the objects in the photograph, appears behind the object in this scene, clearly revealing a composite of two pictures into one. Someone apparently forgot to create a burn crater underneath the lunar module's 10,000-pound thrust engine, despite the fact that during ground tests, there was a real concern for the vehicle falling into the hole the engine created as it descended. Here is a Norman Rockwell depiction, drawn just 2 years earlier, based on the latest specifications and scientific data. In these enlargements, it looks as though the lunar module was simply placed there, not even one speck of moon dust on the landing pod. As a result, all subsequent flights had to have the same discrepancy, which was explained away by the effect of no atmosphere. And what about stars? On the moon, with no atmosphere, they must have been quite a sight to behold. Yet there is seldom any mention of them, if ever, by any of the astronauts on any of the missions. Undoubtedly, creating a mural with all the constellations properly placed in the sky would have been virtually impossible to create accurately, much less realistically. A competent amateur astronomer would have been able to call attention to the slightest error in measurement. The answer? Not to talk about the stars, ever. In their post-flight press conference, it was the only question to which Neil Armstrong responded with an absence of memory.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any.
Years later, though, Michael Collins would remember seeing the elusive stars and wrote about them in Expeditions to the Moon. It seems his memory improved the older he got. Why don't stars appear in any of the photographs? Simply because the proper, mostly closed exposure setting for the camera's iris, set that way to compensate for the bright sunlight on the moon's surface, completely diminished the faintness of relatively distant specks of diminutive light. This answer is true. It does not, however, explain why they never took any pictures of the stars by themselves, with an exposure setting perfect for them. While they took 3 automobiles to the moon, they never took a photographic telescope. Had they done so, they would have been able to see farther into the universe than had ever before been realized. If they had taken a telescope and were not actually on the moon, they would have had to concoct undiscovered galaxies that might one day proved to be non-existent. The cost of the 3 moon rovers in 21st century currency? Nearly $60 million each, though they had fewer parts than a Jeep. Where was all this money going? Then there's the flag, blowing in the wind, at least twice, on the atmosphereless moon. We can only guess that most of the missions were staged inside for fear of possible aerial or satellite reconnaissance from an unfriendly nation. The backpacks, designed for 1/6 gravity, must have had the cooling systems removed to allow for movement without falling over. With very near and hot studio lighting, that left one hot astronaut inside. Assuming that it was the astronauts inside, after all, their faces were always covered. The necessary mammoth amounts of air conditioning were probably responsible for the air current. Here the editor cuts to a still shot of the flag, just as the effect becomes noticeable. Here it is unchecked. This rare clip, attained decades ago, was never re-released with the inevitable increase in experience and scrutiny. To demonstrate 1/6 gravity, a bouncy, floaty feel to the astronauts' movements would be similarly achieved with relative simplicity. Slow motion.
Yeah.
You are viewing the scenes as they aired more than 30 years ago. Now let's look at them with the speed doubled. It becomes discernible that they are, in fact, in Earth's gravity and are no more leaving the ground than they would on Earth.
Fake motherfucker.
It is clear from these rarely seen color television pictures that the crew of Apollo 11 brought a high-resolution color video camera with them on their mission. Yet the only pictures broadcast live from the moon's surface were these from a low-definition black and white camera. In fact, the networks complained because in addition to this, they were forced to shoot the images, second generation, off of a projection TV of the technology of 30 years ago, and were not even allowed to take a direct feed, which further degraded the quality and clarity of the images. Perhaps this was precisely what NASA and the federal government had in mind. After all, it was a first, regardless of where they were. Better to open up their debut mission with fuzzy pictures and numerous blackouts, rather than show too much revealing detail of a false scene that was yet unproven. And finally, the element that seals their fate. Of all the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period, one gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake.
There you go. Anunnaki.
It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance, in order to falsely demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. It cannot be misconstrued that this staging was done for some other reason prior to the mission, for the reel itself is slated and dated July 18th, 19th, and 20th, 1969, the very days of the mission when they were said to be approaching and achieving lunar orbit. Furthermore, it is apparent they are in genuine zero gravity aboard the actual spacecraft, necessary to convince the mass media of their authenticity, just not any further than Earth orbit, as you will see. In this never-before-seen or heard footage, not only is the radio conversation between the astronauts and Houston Control audible, there is a secondary, private conversation taking place between the crew and a third confidential party, prompting the astronauts with what to say, when to speak, and how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired misleading effect. NASA claims that the Houston transmissions were the only ones taking place with the astronauts. Listen now as Houston Control initiates a conversation with the crew, only to find them too preoccupied with the behind-the-scenes trickery to respond. Moments pass, and the oversight is picked up on by the clandestine third party, who quickly prompts them with talk. Immediately, Neil Armstrong speaks.
Oh, Apollo 11, Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks
Hey, Pratt.
over. Okay, Roger, we're
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance to demonstrate their far journey from it and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belts. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception were believed to be private until now. Here they discuss that these television transmissions were in fact not broadcast live as everyone believed. They were first screened and edited for playback later.
Roger, Neil, we just wanted a narrative such that we can, when we get the playback, we can sort of correlate what we were seeing. Thank you very much.
Here they discuss the fact that they have turned out the lights and have blocked out sunlight from entering the spacecraft through the other windows as to not cause any reflected light to fall onto the spacecraft's wall in the foreground.
Okay, very good. Well, we cut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through a number one window, and there isn't any reflected light.
The reason this was done is so that the truth of the matter would not be revealed. It is this. Though the federal government would have you believe that this is a view of Earth from a distance out of the spacecraft's window as it nears the moon, it is not. What they have ingeniously done is placed the camera at the back of the spacecraft and centered the lens on a circular window in the foreground, outside of which it is completely filled with the Earth in low orbit. The circumference of the window then appears to be the diameter of the Earth at a distance, with the darkened walls of the spacecraft appearing to be the blackness of space around it. That is why they wanted the interior dark and blocked out the sun from entering through the other windows. Here you can see the extruded window, probably 2 inches thick at the bottom. This is because the Earth's shine is coming in at a downward angle. It also causes the Earth to appear to be an irregularly shaped circle, for you are seeing the outside of the window at the bottom and the inside of the window at the top, which together form 2 different sized halves of a circle. Subsequently, this take was never used. As they perfected the shot, a crescent-shaped piece of black material was inset slightly into the window to create the illusion of the Earth's terminator line dividing night and day. It is uncannily convincing. During this segment, intended to be edited and played back later for the worldwide television audience, dated July 18, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Hi, Roger, Houston, Apollo 11. Calling in from about 130,000 miles out.
Here, during another segment, also intended to air after review, Neil Armstrong falsely explains to the viewers how the shot is attained by putting the camera's lens to the window's glass, as it would have to be if they were the claimed distance away from the Earth.
We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera.
If the window was completely filled up with a TV camera, as he stated, then an astronaut's arm would not be able to get between the camera and the window, as it obviously does here in this outtake.
South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow.
You can also notice how the astronaut operating the camera reacted to the mistake by attempting to pan away from it.
Blue gas, see white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth.
This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up, and you can see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window. Here is the slate for the 19th of July, and the same shot of trickery on the 19th of July, and then the 20th, and the same misleading shot on the 20th. Later that evening, they were said to be walking on the moon. How can this be when they were in Earth orbit only 9 hours earlier, and the moon is some 3 days' journey away? Furthermore, if they genuinely went to the moon, why would they be faking any part of it?
Exactly.
Why this trickery with the window? By faking being halfway to the moon, it becomes apparent that they did so because they could not even go halfway. It thus confirms that the stumbling block to their success was the lethal radiation of the Van Allen radiation gas. Since the same equipment was used on the subsequent missions in the 40 months that followed, none of them could have gone to the moon. They only increased their proficiency at staging them.
Thank you.
When some TV viewers of the second manned mission to the moon telephoned the networks complaining that reruns of I Love Lucy were being interrupted, it became clear that for the taxpayers, once was enough. But it wasn't enough for the government and contractors. Billions of dollars of pure profit went with each return. How coincidental that the following mission would have the element of life and death jeopardy. Apollo 13. Now the public would take going to the moon more seriously and be reconnected with the drama. We now realize that perhaps the reason Neil Armstrong has never given an on-camera interview is because he doesn't want to lie anymore. What threats may have been made upon such honorable men or their families to possess their reluctant cooperation and later ill feelings towards perpetuating this still darkened hour in American history. NASA's highest-ranking official, James Webb, resigned without explanation just days before the first Apollo mission. Why, when he was on the threshold of achieving the greatest accomplishment of his career? All 3 Apollo 11 astronauts also resigned shortly after their return. On the 25th anniversary of the event in 1994, Neil Armstrong made a rare public appearance and held back tears as he spoke these brief cryptic remarks before the next generation of taxpayers as they toured the White House.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you, we say, we have only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
He is that layer. Perhaps someday soon, with the uncovering of this footage and its meaning, the true patriots of America will rise up or come forward and free the citizens and themselves from the sin that so easily entangles and from a federal government that needs to have the gangrene cut off. Even if the government's destruction would come from the truth, then it is not worthy to stand, and its betterment would inevitably follow. All of us are mortal. All of us will die. Perhaps the seeking of a clear conscience before that hour will motivate the truth into the light.
I doubt it.
Perhaps as citizens, we should offer amnesty for this and other crimes of history, for facts from those involved, before the truth perishes with them.
No shit.
Why must we wait until the year 2017 to open the Kennedy assassination files?
They didn't.
Perhaps they will not even be opened then, for the law that reluctantly stipulates their release says so with this clause, quote, with the exception of documents certified for continued postponement by the President. Whoever believes the citizens to be too immature for the truth are too immature for power. The truth will always set us free.
Yeah, they will kill. Yeah, here we go. Look at that. Broad daylight. What happened? Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff on the moon. A cat. Man, I don't like seeing that. Horrible, isn't it? That's so sad. I don't like watching that, do you? We all know what happens there, don't we? Not something good. I'll show you something else too. I did not like watching it. Kennedy's head get blown off over and over and over. Thanks for being here. I'm bored. I'm just gonna. There we go. Oh, I think Google does not like me. If I can find it. Yeah, Buzz Aldrin sued his own children. Come on. Oh, he must have blocked. Oh, here it is. Oh, well, I don't care. I think it has some Spanish on the bottom again, but so what? This is really good.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
Boom! Boom! Homer, stop! Buzz Aldrin just punched him. Bam! One more time. Bam!
You want me to knock you in the head?
Look at.
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave me alone.
What's wrong here? What's wrong with this picture?
So why don't you just put the into the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Stavro, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator in NASA?
See?
We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get.
Every astronaut acts the same way. Not one would put their hand on the Bible.
Well, I take your stuff and get the fuck out.
All Freemasons.
Bullshit.
See, look.
I mean, the shadows enter off. I don't give a damn about all that shit.
Of lunar orbit being falsified.
Being falsified?
Correct. We've got an unedited tape from a source at the Johnson Space Center.
That's totally nonsense.
Look at this guy. He's a loony. Michael Collins. Look at him. Every one of them cuts him out.
Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine in a way to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not
business arrangement.
This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually, it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before.
Mm.
And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique...
it may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of.
Deceivers.
I don't see where there's an advantage.
Not for you.
In it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls.
See?
I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah. But is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling.
They're only worried about the almighty dollar.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes type of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. And it was recorded on the 18th
of what?
Of July, 1969.
Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over.
Do you remember this?
18th?
Sure. Apollo 11, Houston, Goldstone says that the TV looks great. Over.
You don't know what to say, done.
Right, we just wanted there is such a weekend when we get the playback, we can tell what we're saying. Thank you very much.
Happened on the way to the moon.
Well, we cut out the sun coming in some of the other windows into the spacecraft, so it's looking through the number one window, and there isn't any reflected light. We only have one window that has a view of the Earth, and it's filled up with the TV camera. South America becomes invisible just off beyond the Terminator or inside the shadow. We can see
bullshit.
The oceans with a definite blue cast. See white bands of major cloud formations across the Earth. Roger, the AKC is working real well. The F-22 looks good, over. So Apollo 11, Houston, did you copy, over? AKC copies, Charlie. Roger, your transmission the last couple of times has been about 2 by, over. Okay, how do you read now? Roger, 5 by now.
How you liking YouTube so far, Mr. Bullock? Looks like you just started your channel.
Now we're coming in. Can't quite make out who that is.
What is your proposition that we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you did. I know for a fact that you did not.
You know for a fact that we did not.
That's correct. Yes, you'll see this tape proves that.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you're using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the camera off, please. Turn the camera off.
It shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, if the moon is 3 days away, and this is late on the 18th, how could you possibly walk on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th? Or
You want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures, you're showing this, and then you want to see my reaction?
I know for a fact
that's slimy journalism. Do you realize that? You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Read the document that I have in here. You'll find that it's not. But this is a personal plea to do what is right.
Well, we sit and we talk about things ahead of
These are the
time.
documents that you'll want to see. I know for a fact.
But what it is you're trying to do is unethical. You don't believe that?
No, I do not.
Well, then we have a difference of opinion.
This is where you're using the window of the spacecraft to appear to be the Earth far away. You're not the raw footage of it. You have an auxiliary track, someone prompting you when to
You believe in UFOs? You believe we've been visited by? Well, why do you want to believe this?
I know for a fact we've had this analyzed, and this is the window, and you're in a stated by an atomic clock at the Goldstone tracking station where it's on the tape.
Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
I know for a fact this tape, and this tape would prove it in a court of law. It would.
I would try. Why don't you put your money into a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it.
No one is laughing.
Camera working.
No one is laughing.
And this makes you a real famous person who has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this.
That's not why I'm doing it. And God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the astronaut
It's the wrong way. You don't mislead somebody.
You didn't go to the moon. That's misleading people. I'm showing you this
Okay,
tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible that this is the window it's shot to make it look like?
Look, you can manufacture all you want with
This
these
is straight. This isn't manufactured. You know that it isn't.
interior of the astronauts at work.
I believe this would prove it in a court of law that you did not go to the moon. It's dated on the 18th. It proves when you remove it.
You give me your
Here's
business
the light.
card.
It's all in there. It's all in there.
Not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert.
This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert that you did to create the Terminator line in front
You're
of the
so
window.
full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
What was the temperature like in the spacecraft on the moon?
Well, the lunar module that was the vehicle that we landed on the moon, it was just like this room we're sitting in here right now. We had a thermostat, and it worked a little different than the air conditioning in a house or a building. However, it had the same effect. So if it was too hot, we moved it up a little cooler, and so we could get just the right temperature we wanted. Now, when we put on our spacesuits and closed them up, then we had a backpack on, and in that back was essentially an air conditioner too, a different kind, a kind that would work in a vacuum, and then we could keep our suits the right temperature, because human beings, even though we've got a lot of good capabilities, you know, our brains are amazing, our eyes are amazing, we don't perform well if we're not within a really narrow temperature band. If we get too hot, we sweat, we don't do well. If we get too cold, we shiver and we don't do well. So it's important for human beings to have temperature control. And of course, we do that on Earth real well.
If the LEM didn't have climate control, and had air in it, would it be hot or cold without the climate control?
If you just took a lunar module and well, let's take the climate control and it fails. All right, what happens then? You've got air and setting there, it's 70 degrees. If the lunar module is setting in the sun, which it always is, then slowly but surely that temperature inside is going to go up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, you ain't going to make it because you're going to cook long before that.
What powered the air conditioning?
What powered the air? Batteries. You had a number of big batteries in the lunar module. They powered pumps. They powered the air conditioning. They powered the communication system. And that's the reason we were only able to stay on the moon 33 hours. Later on, we got a little better batteries, more batteries, and we could stay longer. But batteries turned out to be, for the weight involved, the thing that gave you the power. Now, the best. Now, the command module, which had to last from the moon and back 10, 12 days, then batteries would have been too heavy. And so we used fuel cells there, which took hydrogen and oxygen and put them together and made electricity. So it depends on, like in a car, you wouldn't want a fuel cell now because a battery can do the job. But if you were trying to replace the engine, maybe you could use some fuel cells to drive the motors. It'd be too expensive now, but maybe someday.
What was the power of the engine that descended to the moon?
The rocket engine?
Yeah.
The rocket engine that we used to descend to the moon was a very simple rocket engine. It operated at low pressure so that it was like running your car at 30 miles an hour, not running your car like a race car. The engines we used to launch from Earth was like running your car at race car speed, you know. So everything had to be just right. But we were interested in safety paramount right there. We didn't have last minute checks we could do. We only had one engine. It couldn't fail. So it ran at lower pressure. And when you were in it, you couldn't hear it in the vacuum of space.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No. Now, I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did.
Beginning at an altitude of 1,000 miles and extending an additional 25,000 miles, lay lethal bands of radiation called the Van Allen radiation belts. Every space mission in history with humans on board, from both the United States and Soviet Union, from the first in 1961 to the present, has been well below this deadly radiation field. Mercury, Gemini, Soyuz, Skylab, the Space Shuttle, all maintained altitudes well below 1,000 miles. All except Apollo.
I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt. And if we did, it wasn't a problem. If we were going to encounter it, then we would have had to build the spacecraft and the spacesuit to not give humans a problem. You don't just build something and hope it works. You study to see what the threats are, the environment is, and then you say, how thick do I have to make the metal on the spacecraft so that going through this kind of radiation or these kind of meteoroids, it won't get hurt. And so then we build it that way.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
We went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
Didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. And we didn't get any, added radiation.
You weren't there.
In 1998, the space shuttle flew to an altitude of 350 miles, one of its highest altitudes ever, hundreds of miles below the beginning of a field of radiation that was so severe that the astronauts inside of their shielded spacecraft and inside of their shielded spacesuits saw flashes of light with their eyes shut that they described as shooting stars, due to radiation penetrating first the shuttle's shielding, then their spacesuit shielding, then their skulls, and finally the retinas of their closed eyes. As a result, CNN issued the following report noting NASA's unpredicted surprise.
Yeah, gold
The
tinfoil.
radiation belt surrounding Earth may be more dangerous for spacewalking astronauts than previously believed. Scientists say the phenomena known as the Van Allen belts can spawn killer electrons when the Earth's magnetic field changes. These electrons that are being studied could have an important effect not only on satellites, which has happened in the past, but could also affect the astronauts by creating large doses of radiation that could influence their health.
But
The
not one died of
electrons can
cancer.
penetrate through various materials, including spacesuits, and can pass through, in fact, the walls of the space station, and can create high charges deep inside of these objects.
No strange occurrences?
Nothing like that.
The space shuttle.
Go ahead.
The space shuttle went to 365 miles a few years ago. Because I worked in news. I saw CNN. They said that the radiation belts surrounding Earth are more dangerous than previously believed because the astronauts saw shooting stars with their eyes closed. Just when they got within 600.
Radiation belt. We saw shooting stars, but they're not shooting stars from with your eyes closed, although they look like it. If you're out in space beyond the Van Allen belt,
holy shit,
and probably within the Van Allen belt, and close your eyes and just pay attention. You don't notice it unless you pay attention. Then all of a sudden you'll see a little flash like a shooting star, except it's like that. There goes one this way. Then one just blossoms.
So full of shit.
And then not that fast. Maybe you wait 3 minutes or 2 minutes and one goes whoosh. And what's happening is cosmic rays are hitting the back of your eye and exciting those sensors in the back of your eye. So that's what you see. And they got high enough apparently to close it. My guess is in Earth orbit, if you closed your eyes and just paid attention, that you would see them.
The first time they were seen was when they went to 365 miles.
Yes.
That's 650 miles below or away from the radiation.
Yeah, see, it's below. My guess if they just did it tonight. But see, if you're just going to sleep or closing your eyes or it's dark, you don't notice them. But if you'll close your eyes and pay attention, which we had an experiment to do, by the way, then you see them whistling by. Not on our mission, by the way, they hadn't been discovered yet. I saw them one day on the moon. It wasn't dark, and it was kind of dark, and I saw this flash of light, and it looked like it was on the moon, but really it wasn't. It was a flash of light in my eye.
Where were you when the Apollo 1 fire happened?
Apollo 1 fire, I was in my office at the Johnson Space Center. It was about 6 in the evening. I was working late there at my desk. I got a phone call, and a voice on the other end said their name, and I said, okay. They said, I knew who it was. It was the flight director, someone down at the Cape during the test, and he said, we've lost the Apollo 1 crew. We think we've lost the Apollo 1 crew. I said, but where are they?
Have you ever read the congressional report on that?
Sure.
They considered it at that point that it would be extremely difficult to go to the moon within 2.5 years from that point.
We did. We thought it would be.
So what big change happened to make it possible?
Well, once again, with what we knew at that time, it looked like that would be difficult. So, but we started out on the journey anyway. And as we started on the journey, we found ways to shorten it. For example, we had a lot more flights planned prior to landing on the moon than we actually did. For example, testing the Saturn V. George Miller, one of the smart guys up there in headquarters, said, we're going to test, we've tested on the ground the S4B and the S1 and the S2 sort of. We're going to put them all together and test them all at once because we've run out of time and we want to get to the moon by the end of the decade. And people thought that was a crazy idea. People said, no way, it's too many unknowns. Yep. We couldn't possibly do that. There's no way. And George Miller kept saying, if we want to get to the moon by the end of the decade, we're going to have to do this. Yeah. And I can remember when that was proposed, I thought it was a real crazy idea, not very
You went along
good
with
idea.
it though, didn't you?
Looking back, it was a great idea. Now, Von Braun might have been in favor of it or he might not, but I'm sure if we asked him after it was all done, he would have said, what a great idea. We never thought of that when it began, and that compressed maybe the flight schedule by a whole year, or maybe 8 months or something like that. We did a lot of that. We had a goal to get to the moon by the end of the decade, and we were trying to do it. That doesn't mean we were being careless, but it meant we were doing everything we possibly could to make that that goal that President Kennedy set for us. And we did, in fact, make it.
So you mentioned the guys who thought we didn't go to the moon. This must be what you're talking about?
What?
We found that. I guess you're familiar with the Fox special.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with it. I watched it, yes. It's a good, it's a money-making thing. They don't have the landing legs extended. You know why? They it won't hold the lunar module up on Earth. But that's not, those landing legs aren't extended. But, you know, this is some, you know, guys stand around saying, how can I make some money and make a movie? Well, I can make porno. That's good.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been in the business about 15 years, and I've been asked even to testify in court as to the authenticity of footage. And I saw this footage. It's dated by an atomic clock 3 days into the flight. All the astronauts are identified, and they're there putting the transparency over the window. They're clearly pretending to be halfway to the moon when they're not halfway to the moon.
That is bullshit. I don't care what you say. I went to the moon and back, and everyone that's a scientist knows it. Now, if you want to not believe it, it's okay, you know? It's okay. It's a better story. It just happens to be a lie, that's all.
Would you swear to on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not going to do it because I'll do it over here. I won't do it on your camera.
Well, why not?
Because it just isn't appropriate thing to do.
Why?
Well, but you're an asshole to do that. You're the same guys, just different guys that did the other person I told you about.
Well, would you put your hand on, if you walked on the moon, here's the opportunity to set the record straight. To put your left hand on the Bible.
Left hand.
Raise your right hand.
Okay.
And you realize this can be used as a video deposition in the future. And if you lie, you'll be guilty of perjury.
I understand that.
Okay. Say your name.
My name is Alan Bean.
I swear to God and affirm.
I swear to God and affirm.
Under penalty of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury.
Treason.
Treason. No, not treason. Treason has nothing to do with it. Let me rephrase this and say, I've got my hand on the Bible. I went to the moon. I walked on the moon. All the other people that you think are people that NASA says went to the moon and walked on the moon.
No, you won't.
Did go to the moon and walk on the moon.
You won't say under penalty of treason.
What's treason?
That's doing something fraudulent to the taxpayers.
That's crap.
Well, what
that
about
isn't
under penalty of eternal damnation?
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
And under penalty of treason.
Treason is when you sell out your country.
Exactly.
Well, if you used $135 billion to not go to the moon.
That's still not treason. Treason is if you tell secrets to another thing. I've said enough. Now, you can use that and say, well, you didn't say something else. No. I know how people are. It's okay. Well, I take your stuff and get the fuck out.
I've asked 6 other astronauts if they would swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it. Neil Armstrong refused to do it. Michael Collins.
I know that. I know they do.
Now, do you believe in God?
Do I?
Yeah.
Pretty much. I wouldn't swear on the Bible if I didn't believe it, but it doesn't make any difference. You'll change it like you want. Take your stuff and go, guys. Why don't you?
Well, I know for a fact you didn't walk on the moon.
That's fine. That's fine. It's okay if you know it. Do you understand that? You can have any opinion you want. That's what's wonderful about this country. You can believe anything you want, and it's okay with me for sure.
Right.
Get your stuff and go.
Okay. Yeah, right here's fine. I'm Bart with ABC Digital. How you doing? I was given a classified tape from the Apollo program. It's 31 years old. It's an unedited reel, including outtakes from the mission. It's got about 20 takes of a single shot of the mission. What mission? Apollo 11. Yes. And the photography is being forged in the mission. They're faking a shot of being halfway to the moon. And they refer to you on the tape as a shot that was done during Apollo 10, where you put a transparency over the window and move the camera of the Earth and move the camera back away from the window. Turn off the lights in the spacecraft.
Look on their face, don't they? Look at that.
It appeared to be halfway to the moon when in fact they were in Earth orbit.
Huh, really?
Yeah, and they said it was the same way that you did it on Apollo 10. So we wanted to give you the opportunity to put your left hand on the Bible, to raise your right hand, to swear to God.
Stick it in your ear.
Well, you were giving an opportunity to swear to God under oath that you walked on the moon.
I don't do that.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what's the problem of swearing to God that you did? Do you believe in God?
Wow.
You want me to knock you in the head?
Well, I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Okay.
If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you leave me alone.
I love it.
I got to a point on my 2 flights to the moon, particularly my last flight when I actually made the moon my home for over 3 days. You know, you become detached from one planet. You become
from reality,
detached from Earth, which is your identity with reality. Exactly. Well, we launched at night, had a circle of the Earth about 1.5 times, and headed out to the moon for a 3-day voyage. When we got there,
so the engine is loud.
You get pardon?
Exactly. Is the engine loud as you're descending?
Well, the engine is very loud. It's very difficult to tell the difference
even leave a
between
dust print though.
feeling sound and hearing sound. But yes, it's loud.
When you were in it, you couldn't hear it in the vacuum of space.
It's a very kinetic, very dynamic period of about 10 to 12 minutes. And you get down to 200 feet, and you go through an area where you're either going to land or you're basically going to crash.
So is the Earth, I guess, is 6 times bigger than the moon is from Earth?
The Earth is about 4 times bigger than a full moon looks to us from Earth. It was very close to the horizon on Apollo 17, and that was unique for us. We didn't have to look up like most of the other flights from most of the other landing sites were to look at the Earth. I mean, I just glanced over my shoulder, and there's the Earth. It was there all the time. It was so prominent. It was almost involuntarily while you're going about your work and being a lunar geologist and exploring and driving a rover, you'd always be confronted by the Earth itself. It was, I tell you what, it was almost like a security blanket.
Can't see the stars though.
Because you knew it was there. It was the warmth that accompanied your visit to another planet. For instance, our lunar module, when we lifted off the surface, had to burn for 7 minutes and 14 seconds. And that's just light off. Only one engine. You know, we had redundant or backup valves, but only one engine, one set of propellant tanks. It had to light off and had to burn for 7 minutes and 14 seconds. If it quit earlier than 7 minutes and 7 seconds, we came back down to the moon, and there was no rescue.
So there was no strange phenomenon going through the belts of any kind. Nothing happened.
There was no great unknowns, no science fiction going to the moon. It was all science fact, although sometimes it seemed like it was science fiction.
I saw a CNN report about 3 years ago. The space shuttle went to about 365 miles, and that was the closest they got to the belts since the moon missions went through them. And they were about, I guess, 650 miles away from the belts. And they reported that it was more dangerous than previously believed. And that when they were 650 miles away, inside a shielding better than you guys use, they could see the radiation with their eyes closed going through their skulls and the retinas of their closed eyes.
Well, I don't know about the shuttle. Shuttle doesn't have the capability to go very far, 400 miles. I don't know exactly where the elements. Quiet. Hey, quiet. You know, the shuttle doesn't have the capability to fly very far away from Earth, maybe 300-400 miles. I don't know exactly how far out the radiation Van Allen belt is. It didn't seem to bother us very much.
Did you see shooting stars?
Did
you see the shooting stars?
Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of noise going on. So I don't know the results of some of the experiments they've conducted. The point is they can't get that far from here, and they're really in the protective confines of the Earth, outside the atmosphere certainly. Now on the way to the moon, we did conduct a lot. We weren't passengers away to the moon.
We're passengers.
We conducted all kinds of experiments, and one of them was an experiment where we closed our eyes and then we put some light-sensitive pads on our eyes, and we could literally, yes, we could see traces of radiation or traces of something going through our eyes. We conducted this experiment both going to the moon and coming back from the moon several times. Now, what that all meant, I don't know, but it wasn't the kind of radiation that gave us a problem of any kind. But you could see it. You could close your eyes and you could see these things shoot by. We all saw it.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We did it on more than one mission.
I guess you knew von Braun, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They found a publication of his that he did prior to the goal being set to go to the moon. And in it, he says, "It is commonly believed that man will fly directly from the Earth to the moon. But to do this, we would require a vehicle of such gigantic proportions that it would prove an economic impossibility. Calculations have been carefully worked out on the type of vehicle we would need for the nonstop flight from the Earth to the moon and to return. The figures speak for themselves. 3 rockets would be necessary. Each rocket ship would be taller than the Empire State Building, 1,250 feet, and weigh about 10 times the tonnage of the Queen Mary."
God. What the hell?
"Or some 800,000 tons.
It wouldn't take off.
Now, the Saturn V rocket weighed 2,500 tons. Now, that's a difference of 32,000%. How do you explain that change was made within a 3-year period?"
Yeah.
All right. Is this a Bible?
Yep, absolutely. It's
I
my
think
Bible.
this is ludicrous, and I want you to put that on film. It's ludicrous. I swear,
under penalty of perjury,
I swear under penalty of perjury,
treason, and eternal damnation.
That
I walked on the moon during Apollo 17.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 17 for 75 hours. I lived on the moon on Apollo 17 for 75 hours.
Well, 6 other astronauts did not swear in the Bible when they had the opportunity.
Well, that's fine. I probably, you know why they didn't? The same reason I almost didn't, because it's absolutely ludicrous for you to ask me that. I probably would have done what the other 6 did, because I'm just as stubborn as anybody else. I said, I don't need to prove to you that I went to the moon. I know I went. But I did that. You can put that on tape, and it's there, and you can show it to anybody you want. You know what I do with the Hasselblad?
He left
It's sitting face up to the sun without a back on it, so that somebody's going to go back and find out what kind of deterioration the lens suffered because it was facing straight up. Where's the lunar rover? It's a mile behind the... Well, how do you think we took the pictures of the liftoff on Apollo 17 with a television camera? How do you think we missed them on Apollo 16 because of the time delay? By the time the guy sent the signal, it was gone and the camera couldn't track fast enough. So on 17, he sent the signal a second and a half or 3/4 of a second earlier, so that the camera got the signal and we were... How do you think that happened?
You weren't there, that's how. Heard it like bakery.
I've got a book telling me I didn't go to the moon. That thick, okay? There's a book there when you can't see stars in the daytime and the shadows interrupt. I don't give a damn about all that shit.
Here we go. This is one that really got me.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see.
I don't remember seeing any.
Yeah, he told him to shut up.
Mr. Collins, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
How are you?
Good. I'm the gentleman who found the classified tape from your mission of you faking the window shot, putting the transparency over the window when you were supposedly halfway to the moon when in fact you were in Earth orbit.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I think you must be some kind of wacko.
Okay, well, we have the opportunity to set the record straight.
Well,
we're asking you to...
I'm not on the record right now. Would you please go away?
Well, asking you to swear on the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? Can you tell me why you would have a problem doing that?
Would you please go away?
You don't remember the shot where you put the transparency over the window? We have it being done up to about 10 hours before they supposedly walked on the moon. I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it. Can you tell me why? Are you afraid for the truth to come out?
I think you're some kind of wacko, I really do.
Well, I think it's wacky to not swear to God on something that's supposed to be obvious.
That's strange. Then we do it with.
Hey, Bart with ABC Digital.
We need to get back to that signing.
One quick question. All right. I was given a classified. Okay. I was given a classified tape showing part of the Apollo mission being falsified, of lunar orbit being falsified.
Being falsified?
Correct. We've got an unedited tape from a source at the Johnson Space Center.
Yeah.
Totally nonsense.
We wanted to give you the opportunity to swear in the Bible that you orbited the moon during Apollo 15.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just one last quick. You orbited the moon. Why do you have a problem swearing to God that you did so?
Sir, I don't, but I don't feel like I have to do that because data speaks for itself.
Well, we have proof that the mission was falsified.
No, you don't have to, sir.
Well, we did.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you here. Thank you.
All righty. Howdy, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. I was given a classified tape from Apollo 11 showing them taking a photography of lunar orbit.
Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit?
Well, would you mind swearing on the Bible that you orbited the moon? If you really orbited the moon, why would you have a problem swearing to God that you did so?
Mr. Anderson, can I take a picture with you real quick, sir?
Oh, we no more. We're done.
I've got on the tape Neil Armstrong rigging part of the photography where it looks at.
That'll tell you how screwed up. Thank you, Mr.
Well, if you really walked on the moon, what do you have a problem? I mean, orbited the moon, why do you have a problem swearing to God that you did so?
And please just stay back.
Howdy, Buzz. How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me. I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show a window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief. That's called being a thief. Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get you tell him to get out of here. This is a hotel.
We'll call the police.
We pay.
Come on in here. We'll call the police.
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I don't have nothing to do with this. But
Okay.
you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
You can't solicit like this. All right. Well, then I go through my measures.
Yeah.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Come with me, Buzz.
You really like it?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
And a booger and a boxer. You lay it down on. Get a wing.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital.
Little wing.
Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Nope.
Gentlemen, Mr. Seibel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the into the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Seibel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. I have the tape.
It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to, why not? Why won't you do it? So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Seibel has made a fool of himself in front of the world. Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers.
Tell us, what is this video? I'm not quite following it on right now.
Well, that looks like a Buzz Aldrin photograph there. I can't see it too clearly from my angle here.
Is this a documentary about the moon missions?
I believe so. Well, I think it's a series of clips and vignettes. I'm not quite sure that's a documentary.
Was this something from broadcast or something that?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Without looking at the label and looking at it more closely, I have a dozen of these things in there.
What is this? You're talking about shadows and stuff like that. What is that all about?
You know, this might have come from some of the challenges to the fact, some of the challenges by the group that has said we never went to the moon, and they're trying to pick holes in some of the lunar photographs. And it's an interesting subject because they're totally misguided. We did exactly what we said we did. And they can try to pick holes in the photography all they want to, but
why is it that you have a copy of it?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, why do you have a copy of it?
People send me stuff all the time. I have boxes and boxes of video from various television programs, various speeches that I've done. I must have 300 or 400 of them. I look at very few of them.
So someone sent you this?
I'm sure that, well, they obviously did. That's why I have it.
Oh, so it's not something that you acquired or ordered or anything like that?
You have to understand, I get at least a dozen books a month to review, 2 or 3, maybe 4 dozen videos a year from various people. Just want me to have it, so they send it along.
We only brought like one clip. If you want to throw it in, pop that one out.
Oh, that was stop.
Yeah, click it again.
Yeah, we can edit this right away.
Funny shit.
Deficit play.
Well, it goes on.
This is, what is this? Oh, this is a shot from 130,000 miles out.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's from approaching. It's from approaching the moon, looking back at the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've seen this on a couple of flights. Was this something that you got? Although this is from Apollo 11, did you shoot a shot of the Earth like this?
Mm-hmm.
So you had a TV camera in the spacecraft.
That's correct.
And this is, I guess, the Earth zoomed in at a distance.
Yep.
They get shot a little bit halfway to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's kind of, I guess the cloud cover looks.
What you're looking at.
Now what is that right there?
What is what?
There's like an arm. It looks like hair on an arm getting in front of the window.
Well, maybe somebody got their arm in front of it.
I thought that was the arm of God moving across the Earth. I couldn't quite figure that out.
I suspect that was the edge of the window, more than likely, that they were shooting at.
What did the Earth look like from a great distance? There it is again, 130,000 miles out.
About like that.
So it's pretty small at the distance of the moon?
Yes, but I think the better images are the Hasselblad images that have been taken on every flight and are the most published pictures in the history of the world.
What is that on the top left? If that's the Earth, is that like another spacecraft?
No. That I have no idea what that is. It's some aberration on the film of some sort. Oh, those are shadows, I think. Or reflection, probably reflections that are just reflecting.
Run that back again so we get another shot of it.
If you're going to press me on this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because I won't pursue this. All of this attempt to say the
no, you can't move in a vacuum, you're right.
It's just sheer nonsense. And you can talk till hell freezes over and you're wrong.
Okay.
Well, would you
I won't
affirm,
continue on this line.
would you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
You bet your sweet ass.
Okay, put your left hand on the Bible.
Wow.
Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. And say, I, Edgar Mitchell.
I, Edgar Mitchell.
Affirm.
Affirm.
Under penalty of eternal damnation.
I don't believe in that, but
if you
penalty of eternal damnation.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
That I walked on the moon on Apollo 14.
Well, you know, you're the first astronaut to do that. We asked 6 other astronauts to swear on the Bible, and they refused to do it.
Well, I don't particularly like to take oaths like that either, because I don't accept the Bible as the gospel of anything except the historical record. But we did go to the moon. You bet your sweet ass. Okay, turn off the camera. Your interview is done. I've given you all the time I'm going to give you.
Okie dokie. Good to meet you.
I don't say it's a pleasure.
I understand.
Please get your ass out of my house.
Okay.
And you came here under false pretenses, and I think you're an asshole. Well, and if you continue this, and if you press this, I will personally take you to court.
I hope that you do. I invite you to. I'm going to give you my card so you can arrange that. And I'm encouraging you to arrange.
You're frankly not worth it.
No, we have you on the record saying you'll take me to court. I hope you do. Because we have proof that would prove it in a court of law that Apollo 11 didn't go to the moon. And I think it's something that you should see it. I don't say that lightly, believe me. I don't say it lightly.
You have joking, sir. People can have fun. And maybe do that if they feel like they want to have a little fun on a trip to the moon.
Oh my God.
As an independent producer,
okay, we're heading out.
Doing that is against moral ethics.
Lying about going to the moon is a satanic lie of gigantic proportions.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I understand.
And get the hell out of the clubhouse.
You're going to get a gun and shoot them at them before they get out of the office?
We have a video camera running if you want to do it.
Right.
That would be great footage for us. See you later. In court, I hope.
Going to call the CIA? Have them whacked.
Look at that. Kind of whack. Can you call the CIA and have a whack? What's that fun? There you get it. Yeah, exactly. And how was it done? That's weird. It's done would say that. His dad was pissed after that. Why the fuck did you say that? It's over. What do you think of that, huh? Pretty wild, huh? Here we go. Look at this right now. It's over. Check this out.
To take few pictures per day So we contacted all the USAID missions around the world, and in total we have more than 2,000 requests coming, for people who need images from ISA.
And we moved to like 1,000 images per day. We provided iServe imagery for many natural disasters, including floods and fires, for deforestation, for volcanic eruptions, for earthquakes. So it was really a fantastic example showing how imagery from the International Space Station could be used in these times of dire need.
And now we have a huge archives of images of areas around the world. So this is something that was not really there before.
iServe is an example of, in essence, making the International Space Station even more international and connecting space to village to better understand.
I can't believe you guys hadn't seen it yet. Let's see who. Ooh. Here, hey, I'll show you. This is Autodiatic. This is a good channel.
I photographed
get off there.
in New York and Philadelphia and Paris. DocuSign makes it easier for me to do business.
I found this guy's good.
Hey guys, how you going? Campbell here from Autodidactic Channel. Hope you're all having an amazing day. And of course, autodidactic means to be self-educated. And in this world, we all need to be self-educated, because if we're not, the only choice we have left is to believe what other people tell us.
Thank you.
And when we look around this realm, we find that the story we're given is far from what matches up in our actual physical reality.
Yep.
So today I just wanted to have a bit of a look at Perth, just to show you some of the features, because Australia is a new country, they say, founded in 1788, or at least Captain Cook landed, 1788, and so Perth here, 1827 is when the first boat arrived with, not many people. Didn't get convicts until the 1850s to build stuff. But then, we just have this amazing city with all these massive buildings popping up in 10, 20 years. So Australia seems to, definitely have had be part of the previous civilization. So let's jump in and have a look at some Star City features in Australia.
Starport, yeah. This is a good channel.
All right, so this is Perth. This is Perth City. This is Fremantle, our port city. And this is the Swan River. And straight away, you can see this bend. Now, we're starting to see them everywhere. These what are they? Ohms, U-shapes, bends. There's another one here down in Fremantle. And look at this. Look at this chunk of land. Look how square that is. Okay, so this has been made. That is not natural. Okay, and you'll see, there's basically the whole river has a man-made shoreline. Now, there are beaches, of course, that they leave. But if we come down here, just for an example, you'll see here's a bit of beach they've left. And this is a man-made wall. And this goes the whole way. These things, they just go basically the whole length of the river, and then they'll have their little beaches and parks. And then the wall continues. Now, this is a big river. There's no mention of who built that wall and why. When you're in a new city trying to get industry going, trying to get food growing, trying to build houses and other buildings, the last thing on your mind is to build a wall the whole way around a river. So very strange. Now, this is Perth City here. This is Kings Park. And just one other thing quickly is you'll notice we do have quite a few golf courses. Nice big one here, got some here and here. Kings Park, golf courses, you can see them everywhere. And we also have a lake system. And you can see a lake here and up here. See, we've got this kind of lake system, but what they've done, because Australia is very dry, and especially Perth, it's a very dry area. And we used to have this lake system, but they went along and they basically, what they do is they build housing estates on the top of the lakes. They just fill them in.
Oh.
I mean, here you can see we have this huge lake, and right next to it, I mean, you can see it, this was a lake system. These were all connected, and they've just filled them all in and destroyed, you know, the whole, whatever that setup was. Now this is, Perth City. Again, man-made shorelines the whole way around. There used to be a bathhouse down here. Okay, so this is an older photo. This is when this is all reconstruction of the foreshore and then, you know, big parks and everything. And basically they spent taxpayers' money and built all these apartments that they're trying to sell for like $1.5 million.
God.
So yeah, taxpayers' money, but
there's the money again.
We don't get to share in that money that they're going to make, and most people can't afford, you know, to buy there. That's an interesting shape there, isn't it? Look at that.
Weird.
Now that's, you know, I'm pretty sure that's new construction, but it's just a very interesting shape. Okay, so this is the bell tower. This is new as well. They built this. Very interesting. Big spire, glass. These are copper wings, they call them. They're supposed to represent like sails. So I think they call them copper sails, like a boat. And there's a bell in there as well.
That's weird.
This is our Supreme Court gardens. Big old world buildings. You know, these roofs we see everywhere with the rounded edges.
Roofs.
You see them everywhere now. I'm just going to, you can see our churches here. So I just want to show you the roofs. These churches, can you see that? That's a cross. Okay, can you see that? That's a cross. All these old world, you know, cathedrals and churches, well, the big cathedrals always have crosses. Some of them have double crosses as well. So there's two. And so this is how you can find them if you just go on Google Earth and you're looking across your city. And you can see what's going on here. Look at all these skyscrapers, and then you get these old world buildings down in the street. If we come up here, there's another church. Where was it? I think that's it there, actually. Yeah, see in there? See that cross? In there? It's a little old church. And, you know, it's Perth is full of this stuff. And then this is an interesting thing. This is called Barracks Street, because at the end of it is this. Now, this used to be an actual barracks. So what they did to hide it and to give themselves a reason to smash it over, hang on, let me get a better perspective. Okay, that's what they left. Now, this thing used to basically be, this is a Star Fort Citadel. Well, that's what's left of it. Big red brick. I think it was an octagon, 8-sided, and it went out here. And of course, they knocked it over to build a freeway, as you do. And this is Parliament House on the other side. So this is an old building as well. No construction photos, bit of a dodgy timeline. So I think this is actually part of the Star Citadel. May have been inside it, or, you know, just outside the walls. I'm not sure, but you can see it as well. This goes underground. It's got levels just going down underground. So you see that everywhere. Now, if I come back up here, here's another old church. Look at that cross. See that? St. Mary's. Now this church, this, you can see the steeples. This is Perth Hospital. And this is basically, these are new buildings, and all these over here, these are all old world red brick buildings. And they've basically just joined them all up and said, oh, this is the hospital. And it's just made up of, like, you know, 10 different buildings. And as you can see, you know, in Perth as well, they're just knocking everything over, replacing it with crap. So here's a church. I just want to show you a bit of this. So here we have our nice old world
cathedral. All the antiquitech up there. Whoops, can you see that on the spire? These little knobbly bits that actually looks like, I'm not sure, but kind of look like pine cones, don't they? And so, yeah, all these chapels, they're in the shape of a cross. So the cross is not what we're told. And look at this. This is, they don't even know how to build street lamps anymore, street signs. Just breaking in half. I don't know, this new world architecture. Okay, so if we come down here, and just look around here, by the way, guys, this is I think this is part of a school that goes right around down here, all old world. This is like an old world hub down here as well. I'm pretty sure these are new, they're a bit ugly. I
think we just get a Wi-Fi. There's no network. Well, hope you guys like this shit. What do you think? Yeah, let me go here. It's been real. It's been fun. But my phone is like 900 degrees and the battery's dying.